there was like creepos that would donate money to young girls and stuff and try to get them to go to their shows. And I had suspected that somebody like Eliza had gotten, she was like super into a lot of these bands like My Chemical Romance, really good friends with like that Jeffree Star character. And those relationships to me seemed a little more parasocial, I guess, in nature. It was almost like a one-way street for them, like master slave type relationship, I guess you could say it. And I mean, it really kind of does show in some of the media that's still out there of them hanging out. But you're looking at an entirely different person with a completely different personality. And then when it got weirder, when I was like, you know what? I kind of remember her just disappearing in like 2009. She just fell off the map and I didn't know where she went. Right. And when I started researching that stuff, I realized like, she went on to American Idol. She tried to do some other stuff like that. But like, what are you even gonna like, what are you supposed to say or do at that particular junction point? So I started looking more into her like timeline from like 2011 to 2016 because that seemed like pretty empty. I mean, pretty much everything's empty all the way up into 2019, really, if you really think about it. And that's when I started uncovering the cam sites and the cam stuff, and then a whole bunch of old Twitter accounts and Instagram accounts. And there's evidence of the postings, right? But two things to think about is like Instagram isn't really archivable by the Wayback Machine because it's behind a login screen. So you have to be logged in to see it. There's no login for the Wayback. Doesn't get archived. And for Twitter, like as soon as a Twitter account gets nuked, that stuff goes away. And somebody usually has to physically go into it and say, hey, save this link in order for it to get saved. Even if you just put the profile link in there, it doesn't save everything. So I started seeing a lot of this, and it reminded me of another investigation I was looking into about back pages because, back pages and parts of the Craigslist personals had basically been being used to traffic humans, right? And that's where Sexta and Fosta came up. And the strange thing here is that there's probably more information that we know. It's just that most of the stuff that we're looking for got black holed when they removed that stuff off of the internet, right? And I remember there used to be a lot of investigations onto like trafficking rings and prostitution rings that were happening and utilizing these websites. And there is a lot of overlapping between those campsites because a lot of them just kind of shut down overnight. Nobody really knows why. Nobody really even knows who is running them. And it got me thinking that, okay, so she's going after the Tate brothers. Maybe she knows a little bit more about this Tate situation because I'm not saying that he owned that cam site, but it's the same exact operation essentially. Like Camstar, you chat the girl you pay money, you have cam stuff happening, maybe you guys meet in person, and everything was fine until we started looking into the Bitcoin transactions. Actually, that's when things really started making me like bugging me out. And other people have looked into this as well. But if you look at her Bitcoin donation address and you start following the donations out and looking for big donations, we found that her wallet essentially is connected. It has had a lot of traffic into it, a lot more than anybody would have probably thought about. And there's ins and outs that look like somebody was sending, creating a Bitcoin address just to send it to that address and then send it to her to like hide the transaction. And the transactions amounts range from $1,500 to like $20,000 or something like that, but they're going into her account, right? So we're talking like 3 BTC, 4 BTC, 1 BTC, 2 BTC. And it's strange because we tried to follow all of that data, all that trail back. And usually you're going to get to some kind of exchange or something. And we followed it to like a $50 million account, right? With like 2,133 Bitcoins in it or something like that. And in that account, like that seems to be the head where it's sending these accounts out to different people in different places, right? But we couldn't it's not an exchange. It doesn't have any of the markers of being an exchange, but it's sending out a lot of money. It's paying people. And
So it's working. It's almost working like an exchange. It sounds like.
yeah, and the thing is that when Sex to Fosta happened, they got rid of all of those sex trafficking websites that were out there. They got rid of the stuff that was happening on Twitter, which is probably why most of Eliza's old accounts are gone, mind you. And it started making me wonder when I was doing a bit like a joke and making fun of Andrew Torba and a bunch of these other people that were starting their own social media platforms. So I spent a day, I created my own Fediverse platform in a day that's better than theirs and runs on one server and basically can take the same amount of traffic that their shit could take or whatever. But that wasn't important to it. That's when I discovered that in the Fediverse, that's where most of the sex trafficking and that sort of thing moved over. And I started seeing lots of accounts that were tweeting and posting about like trafficking for females and stuff like that, and they're all getting paid in Bitcoin. And it just started making me really, really start to wonder. I was like, seems like you could be getting paid off of this. It seems like a payment system. So like you go online, you find the worker, and then you send your money out to the main guy that's running the thing. I think one of them was called Switter, which is short for sex Twitter or whatever. It operated on a very similar function as this, and it's basically like it takes a cut of every transaction right off the top, and then you just send your Bitcoin, and then you get your pictures or whatever, what have you want from them. They come in, they meet you, and it's all transacted in Bitcoin. And they use, like the actual obfuscator accounts. Like, it seems like they have their own built-in one. So they're not using like a third-party coin tumbler or anything like that. They're actually like sending it out. So I immediately thought, like, this is pretty strange. It seems like, this could, I think we found something here. I don't think it's nothing, but I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying it's very, very strange for this to be that large and it not to be any known exchange that I have ever seen. And it doesn't match any of their records. And usually when I find something like that, it's either a darknet website that's selling illicit material, like, you know what I mean? And I just kind of like, had to say something. And I didn't share some of that stuff with like Gabe Hoffman because I don't think that he would truly understand what I was trying to get at. But I think that after I had lost another Twitter account sometime in September of 2021, I played it really easy. And I was like, okay, I'm going to kind of make fun of her on this account. And eventually when she blocks me, I'm going to just start unloading stuff. And then, the whole idea is that I'm not a big name. People know who I am from the past. I have, name recognition, but at the same time, people hate me and dox me all the time and do evil things to me. And they just like, I've had articles written about me. So I'm like, I can't, I'm not the greatest source of information right now. I was like, but that doesn't stop me from putting the information out because eventually somebody's going to take it, traffic this information up the chain to somebody that's actually going to see what I see, right? And I think that that's where we got in this whole point. Like, what I originally didn't do much. I was definitely not the first person to speak up about this girl. The first people to speak up were the actual survivors, right? Or other people in the survivor community that are like, yeah, I tried working with this girl and she like blocked me, like, and then now I'm looking into her story. It doesn't make sense. And I have personal connection to her, so I can say, I can't say for a fact that none of this ever happened, but I can say that, I saw her acting more like a Ghislaine Maxwell than being a Virginia Gouffre, I guess I could say. She seemed like she was more of a person that would be willing to traffic people than to not traffic people. But that's just my opinion, right?
Well, it sounds like the Daily Beast article kind of somewhat
Confirm that.
validates that thought process. The
Yo, Will
you mentioned a
Summer.
couple. Yeah, you mentioned you mentioned a couple of things. Fediverse. I don't think I've ever heard that term before. What is that?
The Fediverse is an alternative to Twitter that is basically a protocol. So like Nostr is a protocol that Jack Dorsey from Twitter created that's exactly like the Fediverse. I mean, it's almost like he just redid the Fediverse, really. But the Fediverse was an alternative to Twitter that uses different clients like Mastodon, Misskey, some other thing called Pote, I think it's called. It doesn't really matter, but it's an alternative to Twitter. So if you've ever seen Gab.com, it's basically just Mastodon. It's the Fediverse. But the only thing is they lock themselves out away from all the other things, because the way it's supposed to work is individual people set up servers that are like relays, and your server can have its own name and you can have your own people signing up to it. But it's like, you could have a Red Pilled America server where everybody could have their own little Red Pilled America Twitter, right? But it would be connected to all of the other ones too, so you could see stuff and follow people from everyone. So like that was supposed to be the future of the internet. But early, before, like when Donald Trump started coming into power and everybody started getting super based and red pilled or whatever, a lot of people from Twitter were like moving to the Fediverse, and then they realized that the Fediverse is like has this huge problem where there's just kind of like rampant abuse, and there's like child porn, and there's like all kinds of really bad stuff. And the thing is that you can't force anybody to take their stuff down on their server. Like anybody could just set up a private server and it's just there. That's how like
Gotcha.
these other sex websites operate for buying and selling people, I guess. So that's what the Fediverse in a whole is there. And there's a lot of platforms out there that have basically stolen it. Like Trump's True Social is a Fediverse platform that's just exactly like Gab, that's just closed off from the rest of the social. It's like they didn't actually build that shit. They just downloaded it off of GitHub, and then after they downloaded it off of GitHub, that's it. That's just
Interesting.
they built it out. I mean, I
And how do
think
you access this stuff? Do you access it, like, through, like a Tor kind of a thing, the same way that you would do, like, the old Silk Road? Or is it a certain platform that you go to, and then you enter the universe through a certain website or something? Or
so
how do you
you'd have to go to a server. So you'd have to go to like an actual Fediverse platform. So you could go to like Mastodon's version of it, and you could sign up for an account. And then once you have that account there, then you can explore and look at all of the different instances that are out there. Or you can just go to that instance. So they call them instances in the Fediverse. So like if there's you can have an instance. For example, there's a instance called Free Speech Extremist. My instance is called Halls of Amenti. There's another one I think that's called like Switter. There's one that's for like furry people, and like they all have their own individual names. But
Gotcha.
ultimately, it's like when you tweet out, it goes to every single one of them. So like you'll see this person at this instance said this, and then you can kind of like separate all of them so that you can say I only want to see stuff from my instance, or I want to see stuff from the instances that I follow, or I want to see just freaking everything. And I mean, if you look at the just freaking everything tag, you'll really quickly realize that there's just seeing everything's probably not going to be the way you want to go.
It sounds like when I was doing the research for that, capture the flag thing with the Shia LaBeouf, um, I had to go on 8chan and 4chan, and it was, completely new to me.
Oh
And
God,
wow, I mean, that's like a whole 'nother fucking world of like,
awful.
I also understood how it was operating, because I think a lot of times they would just put the shittiest stuff in a thread to get kick people out, or just to make people log off. And then they would start their talks after, like, these horrific, you know, uh, death images, or, what have you. And I was just like, wow. Or they just drop like anti-Semitic like shit for like 20 posts in a row, and then you'd have to go after that to see exactly what they're talking about. And I'm like, okay. You start to learn that, okay, there's this whole other universe of how people communicate. And it sounds to me like that you're explaining a new one that I'd never heard of.
Oh yeah,
Um, so you mentioned something about her wallet. How did you know that it was her Bitcoin wallet?
because she posted it and said, "Hey, donate Bitcoin to me," here on her Twitter, on her locals, and I think it was on like her YouTube videos. It's the same wallet though. Same wallet.
Interesting. Interesting.
So
Interesting. And
they
so
could be donations from people or something, but those are some pretty big donations, my dude. Like, I
yeah.
think I saw $180,000 of Bitcoin donations. That's
Donations
definitely
for
enough
what?
money.
I mean, and what would she have been donating for at that time? It's interesting. Interesting.
I don't know.
So December of this last year comes along, and you do that, like, long truth drop, of just, like, thread after thread, of information. Is that the one that you were talking about to where, like, you eventually said, "Okay, I'm just gonna once she blocks me, I'm gonna start dropping it,"
Yeah.
everything? Is that when that happened?
Yeah, that's when that happened, like, I like to play games with myself. I set, like, parameters for the future, so my parameter was, as soon as she blocks me, we'll start going, and it just happened to be on Boxing Day, like, I had other shit to do, but she did that, so I had to do the thread, and then I kinda just let it sit and stew for, like, 7 days before I went back to, like, try to put anything else into it because I wanted to see where people would go because I didn't obviously put everything in there because I know that sandbagging is key in these particular situations because I wanted to leave it open ended so that, like I would say very direct things. And if you watch the video, you would hear her say it in her own words, right? And I think I was doing it in a way where it was, very QAnon like in the sense that, I'm more or less just asking questions and presenting media. And since it's already been proven that that method is pretty, works pretty well, I just knew that it was only a matter of time, let's say about a month before somebody, was actually somebody that's actually big, that's got a community that looks at it and says, hey, this is going to be good content, like picked it up. And that just happened to be Brittany Venti. I mean, she's definitely a lot smarter than everybody thinks she is for sure. But, she immediately saw it for what it was because she watched the videos and she was like, this girl is like, showing me her whatever. And then she's trying to educate me on trafficking and I'm an advocate for trafficking. And I mean, it was kind of cool to watch that happen because
Yeah, that was an interesting thing about it as well too, because I agree with you. Brittany is definitely I've, been, aware of her since the Shia LaBeouf thing, because she would actually went down to the stream, and I saw her in the stream a couple occasions and yelling her "re" and all that kinda stuff. I thought she was pretty funny. But, I think she maybe at first glance because she's, kind of the bubbly kind of at least back then, kind of the background and what have you, and you would think, "Okay, she's just some gamer girl." But once you start watching her at any length of time, you could see that she is definitely not dumb at all. She's actually very smart,
highly
and
intelligent, highly
very,
dangerous.
very intelligent. Yeah. So I thought that was, but I saw that start to go down, and I thought that was kind of an interesting, pathway into kind of like blowing it up even bigger. And what is it about? What do you think it is about this whole YouTube world? Because I had a little bit of a biased feeling towards YouTube in that I thought, you know, the platform, because of the terms of service, um, people that have big uh, political commentary uh, channels are inhibited to speak about certain topics because of the terms of service, right? So you're only going to get a certain amount of in-depth truth for some topic on a big YouTuber's channel because of that. But it seems to me like there's the YouTube was the one that kind of exposed Eliza Blue in a way that not even Twitter did. I mean, Twitter was used as a vehicle to promote it, but it seems like it was more YouTubers that were the ones that really kind of started pulling everything out, finding all the old YouTube videos, and that was the other thing about. And I'll get to a question in a second. That was another thing about that I noticed when it first got onto my screen of like, okay, something's happening here. I was actually in the middle of production for another episode, so I couldn't delve in too much, but I saw something going on here. But then I thought, so pretty much, I saw a screenshot of her in some scantily clad thing. Oh, what's the big deal about that? Obviously, look at her. You could see that at some point that was in her past. But then once you start really digging in and you say, okay, wait a minute, she said this, 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 and this and here's this video, and then you see, "Oh, okay, wait a minute, people are getting banned from this, just promoting." That was the thing that really kind of got my eye, is that I'm seeing now people being banned from Twitter or locked out of their accounts. I know you are as well too, and we'll get to that. Um, what is it about the YouTube world, do you think, that was the reason why, this story got exposed?
Well, I think number one, it's like YouTube is always the vehicle for every big conspiracy to take off. Like it is a mixture of the big platforms, but YouTube is by far the most pivotal in the chain of disinformation that exists on the online media space. So whether it's information or disinformation, it always seems to flow directly from there because it's the most easily accessible location for people to post stuff. And to me, I thought it was, rather interesting because Brittany Venti, goes on to other people's shows a lot. Like she seems very well connected with a lot of other, pretty big creators. I would consider. I think anybody with over 10,000, followers or subscribers is a pretty big creator. Essentially, because you've basically passed up that like normal level, and you've actually increased yourself into something even crazier. So, um, like we saw a couple of years ago with like QAnon, um, YouTube was the vehicle that made that thing actually go on fire. And it was because people were trafficking the information from 4chan to the YouTube and then just making content on it. And that's the same thing with what we see is happening with Twitter. Twitter has over the last 2 years become basically the content vehicle for YouTube. So like people post stuff on Twitter and then people traffic all that information back over to YouTube and then they spill tea all over it. And we saw this like during the Johnny Depp trial. We saw it, with everything that's basically happened. And it's because people are fed up with non-interactive media. And when you're dealing on YouTube, you have the interactive elements, you got the super chat, you got the freaking, chat box, troll box, whatever you want to call it. And ultimately, like, it actually you build a stronger connection with the audience, and I think that stronger connections you get with the audience turns out that people care more about like this small and mundane stuff than they do about anything else, to the point where they'll like have their just your YouTube stream up in the background and they're not even watching it, right? And it's like it's the new television. So I think that when we looked at what Brittany did, she's a big creator on YouTube. All the other YouTubers that are around her in her orbit are going to be like, oh, dude, Brittany found something. Brittany's a genius. We need to follow Genius Brittany. And then there you go. Like the vehicle automatically starts to drive itself because like the creators are going to see content and they're going to want to generate content, regardless of who it came from. Right. And this isn't the first time that I've done something like, this, or, at least got, some stuff to go out into the public eye. But, like ultimately, it's not about me and the way that I put out the information. It's highlighting how the system works. Right. Like, because once you understand how the grift works, and then you can start to be like me and run the GriftCast IRL, where, like you can show people that like there's a reason that Tim Pool sits there and takes super chats, but only reads like a very few of them, right? But that's what their whole business model is about. Their whole business model is pay to send me money, and then we're gonna have a bunch of people on here to chat, okay? And people seem to like that a lot more. They feel more involved with that than they do in some ways with like a podcast, right? Because you can listen to a podcast anywhere, but you get a different dopamine hit and feeling when you're like on YouTube and you're like chatting at somebody, or if you're on Twitch and you're, like
Getting
watching
an
some dude
interaction.
getting that interaction. It's that interaction, like that direct interaction, that I think changes everything, because everybody just wants to be able to talk to their favorite creator, right? Like if you could just walk up to Tom Cruise on the street and be like, hey, Tom Cruise, how's it going? And Tom Cruise is like, hey, nice to meet you. Have a nice day. Like everybody would be super happy about that situation, right? But on YouTube, it takes that interaction and you can, just send something over to your creator. You could show love, gives you that good feeling. And then that's how I think these people basically get this information up. When you look at Jeremy from the Quartering, right? Like he's a huge creator that picked this up, right? Why? You gotta ask yourself why. Why did he defend Brittany Venti?
What is it about so let's talk about you being kicked off, or, blocked out, or I guess, suspended from Twitter, after this. When did that happen? And what was that like when it happened?
It was Monday. It was Monday. I just had made a tweet. I mentioned Ella G. Irwin in the tweet after I had seen that like more people had gotten like canceled, and I was just like, dude, they're basically just showing that Twitter's all about nepotism and misrepresentation, and I mean it ain't good, dude. It's not a good look. And she like within like 15 minutes of me tweeting at her, she just my account was just permanently suspended. And it sucked because I had already reapplied for my old account to like get it back, but they said no, right? And Elon Musk was trying to say, "Oh, hey, everybody's going to get amnesty or whatever." And I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't botting. I wasn't spamming anybody. I wasn't scamming anybody at all. No, actually, I was just reporting people that were literally doxing me on Twitter on the daily, and Twitter was doing nothing about it. Like they didn't help me in any way, shape, or form. So, like when Elon Musk bought it, I felt like, okay, I can, I'm going to take a chance, just get on here and, see what happens. Right. And I figured that not in a million years would I get suspended again. And, here we are. And to me, I can see it. I can picture it. I'm one of those visualized people. I could see G. Irwin on her computer going over there, seeing that tweet, and then just being all like permanently suspended. Get out of here,
What is
you
this?
son
I
of a
know that,
beach.
yeah, and that's the thing about this. What do you think about this whole Elon thing? Because I was very, very excited about. I should say, reservedly excited when he bought the site. Um, and you'd start to see people come back, like, that you hadn't seen in a while. I mean, there's still, I mean, the amount of accounts that I personally used to, that would probably be in my top 10 that have not came back yet. Is um, pretty big. It's a pretty big list. But what do you think now about this experience now with what happened with this whole Eliza Blue kind of being able to appear? It appears that she's been able to get a lot of people booted from Twitter. How does this make you feel about Twitter now, and Elon's kind of takeover of it?
Not good, man. I've been on Twitter since it first came out, like back in 2008, and I've like watched the platform grow. I wrote an article in a magazine about Twitter, the Ninja Video magazine. You can still find it if you put Defango Ninja Video into Google, you'll find it. It's there. Um, it just makes me feel bad because like I'm not like a Nazi, I'm not a communist, I'm not a bad person in any single way. I've been very straightforward and transparent about everything that I've done, shown receipts for everything, shown my damn bank account and stuff like that. Like I don't know how any more transparent I could be. And when I see that like guys that are literal Nazis or, bad people in any number of ways are just getting let back on the platform, but me, the guy that didn't say anything wrong or do anything wrong, just apparently people reported down to the point where they said, oh, well, he's a scammer, he's a botter, he's all these things. And none of that shit's true about me, but I didn't get brought back. And then I come back, I put out a thread that's pretty innocuous, to be frank. I could have done the same thing Brittany did and took screenshots and been real, real nasty with it, but that wasn't what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to put forward because that's not who I am. That's not what I do. I just wanted to say, hey, here's the questions. Timeline's not added up for me. I knew this girl in the past. Can anybody else ask her? And that's what people did. They just, for a straight month, I was getting people just adding her, posting it under her stuff, and then it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So I just think that like watching this event unfold is told very basically shown us that like Elon Musk isn't paying attention. It seems like he's giving, the wrong people access to the wrong things. And I mean, this Elegy Irwin character is totally wrapped up with Eliza. It seems like they're best buddies if you look at their tweets and, they got pictures together and stuff. So it's just kind of like, it's not a good situation. It's not a good look, especially if you were trying to tell everybody that you were about free speech and you're going to release the bans because like I'm literally personal experience shows that That is not the case at all. And I've even met Elon Musk before, like way back in the day. Okay. So it's not like, this fool can't remember who I am. It's not like I don't use my picture. I've been using the same name, Defango, since the very beginning, right? That's even how I introduced myself to this fool back in the day. So I just don't get it. Like, I don't get what's happening here. It doesn't make any sense. This is like insidious to me in a lot of ways. But then again, maybe I'm just mad I don't have an account anymore.
I got just two more questions for you. It should be short ones. Why do you think this Britney or this Eliza Blue story in general is an important one?
I think it's important because it's insidious what she's doing. Like, it's cool to be a survivor advocate if you don't have to lie about it or whatever. Like, I think that that's cool, but it's bad for the community because, like, she can be used to attack alternative media, right? Like, everybody that had her on her show can now be targeted by the news media, and I've literally seen it happen. It's happened to me, right? It's literally happened to me. So I look at this and how it's happened, and I say that it's a bad situation for kind of everybody involved. And it's what we were trying to say back in 2016, 2017, when we were getting all of these new personalities because of the gate of the pizzas. And then when QAnon reared its ugly head and at the end of 2017, I mean, we created a whole new race of like internet grifters that existed that never existed before. Guys like Dustin Nemos and Praying Medic, and I mean, that Patriot Soapbox or whatever. Like these were whole groups of organized people that were basically pushing disinformation, even though they God honestly thought that it was real, and bless their little hearts or whatever. That's like I can't be mad at them. I'm more enamored at, like the machines that they created, right? Like I care less about, what they were doing and more about how they did it. Like that to me is even more interesting than all of this. And it's like I saw Eliza in the Yang gang, right? And she was tweeting all about Yang, and then all of a sudden she became a survivor advocate, and then sort of a Trump supporter, and then she was hanging out with the QAnon types, right? And then as soon as the QAnon types finally, lost their muster after the January 6th debacle, that I think that you could really see, like, January 6th happens, and then very shortly after that, she was messing with the trafficking people, and most of the QAnons or people that were into QAnon. I know there's Q and there's Anons for all those people that are probably going to post something somewhere about that. Save it. We know.
One other question too. Did that thread that you posted in December, is that archived anywhere?
Yeah, it's archived on Threader or the Thread app.
Okay, I gotta find that.
I can just send you a link to it, dude.
Yeah, that would be great if you could. Because
I saved my stuff.
I might have just like PDF'd it to my desktop, but yeah, that'd be great. Uh, 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 what is your final question? What is your definition of grift? I mean, I see now, GriftCast IRL. You'd be somebody that I would ask this question to. What do you think the definition of grift is? Because there seems to be. It's funny. I can't put it any other way, but I just get a vibe from people. And I'm sure there's certain, um, you know, there's a process that like each one of them that you could probably find a pattern for a process that they undergo. But what's your definition of grift?
My definition of a grifter is somebody that sells influence or information online for the sheer purpose of making money, irregardless to morality or public good. I think that's probably the simplest way of putting it. A grifter is a person that willingly traffics and disinformation to people in order to make a buck, and usually they have some sort of online platform, and their content generally is more associated with enriching themselves than actually enriching the content that they're actually providing. So like back in the day, I did this all for free, right? And then I opened up donations just to have them, but like I never pushed them or anything like that because that's not what it was about. I just always felt, hey, if people cared, it would come. They know what's up. If they don't know what's up, you know what? They probably don't need to be sending me money in the first place. So I've created the GriftCast persona to kind of show people exactly what I believe a grifter truly is. And, you know, that's how I'm like now running my show where I'm doing, you know, 10 minutes of ads, 5 minutes of content, 10 minutes of ads, 5 minutes of content. And I'm being real straight up about it. Like, yo, y'all need to pay me money. You need to hit me in the PayPal. And it's like, I'm trying to really meta troll like the entire like Timcast community because like if Cassandra Fairbanks or Cassandra McDonald, she's called now, and Tim Pool really think that they're creating the counterculture or whatever, I mean, I got another thing coming to them. This whole event has literally shown that they are no better than anyone else out there, and by anyone else, I mean the big media boys and girls, because they have the systems to take care of this. They had the ability to nip it in the butt at the very beginning, and they could have crushed like my little thread no problem and taken over the whole story and had complete control of it from start to finish. And they just let it sit by the wayside because they cared more about two rich guys arguing about their contracts. Okay.
That was actually you hit on an important point there. I've actually been on Tim's show before, and I have to say when I saw it with the Jack Murphy thing, the kind of the silence, and I would see the chat, and I people were that's all people were talking about. Talk about Jack Murphy. Talk about Jack Murphy. Talk about Jack Murphy for weeks. And I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it." And so we did a show on it, and it was it the silence from, like, media personalities that were at, like, a certain level, and when I say certain level, not necessarily follower count, but they have a business model in order, like, they have advertising, they have merch, they have, like there was a certain level where people were just fucking silent. No one said anything. And so I that registered with me, but I thought, "Okay, one time, maybe there's something going on behind the scenes that I don't understand or I don't know about. Maybe there's some, like, self-harm thing. Who knows? Like, maybe there's something going on that I don't know about." But then when this thing hit and you openly see Cassandra talking about, not booking people, because of it, and that's an enormous, actually powerful position is the position that she's in, of booking that show. I myself kind of was like, "Huh, do I wanna talk about this? Ah, fuck it. Let's do it." You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm not going to allow somebody that's in that kind of a position to not allow me to talk about something. It's just not gonna happen. That really kinda bummed me out to see that happen. Not that I was under any, misconception that there was something, going on there um on the surface, I would say that there's certain topics that he just won't go into, and there's certain areas that he just won't kind of delve into, and, you chalk it up to the algorithm or the a fear of kind of getting booted from YouTube, that's fine, but this one is it's pretty clear. I mean, you have somebody that whose story is not adding up, and then you have basically somebody that's openly saying that they're friends of theirs, and they're not going to book people because of that. I just think it's a real problem, and that's kind of where I wanna kind of somehow kind of delve into this story is that there's something wrong with conservative media when we are unwilling to even after the case, even the vetting side of things, it's hard to vet people, when you're doing a show 4 times a week, 5 times a week. Even for me, when I'm doing a show once a week, it's hard. You see, like, 10 other people, big names covering somebody, and you feel like that's been a vetting process in and of itself. But once the information comes out, how do you not kind of, how
Address
do you
it.
not yeah, because you're gonna lose your credibility. And then I we come to a point to where this is against everything that we'd ever, like, been talking about is that we're against the mainstream corporate media because of this very thing. And now this very thing is happening within an independent media, and I think it's a real problem. Um, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Like the whole
Uh,
like Cassandra and Tim kind of issue on this.
I mean, I never had any, what's it called, delusions of grandeur that I would ever be asked to be on the Tim Pool show because of Cassandra Fairbanks. Like, as soon as I found out that she was the booker for their shows, I was just like, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and write off putting myself over there any other time soon because she doesn't like me. I don't know why. Like I tried to help her out back in the day when people were posting her nudie bits and stuff because like she had some haters back in the day too. It's not like she's clean or whatever, but like this holier than thou position that she's taken with uh Tim Pool and like Brittany Venti and all these other people. I mean, it just kind of shows that it's like high school mean. It's like high school girl mean stuff. That's what it is. And I mean, I have to call it as I see it because I mean, I was a cheerleader in high school and I understand exactly how these girls can be or whatever. And honestly, that's just what it is they're infighting. But this isn't stuff that wasn't in the alternative media space. It's just now that Tim Pool is big and now that they're seen as like, oh, they're the big name in the game, like they're trying to do reputation management. And Tim Pool was just talking about this on his show like yesterday. He's like, yeah, man, like it's really weird. I think we got like bots and stuff coming at us. People are spamming us in the chat about Eliza Blue and all. And what he doesn't understand, that's not bots. Those are
Yeah.
people. Those are
Oh, he did
your
that, but that was
people.
he had the same. He was saying the same thing during the Jack Murphy thing, and I'm like, all right, if you fucking think those are bots, you're out of your mind. Those are not bots. Yeah, I was almost one of those guys that jumped on there and say, why the fuck aren't you covering this thing? Because I think it's important to expose these people once they've told you who they are. Otherwise, uh, you just have to do it. I mean, especially if your show is about the truth, right? Especially if your
Mhm.
show is about kind of getting down to the nitty gritty of what's happening. Dude, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. That threader link, if you could send that to me, I would appreciate it. It'd be kind of good to have a time frame of kind of when that thing went down and kind of what happened afterwards. I'd really appreciate that. And this will probably be up a week from this Friday. Takes us a
Perfect.
while to kind of produce these things because it's kind of like a documentary style. But thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No,
Oh,
I
and let me
appreciate
let
you
me
having
stop
me
the
coming on.
let me stop the recording real quick because it takes a second usually to upload. I don't know
Mhm.
if you can see that, but
Oh, yeah,
this
yeah,
is
I
like
see that. Yeah,
99%.
yeah, yeah.
Have you ever been on Riverside before?
I haven't been on Riverside, but I use some my buddy does a podcast, and he's got something that's very similar, except for his doesn't
Okay,
have the video, actually, which is
interesting.
this is
Okay.
cooler.
Yeah, no, it works. It works pretty good. I mean, there's very little time delay, which is kind of good. And ultimately, I think it cuts out the kind of the digitization. Like when you talk to somebody over the internet, sometimes you'll hear it, and then it's like kind of sounds a little rasterized. This kind of ends all that. So it looks like it's uploaded completely. So I appreciate your time, man. I will shoot you an email when it goes live, and if you could shoot me that Threader link, I would
I
really
just put it in
appreciate it.
the private chat for you.
Perfect.
Oh, and then here's just a paste bin of a bunch of stuff I collected or whatever. I mean, it's not complete or whatever, but I update it kind of regularly, but it's a lot of the same stuff that we were looking at originally that's still not gone.
Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, that would be great because I want to kind of expose as much of that as possible. And once again, kind of like, I'm trying to talk to others that were kind of influential. I'm trying to get Brittany to talk to us as well too, to see if I think when guys like you just start digging into this story, I love it, and I think it's fascinating, and I think that they you guys have to be highlighted more. It's
No, I
as simple
appreciate that.
as that. Simple as that. All right, man. We'll talk soon.
All right, have a good one, brother.
Take care.
Appreciate you,
You too,
Patrick.
man.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Wow, that was fun. Yay! We did an interview. Welcome to GriftCast. Yeah! Welcome to GriftCast. Sorry. Well, welcome back. We've been grifting hard. Thank you, Patrick. That was an interview we did with Patrick for his Red Pilled America podcast show that's going to be documentary format or whatever. I figured I would just put it out there for everybody so we could hear it. It's not like I'm big. A lot more people are going to hear it after it goes out big time. But, you know, since we're a grifter and we like to grift off of everything, we figured we would fire up the GriftCast and try to grift some super chats because that's what this show is all about. We are all about 100% always about that money. And in order to do that interview this morning, that mean that I didn't actually get to work today. So I'm really gonna need y'all to start throwing in them super chats. You need to make at least like, like just start letting them, just start throwing them in. Just start throwing them down. I'll wait. I'm ready. I'm ready for the super chats. I'm sorry I wasn't able to pay attention to you. I was pretty busy, but please come on in. We can't call this GriftCast without super chat. So chop chop. Choppy choppy. Chop chop. But you know what? Thank you to Wiley Sal for, being the one pay pig that we got here today that's giving us that money. That money. They're giving us that funny money. Yeah. Wow. Actually, we had a couple of things. So let me put this up. Oh, yeah, we had Wiley Sal coming through with the super chat for $3.39 saying that structures should face the wall next to maps. Yep, that's right. And then actually somebody ordered a beanie off of the merch store. Somebody ordered a fucking beanie off of the merch store. What? And then we got Christina coming in with us on the super chat for $4.99 saying use coffee brand coffees. Ordering code GriftCast. See, there you go. Now we're actually grifting hard. See, that's how I like my grift in the morning. We like our grift being super grifty. We also had some subscriptions over the last couple of hours right here from one of them from Muck Von Lowles. And then we had another subscription from a guy named Patrick Bowser. Patrick Bowser, don't know who you is, but like seriously, shout out to the person that bought a motherfucking beanie. Yeah, we have merch now too, by the way. Although I need to get the name of the store updated because it says my old name, but if you guys want to buy some merch or whatever, we got the store going on. It's all GriftCast 1.0 merchandise. Yeah, I know you guys want to buy some. You should buy some. Definitely buy some because I need money. And this show is all about grifting. So, like, you can check out the GriftCast IRL merchandise. We got hats. We got beanies. We got them fucking GriftCast t-shirts for the ladies. We got crew necks. We even got your damn hoodies. We got the unisex tank top, but for whatever reason, one of the pictures is fucked up, so I'll have to fix that. But you know what? We got them. We even got mouse pads, unisex t-shirts, and some beta mugs that you guys can try out. They're not the greatest mugs. We want some big-ass classy mugs for you, for all y'all coffee drinkers and shit. But you know what? We figured that would be pretty good. Yeah. What's this there? He went so high the mic couldn't pick up. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. So, if you guys want to buy some merch, you can or whatever. But, just know that we're going to have to re-update the merch store on a new link here pretty shortly. We're just waiting for them to finish doing that for us. Or maybe I'm just waiting for myself to finish doing that for myself. I don't know how it works. I'm trying to figure it out. But yeah, it is pretty cool. We actually did get some merch stop. Looks like our boy, one of our boys actually ordered a beanie. And yeah, we got some super chats. We got 2 super chats, which is pretty freaking nice. So now the GriftCast is feeling a little bit extra grifty. That's right. We're getting grifty over here. And that's exactly how we like it when we're out here trying to get money. And as you always know, this show is always been brought to you in part by Coffee Brand Coffee. Your boy, Jeremy, Head King Grifter or whatever. His words, not mine, not my words, his words. So honestly, I'm just really happy with how things are going with our continuous success out here. But if you're considering drinking some coffee sometime, make sure you go check out number one coffee in the world, number one fair trade blend, allegedly, coffee. I don't know if that's true, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Maybe it's false advertising. I don't care. Please buy the coffee. Thank you very much. And as always, we do have our coffee brand coffee coupon code for GriftCast if you want to save just a little bit of money. And we've sold enough coffee, dudes. We've sold enough coffee that now we have our own branded custom coffee brand coffee GriftCast link. That's right. That's right. Reference GriftCast. Save 10% off using the referral link and save 5% off using the referral link and an extra 5% off using coupon code GriftCast for a maximum of 10% off on your coffee endeavors. So yeah, you guys have actually bought enough coffee for us to get a branded link already, and that's like less than a couple of days. So Jeremy, I'm telling you, dude, we love you, bro. We grifted with the best out there. We grifted with the best. This is how the grift works. So make sure, if you're considering buying coffee, tea, or cocoa, buy it from Coffee Brand Coffee. It is the shiznit. Thank you. Thank you. And also use our promo code because we like money. Use my promo code because I need the monies. I need the monies. I need the monies. Right. Okay, cool. So am I actually supposed to do a show now? Are we supposed to actually do something today? I mean, I guess I have to or whatever, but I would much rather just not do a show. But there are actually links. Some people did actually put links into the Discord, so I guess we could look at that. Whatever. Mostly they were in the news links, so we could go look at them. We can go look at the news links and see what we got to deal with over here. Okay, I'm gonna go look at it. Let's go open up them newses. The news, the snooze news. Although it's probably all fucking COVID-19 related or whatever. God damn it. Sons of bitches. What the fuck, dude? This is crazy. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, I want to show you this. You guys are gonna shit your pants. You guys want to shit your pants? So sometimes here on GriftCast IRL, we talk about really, really crazy stuff that you probably didn't know existed. And today is no exception. Now, I'm going to be showing you a very, very interesting image that shows you a very popular video game called Metal Gear Solid with a dude in a box. Now, why am I showing you this image of a dude in a box hiding from guards like that would actually work in real life? Well, I'm going to tell you. Because I guess the capabilities of warfare in the world are a little bit different than you thought that they was. And yeah, you're probably going to get a little bit freaked out.
All right. So good morning, everyone.
You're probably going to get a little freaked out when I show you this or whatever. But you know what? I'm going to show it to you anyway because might as well. This is from Paul Shahar and Helen Toner on the AI capabilities and the nature of warfare. Fun.
Everyone, or in some cases, good afternoon or good evening. I'm Robert Traeger, the Center for Governance and AI in UCLA's Political Science Department. On behalf of the Center, welcome to this panel discussion of how AI capabilities might affect the nature of warfare. We have with us today two speakers with extraordinary expertise on this topic. First is Paul Shahar. Paul is the Vice President and Director of Studies at the Center for New American Security. He is the author of the book Army of None, Autonomous Weapons and the Future of War.
Army of None?
The 2019 Toby Award, and which Bill Gates.
What do you mean bad echo? Why is there echo? Your mom's got an echo, Mike Jarvis.
Named one of his top 5 books.
Is that better?
2018. Paul
is that better, you whiny little bitches?
The U.S. Secretary of Defense.
Huh? Is that better, whiny little bitches?
Unmanned and autonomous systems and emerging weapons technologies. He has served as a U.S. soldier in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he has published widely, and testified.
Sorry, I forgot to turn on
House
the
and Senate Armed Services
turn off
committees,
something.
as well as many other venues on the topics we will address.
Oh, well, you're welcome. Sometimes
Our second speaker
this is a live show.
Helen Toner. Helen is Director of Strategy at Georgetown Center.
I don't know how you guys expect me to do this perfectly when you're not sending me super chats every 5 seconds. I mean, come on. One of these days we're going to get there, but today may or may not be the day. But yes, AI capabilities in warfare. And what can we do other than show you some AI capabilities that are currently being directed to be utilized by the Department of Defense? Because, last week they released a Directive 3000.09 from 2012 on autonomy and weapon systems, and they were talking about what was new and exciting about all of their brand new technology for making things go boom, 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 or being lethal or whatever. But there was essentially one pretty interesting one that somebody posted in our Discord earlier that definitely relates to the popular Metal Gear Solid video game. Defense pose from Wi-Fi. Advances in computer vision and machine learning techniques have led to the significant development of 2D and 3D human pose estimation from RGB cameras, LiDARs, and radar. However, human pose estimation from images is adversely affected by occlusion and lighting, which are common in many scenarios of interest. Radar and LiDAR technologies, on the other hand, need specialized hardware that is expensive and power intensive. Furthermore, placing these sensors in non-public areas raises significant privacy concerns. To address these limitations, recent research has been explored in the use of Wi-Fi antennas, 1D sensors for body segmentation and key point body detection. This paper further expands on the use of Wi-Fi signals in combination with deep learning architectures commonly used in computer vision to estimate dense human pose correspondence. We developed a deep neural network that maps the phase and amplitude of Wi-Fi signals to the UV coordinates within 24 human regions, resulting in study that our model can estimate the dense pose of multiple subjects with comparable performance to image-based approaches by utilizing Wi-Fi signals as the only input. This paves the way for low-cost, broadly accessible, privacy-preserving algorithms for human sensing. Yeah. That's pretty fucking crazy. So what they're actually saying is that they're creating a Soliton radar system. Soliton radar system. Wait, not solution. Damn it. I can never spell that shit right. God damn it. Metal Gear Solid radar. The Soliton radar. Ah, yes. The Soliton radar. Yes, in the popular game Metal Gear Solid, it was invented by Mei Ling in the early 2000s, although the technology existed as early as 1974. Yes, Soliton radar in use. It can see where people are walking, it can see what direction that they're facing, and then it can be utilized for seeing it. Yeah! Yeah! It was in a video game! Video games becoming real life! All right! The Soliton radar employed a KVD equation to detect electromagnetic waves resulting from biological reaction, allowing users to obtain a variety of information about the immediate area, including position of enemies. It could even estimate the interior structure of buildings by bouncing electromagnetic waves from land structures to the question to a satellite. The main difference between the Soliton radar and the reflective radar used by Solid Snake during Operation FO14 was that the Soliton radar could display the direction in which the enemy was facing. Although the radar was completely unaffected by adverse weather, it otherwise had a fragile signal and become jammed easily in areas with strong harmonic resonance or in confined spaces such as vents. It could also track the user's movements and relay this to a command center. Well, now. We finally got there, dudes. We finally got a Soliton radar system. Can you fucking believe it? I'm in shock, actually, because this is something that I've been thinking about in my brain for a long time. And I was like, well, you could technically probably do that with like a Wi-Fi antenna with Wi-Fi waves, right? You just have to program an algorithm to do it. And the thing about Metal Gear Solid that's really insane is that in the beginning, like when you first are introduced to the Soliton radar system in the first Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation, they say Mei Ling had created it and whatever, using it off the shelf parts, blah, 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 blah. But like it actually worked and it's actually like a real thing. And now it's like a real thing. So, I wonder what they're going to be using that shit for. I don't know. Looks like they're going to be detecting motherfuckers or something in some way, shape, or form. Let's just go try to see if we could actually look at the PDF associated with it. Yeah, let's look at the PGF. Let's just take a look at it. Yeah, dead's pose from Wi-Fi. So that means that they can figure out which direction you're facing, where your arms are, where your legs are, everything. And they're just using the Wi-Fi signals that are already out there in the world today that you use. So your phone's got Wi-Fi on it. Your phone doesn't need to be powerful enough to figure out all of this information. Your phone just needs to be able to relay the information to a much more powerful server that's going to take care of the problem. And if you haven't noticed, everybody's moving towards like GPT-4 and AI style interactions with things. And there's a particular reason for it. If you haven't actually messed with those things, they have to be connected to gigantic neural networks or gigantic AI networks in order to function properly, right? So it's not like somebody could just do this from their cell phone, writing the algorithm in their cell phone. Maybe they could. I don't think their cell phone would really have the power to do anything else. But if you had an app that you could install on the phone that was designed to use your Wi-Fi radio to relay those signals back to a server service or a satellite, using a satellite or something, then yeah, you could be walking around with like a fucking radar on your phone, which is crazy. Because that means that here in the very near future, you're not going to have any type of privacy, because right now they can't do certain things because they're not able to install these types of LiDAR sensors and shit. There's basically, people not wanting them, but Wi-Fi is probably the most ubiquitous type of antenna that exists in the world today. So having a Wi-Fi antenna that can also be utilized for object sensing, yeah, that's going to be pretty crazy, considering that all it really needs is the capture data in order to actually make the determination. So that's basically it. I think it's a pretty crazy situation that we're actually living in, that this is actually a thing that they're doing. And, they show us how they've been able to basically do this with the most basic of shit. So as you see right here, you can see that they were basically using a regular 6 dBi RP SMA 2.4 gigahertz copper dipole antenna, the same copper dipole antenna that we put on Green Mountain grills, Wi-Fi grills, and basically any other Wi-Fi antenna. You probably got some of those suckers either slapped onto your router or your router sucks. And yeah, you could see that they had 3 transmitter antennas and 3 receiver antennas. They were able to receive the wavelengths, and from these determinative wavelength signals, they were actually able to create these images that showed that somebody standing in between those things, they were fully able to dictate which direction they were standing, where they were looking at, what they were doing, if they were standing up or sitting down, and it could build a perfect wireframe mesh of what they were doing at the present time. Maybe it's a little more complex than that, but essentially, at the end of the day, that means that in a warfare, all they'd really need is a powerful enough computer with the correct antenna setup, and they could do this anytime that they wanted in the field. They just have to offload a lot of their processing power to somebody. Just ask Atlas. He knows what I'm talking about. Ask Atlas. He knows what I'm talking about. I don't think he's going to come on the show today, though. I mean, he's got the open invite, but All I know is that he ordered a beanie. But he did send me some rather strange and alarming information from Elon Musk.
Yeah, I was watching this channel GRIFTCAST IRL while I was flying back to Austin. I have no idea what those guys are doing.
Yeah. I know, Elon, you have no idea what we're doing, but I told you, you don't know me. You act like you don't know me. Well, guess what? Then I'm going to fuck shit up, motherfucker. We're going to fuck shit up. Yeah. I think it's a pretty strangies. Love the beanies that are available. Very on brand for GriftCast. Yeah, we do have beanies and they're very available. Somebody actually already bought a beanie today. Look at that. I can put that up there. I think right here. Boom. Beanie purchased from Stream Elements. You can't even believe it. You see that right there? Just bought a beanie. Yeah, that's right. Whoever GN is bought a beanie. I don't know who that is, but somebody bought one. Somebody bought one, and we really appreciate the grift because you should buy more stuff from us because we need your money. I need money. Anyways, honestly, looking at this paper is pretty insane because right now it's still pretty low band. You need multiple antennas around the subject in order for it to go. But with the way that the data is looking at, it's going to be pretty shortly or it'll be pretty soon that, it'll be a smaller, more handheld device. And eventually within like a year or so, it'll probably be like just an app for a phone that you can use, which is, I don't know, kind of fucking insane. This shit is insane, dog. This shit is insane. Look at that. Yeah, there's a person standing here and there's a person standing here. That shit is scary, bro. That shit is scary, bro. That shit is scary. That shit is scary, bro. This shit is scary. So yeah, the government, they're doing all kinds of ill shit. Usually, you probably already knew that. You just didn't know that it was that deep already. So in the future, if you thought that you were going to be able to hide from the government in the forest, well, you're dead fucking wrong. They're going to just be able to set up a bunch of Wi-Fi antennas and then they're going to be able to fucking find your ass in 4K, motherfucker. And they'll be able to see exactly which direction you're fucking pointing your gun. So you think you gonna take them out? You think you gonna take them suckers out, you son of a bitch? Nah. Nope. Metal Gear Solid's real. Outer Heaven is real. With the guy Shigeru Miyamoto is a fucking genius. He literally knew that this shit was gonna happen, and he put it in a video game. And seriously, everything that he said has been basically, yeah. But you know what? So far, AI can still be defeated by a cardboard box. So we're not exactly into the future where we're all going to get murdered by robots or whatever. But we're getting fucking close. Okay, we're getting really close. We are getting pretty close. Now, somebody says that the new Hunter Biden revelation is the new low. Somebody sent this to me, so I figured I would come tell you about it. I figured I'd tell you about it. That's right. You're going to wear your tinfoil Alex Jones suit, Wiley Sal? You have one? What does it look like? Does it kind of look like that suit that Eliza Blue was wearing that one time? Just wondering. Not something that I'd seen very many times before. Text from Hunter Biden to a former employee obtained by the Daily Mail show that in 2019, the president's son threatened to withhold back pay from the legal assistance unless she said sex with him on FaceTime. The assistant, who was not named in the report, was employed by Biden's legal firm Owasco for administrative work. Documents from his laptop show that the woman emailed January 2009 asking why she had not received her paycheck from December 2018 and why her health insurance was not active. 2 months later, text showed that Hunter sent her $1,000 via Apple Pay for small stuff. I will bake sick up for back pay. He texted back. You have to make up for back work. He sent 2,000 more. She agreed, and Biden set the terms. The rule was not to talk about anything but sex, and we must be naked, and we have to do whatever the person asks within reason. The texts go on. Biden continues to send her money as the two have sex over the video chat app. God damn, dude. Hunter Biden lives a fucking storied life. How come Hunter Biden's got the greatest life ever for a man? That's what I want to know, because this guy's like literally gets away with everything. Texting girls, being like, all right, I'm going to send you $1,000 and we're going to have phone sex and you're going to like it. And then they fucking do it. What the fuck? If I did that shit, everybody called me a creep. God damn. The fucking discrimination is unbelievable. Anyways, when Hunter Biden's laptop mysteriously came to light, he insisted had sex prior to this March 2019 FaceTime call. Images of the two were found on the computer, but the allegation withholding pay for sex could be a big new problem for the president's son, who's already in trouble. Dude, does Hunter Biden just like get away with everything? Is he going to get arrested for this? This kind of sounds like some weird internet prostitution. I don't know. We should probably pull up Eliza Blue on this one and ask her what she thinks about this situation. Oh no, he paid, so it's definitely all right or whatever. I mean, he trafficked her, but you know, he paid. And you know, like I guess we'll just file this one over under survivor sex or whatever, I guess, you know. I don't know. Last fall, federal investigators reportedly believed there was enough of evidence to charge him with tax crimes and false statement related to gun he had bought. When Republicans took over the House in January, the Oversight Committee announced an inquiry into Biden's finances, including his suspicious activity reports filed by a bank to federal regulators concerning his accounts and such large transactions. About 100 of these reports have been related to the Biden bank account, including wire payments of $44,000 and from a younger Biden and his company and assistant in 2008. Yeah. Survival sex, aka prostitution, aka I was sex trafficked, send me money. Here at GriftCast, we don't make light of sex trafficking at all or whatever, but you know, we're fighting against sex trafficking. And last night when we were doing that stream, we raised $55 for sex trafficking. Can you believe that? Yay! So when we do it again tonight, we're going to raise even more, bitches. Yeah. Well, at least we're going to try to raise even more because we're good people. We do good people shit. We're good people. We are good people. Great people. You can be great people. Excuse me. So I guess that's a pretty interesting story. Hunter fucking Biden. I don't really care about Hunter Biden that much, but it's just always funny to see that they actually had some, you know, particular issues with that particular thing. I mean, I never had that much issue with Hunter Biden, but he's definitely a piece of shit. Yeah, he's definitely a piece of shit, dude. What's this? Gateway Pundit. Let me check this out. Father of Anthony Huber sues Kyle Rittenhouse and police for wrongful death after his son was shot at the Kenosha BLM riots. Are you kidding me? I mean, I guess I could have seen that shit coming. Yeah, we could have seen that shit coming. We could have seen it coming. Oh, look at that. I fixed it. Can you believe it? One of the guys that Kyle Rittenhouse self-defense murdered is now having his parents sue Kyle Rittenhouse. John Huber is suing Kyle Rittenhouse after his son tried to kill Kyle Rittenhouse with a fucking skateboard? That's some fucked up shit, actually. That's some messed up shit. Because, I mean, if you remember, Anthony Huber was shot by Kyle Rittenhouse after he tried to beat Kyle Rittenhouse to death with the skateboard, managed to connect with the skateboard at least a few times. And then, yeah, this is what we would call the fuck around and find out moment of his life. And yeah, it's just kind of crazy. It's just adding insult to injury. Let's just watch the video.
To you. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We do recognize this is an incredibly difficult and emotional time for you. How are you and your family doing this morning?
Good morning. We're doing okay.
Hold up. This dude's got the thickest fucking neck that I've ever seen. Look at the thickness of his neck. His neck is thicker than the top of his head. How is that even fucking possible? Humanity's
You were
weird,
not in
bro.
the courtroom during
Humanity
the trial
is
because the
weird,
videos and
bro.
testimony were so overwhelming. You said you just couldn't be there. You couldn't see all that. But what was your personal reaction when the verdict was
His
read?
fucking neck, dude.
We were shocked. We relived his death all over again.
We relived his death all over again.
Now, you've said that in a statement that there's been no justice or accountability for the death of your son. What message do you think this verdict sends?
That it's okay for 17-year-olds to walk around with AR-15s.
It is okay.
Do you worry about how this is
That is
read
okay.
across the country? I just want to make something
That's legal.
clear, and I understand that this is a very emotional time for you. You know, the jury did side with Rittenhouse in his claim of self-defense, that he felt that his life was threatened and that he did not, in their verdict, he did not believe that, or he was not provoking the incident. That's how the verdict came through. Is that enough for you? Can you accept that?
No. That kid turned and mowed that guy down with his rifle. He mowed him down, and people saw that. And they witnessed that, and they tried to stop him.
Mowed him down.
What about how your son Anthony was portrayed during the trial?
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they do and the levels that they stoop to. They should be ashamed of themselves.
I just want to circle back to the first
Circle
question.
back.
How I know is your response was very brief, but I just want to get a sense of it. Clearly, you're frustrated, you're angry, but how are you and your family doing this morning? How are you absorbing the weight of the verdict from yesterday?
You remember him?
I'm speaking for all of us. I think we're all just in shock. We did not expect this. This was adding insult to injury.
Adding insult to injury.
You say that your fight to hold those responsible for Anthony's death, hold those accountable.
Yeah. Think about that, dude. Do you think that Kyle Rittenhouse is actually going to go down for that and have to pay any money for it? Because that's something that I've been kind of trying to figure out for myself. Because it seems like, it might actually be a thing. And this is brand new yesterday, allegedly. That video is from a while back, right? And that was following the verdict, right? So it's taken quite a bit of time for him to come through. So now he's just suing for wrongful death. And, maybe he's actually going to have some kind of case or whatever on that particular one. I just don't see that being a freaking possibility at this particular point in time. Let's see. COVID, Roni, food processing plants. What is this? Uh-oh. Food processing plants are under attack. Eco Health Alliance whistleblower Dr. Huff says exactly what's going on. What is this from? Absolute Truth?
The fire destroyed 3 million bushels of corn. No one was working at the time, and no one, fortunately,
what the fucking corn do to anybody?
A suspicious trend, however, we saw throughout the year of 2022 from Arizona.
Does that say Lindell TV?
Last April in Oregon, a fire destroyed the headquarters of the largest independent food distributor in the country, called Azure Standard. It was a huge fire, but it was just the beginning. Take a look at all of these headlines. Overall, there were several dozen fires across the country last year where large amounts of food were destroyed while no one was on shift. The exact number is unclear, but it's estimated there were as many as 90 food processing plants or farm fires as of last summer. Dr. Andrew Huff says he has a possible explanation for these suspicious fires. Huff said he had government information simulating what would happen if there was an attack on the food supply.
Oh no, is there a government attack on the food supply? Probably not. Huh, what's this? Biden uses his lawyer to find his classified docs to shield from the FBI. Yeah, but that's from January 15th. Person that posted that old ass article. Cyber intelligence alerts. That looks more like COVID. What's this right here? At least 9 dead as dangerous ice storms lashes the South. What the fuck? Ice storms? At least 9 people have died from a dangerous storm hitting the South with sleet, snow, freezing rain that's left thousands without power and forced cancellation of hundreds of flights. That must be why my parts still haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, threat level. The National Weather Service said that the multi-day storm could finally come to an end on Thursday, with temperatures expected to return to the 40s and 50s across the region. But about 510,000 customers were out of power across Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And yeah, this was the latest test of the Texas power grid and local utilities that we've basically seen. Kind of seems pretty clear to me that, you know, global warming is definitely not happening and global cooling might be happening or whatever. Or does that just mean it's going to be hot as fuck in Texas this year? Is it going to be hot as fuck in Texas this year? I really hope not. That would suck, bro. That would super suck. Okay. Right? Yeah. My nug needs to wee. I hope you're still live in 30 minutes. Yeah, probably not. We might be. I don't know. Do we have enough news to get through another 30 minutes or whatever? Wow. Incredible images from the sun. Wow, look, there's that comment from last night. Wow, that's that comment from last night doing a nice brake maneuver going around the sun. Yeah, you see that shit? That's because it's a slingshotting around the sun. It's gotten caught in the gravity well, but going too fast, so it goes around, and then eventually it starts facing the other direction. Look at that shit. Duh, the sun is fucking cool. Yeah, dude. I mean, that new comment was cool. Green comet. Let's see if there's any more videos of the green comet. Oh, yeah. Green comet. 15 hours ago. 1 day ago. Rare green comet. But there's no actual videos of it. Maybe if I go to upload date. 2 hours ago. Let's check this one out. That's a beautiful view of the comet. Yeah, right, bitch. Now you can't even see that shit. You can't even fucking see that shit. So, like, none of these guys actually have any footage of the comet just yet? Where is it? Al Jazeera, where's the footage of the comet, you sons of bitches? Nobody got it? Fucking... That's the best we got right there? This is the best we got? Are you serious? That's the best you got for me? You sons of a bitches. Sons of a bitches. Santa Maria. What the hell is this? Declaration of North America. DNA. What? Why is there a This is from like weeks ago. That shit is from like weeks ago. Where's this one from? February 2nd. New Jersey Councilwoman Eunice Dumfour. What the fuck? Dumfour shot dad outside of home in despicable criminal act. Surreyville Councilwoman Eunice Dumfour was found dead inside vehicle outside apartment with multiple gunshot wounds. What the fuck, dude? Somebody's killing politicians? 911 call filed outside of Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office. Female identified as New Jersey Globe reporter David Wildstein as Dumfour was found dead in her vehicle with multiple gunshot wounds. Yeah. What? That's suspicious. That's a bit suspicious right there. I don't know why it's that suspicious, but we'll see. Interesting. IARPA Day. Wait, hold on a second. Should go actually look at that. Director of the Office of National Intelligence. Oh, look at that. ARPA Reason Prosper Day. Tiles and Talks. ARPA Reason Prosper Day Contracts and Q&A. ARPA Reason Prosper Day Reason Overview.
Good morning.
Sorry, I got to do some work.
Welcome to the Reason Proposers Day. Can you hear me with this microphone?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Welcome, everyone. I was asked to make one comment on this slide, and that is that lunch will be on your own outside. There are a number of restaurants nearby. Please don't take your lunch back into these rooms. Next slide.
Okay. Next slide.
I'm Steve Reber. I'm the program manager at IARPA, managing
Steve Reber. Reber. I know this guy. This is the guy that I was under.
Some people, as you can see, are here in person.
Wait, this is the guy that I was working under, and he's posting on the director of the Office of National Intelligence. What the fuck, Riggs? What the fuck?
Some people are attending virtually.
The fuck, Riggs?
For the WebEx people, note please that your microphone is muted and the camera has been turned off. I want to say something also about questions. You can submit questions for us, the IARPA Reason team, anytime before noon. And there are a number of ways that you can submit those questions. Comments and questions can be submitted either through that email address or using the WebEx chat feature. Please send them to host. Or alternatively, if you're here in person, you can put your question on one of the index cards and then drop them off. IARPA plans to issue a BAA related to the Reason program. BAA, for those of you who don't know, is a broad agency announcement. So that's a solicitation of the proposals that interested proposers, such as yourselves, will make for working on the Reason research and development. The BAA has not been issued yet, but we plan to do that. This is the purpose of this meeting is to acquaint you with the Reason program and to enable you to ask questions and to meet others with whom you might wish to form teams to make a proposal. IARPA research programs, such as Reason, are large interdisciplinary efforts. So they typically require...
What the fuck is this? Who is this?
What are you watching?
Who the fuck is this? I'm doing work.
Oh.
What do you mean, oh? I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this IARPA Reason Prosper Day. Yeah, I gotta look up. I gotta watch this video. I missed it because I did that Red Pill interview or whatever.
Yeah,
but it's on the page.
I want to get that guy on my show.
Yeah, you should. You should. I mean, I was technically on his show.
I know, but that's what I mean. It's I mean, I've heard your spiel. I already had you on. I want to get him on.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. Anyways, this is what we were looking at, or he was talking about, which is out of the director of the director of the Office of National Intelligence and IARPA. The new program is called Reason, Rapid Explanation, Analysis, and Sourcing Online. And basically, it's the new project. So I did some work on the old project that he ran, Dr. Stephen River, with the Create project. So this is like the next logical stepping stone that the government just paid for them to get. And it's interesting. Reason aims to develop novel technologies that will enable intelligence analysts to substantially improve the evidence and reasoning in draft analytical reports. Intelligence analysts sort through a huge amount of often uncertain and conflicting information as they strive to answer intelligence questions. Reason will assist and enhance analysis work by pointing them to key pieces of evidence beyond what they have already considered, and by helping them determine which alternative explanations have the strongest support. It will do this automatically and demand by providing evidence and reasoning suggestions as the analyst works on the report. The report will exploit recent advances in artificial intelligence not to perform the analysis or to write the report, but to help analysts do even better. As a result, decision makers will receive analytical reports with the highest degree of accuracy, clarity, and timeliness. What does that mean to you? So here it is. This is what we were just like looking into.
Hi, I'm Steve Reaper. I'm a program manager at IARPA, and I manage the Reason program. The goal of Reason is to produce automated suggestions that help intelligence analysts write higher quality analytic reports. That is, reports that are stronger in the evidence that they use and the reasoning that they employ. For a number of years, I facilitated the use of structured analytic techniques with intelligence analysts, but most of these are time-consuming and cumbersome. By contrast, Reason will offer instantaneous, automated pointers to the analysts that they can use as they wish. And of course, one crucial difference between us human beings and software is that the software is endlessly patient. It doesn't mind when its suggestions aren't used. Sometimes it's said that intelligence analysts think for a living, but so do professionals in other disciplines like law, science, and policy. So the technology that Reason develops might have application to these other fields as well to help those professionals do better in their work.
Yes, the new research project to work on. Good old Reason. Good old finding logic and reason, which is funny because, like my analytical techniques definitely do seem to follow along those guidelines in some kind of way, yet people think that I really care about them scooping my information. I live in a world where there's intelligence analysts that work for the government, and somehow I do a better job than they do at half of this shit. And then the government has to get me involved to like test and research their fucking programs because apparently they want AI to start telling us what the AI thinks. And I don't have a problem with it, but yeah, so basically like the last research project was Create, where they were taking people like me and other intelligence analysts and having them utilize the tools that were eventually going to be utilized in this Reason program. So it's the same tools now with all of their AI bullshit associated with it. So like as you're writing shit, it's the AI is going to be looking up shit on Google for you to give you sentiment analysis and other things on like the links, and then it's supposed to give you the broad line point of view where it breaks it down into the goods and the bad, so like you can literally get both sides of the story, which is going to be pretty insane because if this actually gets applied, if this actually works the way that it's intended, once it starts getting applied to the news media, woo, the shit those guys are going to be. They're just going to be.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, the news media is moving to having their stories written by AI.
Exactly. And the intelligence agencies are now going to be using AI to differentiate those other news stories from whether they're AI self-written, and then they're going to be able to tell the sentiment analysis on whether it's a positive or negative, and then it'll be able to correlate them and collate them together in association trees that you could literally be like, click this, click that. Oh, nope, I don't want that one, Mr. AI bot. Get rid of that one. And it's just completely on its own, working on itself. And I don't think anybody realizes
the ultimate endpoint for AI doing all these little helper jobs is AI figuring out that the best way to help is to get rid of the people.
Of course. But the thing is they don't want to get rid of the people. Their whole point is that they want to enhance the people because they have such few people that have the abilities like in my skill set. But the issue that they have with me is that I can't ever work for the government because of my, drug use and just basic criminal history. Like I'll never be a spook no matter how hard I tried, right? Because like you're supposed to become a spook before you do that sort of stuff, and then you do that stuff when you're a spook, and then you're protected, right? That's the way that's the way it seems to work. But in a case for a guy like me, they would love to have somebody like me working for the government, but they can't do it. So they either have to contract it third party, which gives me the ability to actually make ungodly amounts of money, right? Because if I decided I could, because today's the proposer day, right? So today is the day that they're talking about the technologies they want to see and the things they want to do. And today is the day where people or companies are actually proposing that they're going to create the software or they already have the software. And then this is when the government decide, or today's the first day in the, I think, month or two process where they decide who they're going to actually give the grant to in order to actually make this like thing a reality. And generally
we
they
know
try
who they're going to give the grant to.
Who?
Well, it's the trans-owned company with a 100% minority developer staff.
No, I don't think so. Not these guys. They're going to give it to the people that no. And I mean, this is a SAM proposer. This is like a government proposer thing. They're from the director of the Office of National Intelligence. So they're not going to give this to like some fucking rogue ass company. They're going to give it to somebody that actually can take government contracts, right? And they have
there's a official policy of having minority-owned companies that are submitting bids to be placed at the top of the ledger. It's been around that way for years, even during Trump. It's pretty much since the mid-90s. And in fact, there always are not enough companies that qualify as minority businesses. And I had a talked to a guy just recently who was, he worked for the government for many, many years. And then he basically retired and went into the private sector. And his little retirement business was helping companies that are minority owned and operated to get government contracts because it was so goddamn easy to do. In fact, they don't even have to do anything. They have to be the ones whose name, the company name, and the signatures are on the government paperwork. And then they are free to farm out the actual production to other businesses. Most people don't realize this.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping to see, actually, myself. But like getting something together on that level, it's like there's not very many companies that have the ability with the AI capability to actually take this contract. So like it's probably going to be, it'll probably be that company you're talking about. And I mean, this is a pretty...
They did, I think, $4 billion in about 3 years.
There has been new opportunities on this contract. The only thing it doesn't say is how much it's for. But it's got to be fucking fat. This has got to be a fat contract, the fattest contract, one of the fattest ones I've ever seen. So I've just been watching along. I mean, I'm going to definitely try to get into the research phase of it, but I'm following along to see what company actually gets into it and is going to start putting it together.
Yep.
Because I want to follow along what they're actually up to. And Riggs seems to think that Mudge will probably be involved in some kind of way. People keep asking me if I know that guy. And I'm like, I don't think I know that guy.
Involved for a long time.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I know that guy. I was like, I might have met him at DEF CON in passing or something like that, but I didn't know who he was. I was like, but like, I don't know, like, I don't know, dude. I was like, hackers, you really don't know what they look like because like I'm not going online and be like, oh, I wonder what this guy looks like because I don't really fucking care.
It's part of the mystique. What they don't look like.
Yeah, they don't look like me. That's what they don't look like.
No, they do look like you, and they look like me. They don't look like somebody who's a college football player or basketball player.
Yeah, and if they do look like that, you could definitely be assured that there's some kind of fucking agent or
Yeah,
something.
if they look like
that
that, they've already gotten a free ride at Yale and are already recruited.
Yeah, like that's the funny thing is like I remember when I was at fucking DEF CON one time and it was so funny. There was this like white dude who was buff as fuck, looked like he was like on the volleyball team, but way too buff for the volleyball team. And he's like following us around talking about like getting drones into some fucking conflict overseas. And he was like, yeah, dude, we need somebody that could like design and build these drones for the army over there. And I'm like, aren't those people considered to be terrorists by the United States government? You know, I don't think I'm going to help you out there, homeboy. No thanks.
Yeah, there's
declined.
You obviously know who Adam Curry is and No Agenda, but I don't know that other people watching are. No Agenda is one of the longest running podcasts.
Fuck about that guy. Who gives a shit about Adam Curry but you? Who gives a shit about
getting into
Adam
a story, goddammit. Anyway,
right,
so the No Agenda is a podcast that's a little bit conspiracy-ish, but also it's basically news deconstruction, right? So they do the same thing that we were doing last night and the day before, but they do it with a little less humor and a little more seriousness. But they've been around for like 14 years now. Anyway, so one of the things
did you just say that with a straight face when I pulled up their fucking website and then you say they do it with no humor, but you haven't seen these thumbnails? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I have seen the thumbnails. I said less humor. I said less humor, not no humor. There are also cartoons. Yeah, the animated No Agenda is there's somebody that takes their shows and then makes cartoons out of them. But anyway, so there are meetup groups that are all over the country, all over the world, actually, that are set up for fans of the show to get together in person. And I've gone to the one here in Austin a few times, and I know a few of the folks there pretty well, and some people are, you're always new. And the last few times I've gone, there's always like these three guys that show up kind of together, and they look different from every other person who's at that event. They're way in too good a shape.
Feds?
What do you think? They're in way too, like they don't really know what the show topics have been. And of course they're like, oh yeah, big fans. We love this show. Adam's got his shit together, and it's like, you stand out like a sore thumb. What the fuck are you doing here? And that happens at not just that podcast, obviously, a bunch of places, but usually the Spot the Fed game is a little harder to play. This particular one was super easy to play.
Yeah, it's usually not that hard to play that game. You're just looking for
it depends where, but yeah.
Shape. You're just looking for somebody in shape wearing brand new clothes.
Right, but you do a Spot the Fed at a military event, it's a lot harder.
I mean, if you want to lose another $1, you just let me know.
Lose another $1? What do you mean?
I mean, you told me that I could get the Eliza Blue thing done, and
yeah. So what's okay? All right. What's your proposal? Maybe I do.
Yeah. You want to lose another $1? Well, you're gonna have to find you're gonna have to find some kind of military event that's also got feds in it, and you have to throw me up in there. I'll spot all of them.
All right.
That's easy.
I'm gonna have
to
throw you in there. You're gonna have to sneak in there, my friend.
It's gonna be easy.
ZZ Top vibes are strong, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very strong. Except for, I don't think you play any instruments. No,
I do.
The guitar, drums,
keyboard, drums.
Oh, you do. You definitely look like you play a keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely look like you got them fingers, the keyboard fingers.
The keyboard fingers.
Keyboards and keyboards.
Like I tried guitar, man. I just did not like contorting my left hand.
Yeah, some people's left hands don't contort very well for guitar. Mine are too small. My left hand is too small to effectively play a big guitar, and also too small to effectively, or not too small to effectively play a ukulele. It's just that, can't get the stretch. Although I can do that thing where if you put your hand down on the table and then you start tapping your fingers twice, can you tap your this one right here? Can you tap that one?
Well, show us what you mean. I'm not sure
I
what you mean.
can't show you. I don't. It's really hard to show you.
Put one hand in front of the other, and then yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So like some people will do this, but it's like, can you move this finger? Without moving any of the other fingers.
Sure.
Some people can't do that, dog. Some people can't
Drummer,
do that.
Dude, I can move any finger independently of any other finger.
That just seems weird. But lifting it up.
Can you curl your tongue?
No, I can't do that. No.
No.
You can't. It doesn't curl. It's too fat. It's fat like my dick.
It's too fat, please. Can you curl your dick?
Oh, of course. That's easy.
You
need two. What do you need? 2 or 3 spirals.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Oh, see, I already knew exactly where you were going with that one. Like I know exactly what you're doing.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
You didn't miss much. I was just talking to that guy from Red Pill America. He wanted to know about
I heard
the
that,
Eliza Blue
and then I had to take off for a little bit. Yeah, so that guy sounded interesting. I definitely want to chat with him. What's his name?
Yeah, he definitely seemed cool. His name's Patrick.
Patrick. Okay.
Yeah, so they're doing a documentary for their podcast on Red Pill America. That's like, I think it's on iHeartRadio.
Okay, so it's they do audio only, no video.
That seems big. I don't know. I was on video.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that they're probably going to have it, which means that this is going to be.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, Zencaster does video as well, but I usually turn video off because it just adds more bandwidth, and I'd rather have good audio than worry about somebody's crappy connection at home.
Oh yeah, I feel you. Like his camera was like getting a little like weird. His camera got a little weird at times, but mine was like solid the entire time. And then I think he was like his mic was like messed up. Yeah, his mic was messed up like a little bit, but he got it fixed like in the middle of it.
Okay.
He was using a different like program that you use. He asked me which one you were. I used.
He uses Riverside. I use Zencaster.
How did you know it's Riverside? How did you know that?
Yeah, because I know these things. I'm not, dude.
How did you know
my ex-business partner invented podcasting, dude?
Your ex-business partner invented podcasting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Riverside. So that's how he was using that. That's what he was using right there. Which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, it's fine. They're all
somewhere. So like it looked like that right there. I had my camera up and it was like kind of smushed in or whatever. So I don't know if they put him out in video format or not, but I know he said it was gonna, be on the podcast in like a week or whatever.
Cool.
So I think they're gonna break it up and like, do like a little story segment, because I've listened to their podcast before and it's like it's very different than every other podcast that I've listened to. Like I actually enjoy that shit as what they do, as opposed to some other people's podcasts where it's just like they play some music at the beginning and then it's them talking for like 3 hours and then it's music at the end, like it's a fucking live stream or something. Like their stuff is like crazy because like they have the talking and then they like go into a story segment with like music. I feel like I'm watching PBS, but like
so they're using an NPR style podcast.
It's like an NPR style podcast, and so it's like a show, it's like a real show as opposed to it being
produced.
Yeah, it's professionally produced. I was like, cool, I'm going to be on something for Red Pill America. That's what it's called, Red Pill America.
Yeah.
iHeartRadio.
Whereas I do more of the Joe Rogan style podcast.
Which I'm fine with that too. I'm fine with that, but I mean, I haven't been on very many podcasts. I'm not big in the podcast game. Everybody does that, or people that have been watching me forever know that I don't know shit about podcasts. Be like, podcasts? Why don't they just fucking put that shit on YouTube and then just make a little copy of it and just fucking put it on their podcast? I was like, that was podcasting to me. But the thing is I never even knew how to get into podcasting. And I mean, I should ask you so that we can just turn GriftCast into a podcast. But then we would be the podcast with literally too many podcasts. We would have podcasts like every day.
Well, one of the guys that I do my
like
podcast with,
2-3 times a day.
yeah, right,
That's
exactly.
too much. That's too much.
It is a bit much. Well, I mean, once the money
I
starts rolling in, which by the
fuck.
way, I don't
Money.
see
Speaking about money, yeah, where's the super chats at? This is called GriftCast
Exactly.
IRL, folks. Like, we have some people that have thrown some money at us, but I don't know what the hell you thinking, or what I don't know what they thinking over here.
Manny
dog.
needs to pay rent. I need to buy some more Adidas tracksuits. I mean, come on, guys. Where's that money
seriously,
supposed to be coming from?
that's the third Adidas jacket that I've seen. Wait, hold on. Can we just remember? He was wearing white and black stripes one day, and then he had white with like I think white stripes, and now he's got red and black. How many fucking tracksuits do you own?
I got a few tracksuits.
Like, do you go into your closet and it just looks like it's just like a whole row, like
pretty
biggest
much,
fucking tracksuits? Do you also wear Adidas shoes?
Do I wear Adidas? No, I don't.
What do you wear for shoes?
I wear Adidas flip flops.
They're still Adidas though. I work for Adidas. I have a contract with Adidas. Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Still current for their stores. What's it called? I do IT for their stores.
Nice.
So I go like to all the different locations, and it's funny because I actually have I wear Adidas shoes. Well, not when it's snowing outside. I just wear my boots. And I'm like, y'all got snow boots? And they're like, yeah, we actually do have snow boots now. And I'm like, fuck, I have to buy some because I'm not allowed to go in there wearing non-Adidas shoes or whatever.
Oh, too funny. That's awesome.
But it's just funny because that contract also covers Nike.
Yeah.
So it's like I go to the Nike store and then I go to the Adidas store.
So it's like
so I have to
IT
change
shoes.
I have to change my shoes.
Yeah.
I have
had
to wear
something like that.
Nikes at Nike, and I have to wear Adidas at Adidas.
Obviously.
And then when I go to Converse, guess what? I got to go there too. I have to fucking put on a pair of Converse. I am not.
I would refuse to do that. No way.
It's part of the contract.
So I had a funny thing like that happen years ago. I was on a project.
They paid for the shoes.
Well, that's good. Working at Pepsi, and I walk into the Pepsi offices, and I'm just finishing up a bottle of Coke. And boy, the looks that I got.
They're like, the fucking stones on this guy.
Yeah, no, and they're like, yeah, we got the trash right here. We'll take care of that. And then, don't forget, we've got the free beverages on the second floor. Yeah, they made sure that, I mean, they were polite about it, but they made sure that I understood that don't fucking walk into the Pepsi offices with a bottle of Coke.
I would totally do that. It's like walking into Taco Bell with some fucking Del Taco and just being like,
well, it's not quite like that, but yeah.
Sort of like that, but whatever.
Well, yeah.
It'd be like walking into the McDonald's headquarters with the Burger King bag and you're a janitor.
It would be just like that, yes.
Is that a better example for you? I wanted to build it up together I wanted to build it up for you. Okay. I don't know. I'm pumped though. I went on Red Pill America. I had a burrito this morning. I drank a Nas. Went on Red Pill America. That was like good day or whatever. See, at least, he said something that would make me here. I guess I'm already red pilled. I mean, I'm supposed to be an alt-right troll or whatever, apparently. And I was like, you did research me before you put me on this, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, I know exactly who you are. Okay, cool. Cool.
Did he?
I'm like, as long as you know. Yeah, he seemed to understand exactly who I was.
Right. Well,
and I think that's part of the reason that he wanted to talk to me, because like I mentioned it in the thing, and I was like, with the Q stuff, it's like this is a very similar thing, like I'm using I'm using almost identical operation, except for this is actually real information. I was like, but look at the delivery. I was like, essentially leaving it open ended the way that it was, so that everybody else could discover things. I mean, I was like, you could delude yourself into thinking I didn't see that shit, but at the end of the day, who really gives a shit? Everyone just poured their Coke in a Pepsi bottle.
Yeah. No, it's Christina said that, and also likes the tracksuits. That's cool.
Yeah, she likes the tracksuits. Christina's nice.
Yeah, tracksuits are awesome.
Yeah, I just have the top part of a tracksuit. I just have the red jacket.
Yeah.
And I bought it because I went to like Goodwill and I saw it. And it was I was in where was I? I was in San Francisco at Goodwill on Haight Ashbury. So like, set yourself where I'm at. And it was getting kind of cold. I didn't have a jacket. So I just walked into Goodwill and I was walking around and I saw that a red Adidas tracksuit jacket with the white stripes. And I was like, oh, like that one movie. And I bought it. And then when my friends are like,
nice.
Why did you buy that? And I was like, because, the movie Constantine where the dude finds the spear of destiny. He's wearing this red track jacket. He's wearing a red jacket like this. And I was like, and I fucking found the spear of destiny, bro. This shit's funny. And then I did have corn vibes because when I was a kid, that's how I wanted to dress. Like I was going to be exactly like Jonathan Davis and I was going to wear pony shoes and, like tracksuits for the rest of my life. But then I actually got a tracksuit and I was like, it was not comfortable for me actually. Because it was too hot where I live, basically. Like, you live in Arizona, hard to wear a tracksuit. Nowadays, tracksuits nice.
There's different types of tracksuits, dude. I guess they're called running suits or whatever, but there are cool weather ones. They're more made out of that like super flimsy material that isn't woven. It's just like super thin, and it's just meant to kind of keep the wind off you, so your legs don't cool off when you stop. But it doesn't really get you warm. It's a thing.
Well, I'll have to check out one of these things.
Well,
we got to get some grifting done.
Yeah, we got to do the grift, man. Do the grift.
Well, time to get our grift on. As always, GriftCast is sponsored in part by Coffee Brand Coffee where you can buy the best coffees, teas, cocos, and everything out there. And as always, since you guys are such great supporters, Jeremy from the Quarterings Coffee Company has already given us our own custom referral link URL. Can you believe it? Right there.
Yeah.
Now you can just go to Coffee Brand Coffee /GriftCast or referred by GriftCast. And you can hit us right there. And then make sure you use that coupon code GriftCast to save an extra 5% off for a total of 10%. Wow!
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. Actually, I like making money. We like money. We also like selling coffee. So if you guys want to buy some coffee or whatever, we'll definitely give you some. And then we have actually had some of them super chatters today. We switched over to using Stream Elements, but there's things I dislike about it. I told you. First things first is that now I have to open up a different browser to have both of the alert windows up on Streamlabs, and it's all into one, right? I can have it all in one. And then I only have one thing. With this, I have to log into each account individually. And sure, it looks great, like cooler, but it took me a long time. These are all the elements that I had purchased, though. So, for the subscribers and stuff, and for whatever reason, I can't hear the alert. Oh, it's because I have that fucked up. That's why. I don't know why I'm making that noise. Monitor only. There we go. So that's the subscription alert. This is what it looks like when somebody buys some merch. This is from when I think you bought a beanie.
I did get a beanie. Damn straight. Look at that. Ooh.
Yeah, that's the same one that we have from the Streamlabs. Or I just copied all that shit.
Okay.
Over. These are all the same alerts that we had before. It's just now for Stream Elements.
Oh, we weren't getting the audio before. We got audio now. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's because I didn't have the audio turned on. So I wanted it turned off because it gets really fucking loud sometimes when you're talking or whatever. And we have the super chats too, which they look pretty good.
Hey, I want to ask the viewers here, the audience, a question. We want to show some more products. So the question to you guys is, what types of products would you like to see us shilling?
Ooh, what kind of products do they want to see?
Because we can shill a whole bunch of different things. There's no point in doing something that you have no interest in. I mean, obviously everybody needs a nice blaze orange poncho, but that's the color of the General Lee. But, there are other things not everybody needs, and I certainly would prefer to shill products that people actually would find useful.
Yeah, I think that would
like
be
my
actually
podcast.
better. Your podcast? Wait, do I have to
My
pull up the
podcast.
link?
One of my many podcasts. Take your pick.
Jesus fucking
Are you
Christ.
going to need me to type in the goddamn links for you again?
No, I'll just go in my
history
if it hasn't cleared itself already.
It probably has.
It does that. No, I think I might be able to file it.
Well.
Yeah, your tinfoil poncho podcast.
It is tinfoil.
Oh, wait, honestly, I have to show you our link tree too. I forgot. I did a lot.
Yeah. You did.
I got to do a lot of upgrades. Oh, and we got to shill the merch. Jesus Christ. I thought I was going to be able to find your fucking podcast, but never mind.
Really? You don't have it. Okay.
Sir, I just got to type in Sir Gene. Oh, there it is. And then the other one was Too Good. Wait.
Well, just pick one. You don't need to do them all.
No, I'm going to pull up the fucking links all up because you're going to make me rotate through them. What was the other one?
Just a Good Old Boys, Sir Gene Speaks, and Unrelenting.
Oh, yeah, there
Unrelenting.show.
That was the one that I forgot about. Because I know there's the other one. All right, well, we're going to go with the Two Good Old Boys. We're going to go with the Two Good Old Boys podcast. If you want to make sure you talk to your boy, Mr. Sir Gene, and he's talking about all that Southern shit, when the South will rise again and all kinds of stuff like that. You like big, massive beards and metrosexual Southern dudes, you're going to fucking love this show.
Metrosexual Southern dudes.
Fucking love this show.
The fuck?
What do you mean?
There's anything wrong with that.
Look, there's nothing wrong with that or whatever. Holy shit, we just got a $20 super chat from Russell Dufresne. That's what I like. That's what I like. I like seeing money coming through. 20 motherfucking dollars from Russell. Yeah. I'm gonna replay that shit. I'm gonna replay $20 for Russell Dufresne.
That's definitely the day leader today, right? The leader.
Oh yeah. Dude, he says I finally got my cocoa ordered for Jeremy, bought a poncho, and I'll probably buy a shirt. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Hold up.
We love around
here. What
here.
about the beanie? Are you not gonna get a beanie?
You're not gonna get a beanie? You can't. You gotta get the GriftCast beanie. That is like the thing. Like, Tim Pool doesn't even sell beanies, okay?
No.
Tim Pool
somebody should sell beanies.
Somebody should sell it.
Dude, we should put a Poolcast IRL beanie up.
Poolcast IRL, we should.
If he doesn't sell them, somebody should.
Somebody should. But we do.
It's all about the grift, man.
I'm gonna replay that again. This is all about the grift, and I'm telling you, Rusty Dufresne coming in with the $20. He's top griftee today, dude. Hands down. Hands down. Buying coffee, paying us money.
Oh, somebody's asking for the poncho link.
Yeah,
somebody's asking for the poncho link.
The only thing that we literally don't have at this point is what? He doesn't have a membership. That's the only thing that we got left to get out of freaking Russell is that membership.
Oh, he'll get there. He'll get there.
I think we're gonna get there.
I think Russell's digging what we're
I don't know.
Down.
He's like he's just like, dude, I'm in here. I'm putting down the money. Might get a beanie. That's it. That's the only other thing he needs. Wait, was it Amazon?
Yeah,
You're lucky. I have it right here.
It's right here.
Let's pull it up. Dude, did you just hear that?
What?
I got it. No, get that garbage out here. Oh, I thought somebody joined, but that was just you put your thing. Okay, yeah, there's the link. I just posted the link in the chat for you. And you can also buy your tinfoil beanie. The beanie that Sir Gene was actually wearing all night last night, somehow, some way. I don't know. I think he turned his fucking heater off or something like that, because I would have been.
Dude, it was a wee bit warm. Yeah.
I would have been wet. Just wet. That would be wet. And you can also buy a Yukon Supply Co. emergency solar thermal poncho. which is important to have
3-pack.
if you get stuck. And you get a 3-pack for $11.69. That's a slamming good deal. You could buy a shitload of those, put one in your truck, put one in your house, give one to your grandma for Valentine's Day. I mean, the possibilities are endless.
It might
You can
even
buy one
block
for everybody
the
in your family. White
might
elephant.
even block the government rays flying in through the sky, and so they don't hit your brain. You know, it might do that.
Yeah, or it might even help you, what's it called, block your body out from the Wi-Fi detection systems that are out there now. That can
Actually, it would
track
totally
you
do
like
that.
Metal Gear Solid.
That is absolutely, it would totally do that. I don't
would,
know if to think about it. Yeah, I mean, your legs would still be, your legs would
your
still
legs
be
and
visible,
arms would show up. They would just be like legs and arms that were disembodied.
Well, it covers most of your arms, but yeah, no, from the back you couldn't tell what the hell you are, for sure.
Yeah, if you were like if you were sitting cross-legged on the ground, you would just look
like
a
this,
rock.
like that. This one over here.
So you could hide from the government utilizing our security survival poncho. You could survive.
Did you see that video? I commented about the video. It was some Canadian guys that do like techie videos. They actually made one of those Wi-Fi detector thingies. They built it, and then the whole video is about how they built it and showing off what it does. It's pretty cool. It doesn't require a whole lot of computing power, but the biggest thing is you can't just kind of pull your phone out and get it. Like, you have to set up antennas very accurately. You have to do a bunch of measurements. So could it be done in a stationary location? Like, let's say the lobby of a hotel room? Absolutely.
Definitely. So you could have somebody in the lobby. Dude, we just got a new subscriber. We got to shout that shit.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
We got to shout that. And somebody who just bought a freaking crew neck sweatshirt. CV.
Nice,
Look at that. We're making money, dude. We're grifting fucking hard today. This is good. The merch was a good idea. Glad that I set that up. Glad that I spent all that time setting that up.
Glad I told you to do it.
Fingers with a bone. Yeah, but it's just gonna suck when I have to give out the new URL.
The important part is the guy who told you to do it. That's the important bit.
Is that the important part? For whatever reason, it's not showing that guy that just subscribed. What was his name?
Oh, I don't know. You said it. I wasn't paying attention.
I did. I looked at it, but I'm not seeing it on the list.
All right, who subscribed? Say I subscribed, because I don't see it.
It's Sean Corbett or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Last subscriber, Ronnie Corbett. That's what his last name.
Nice.
Ronnie
I gotta
Corbett.
remember to post on NA Social, so we get some more folks coming from there as well.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, I ain't working till like 5 tonight, so that's fine. But we are doing pretty good on the chats, on our little GRIFTCAST that we ran last night for charity or whatever. $55 is what we ended up putting together over that.
That's not bad for considering the size, because you
I was
remember what's her name?
Donate on the website, right? She did 321.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, cool.
All said and done, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, and then we got two different people donated through PayPal yesterday as well. One person came in with like a hundo, and then another person came in with I think it was 1095 or 1097 or something like that.
Somebody came in with a hundo. You better call that person out. Jesus, that's awesome.
Well, that's the thing. When they come in through the PayPal, usually it says their name. It doesn't have like a username. So I don't want to
okay. So remember, you got to remember to say this. If you donate through the PayPal, make sure you put into the notes field who you want called out. If it's blank, we're going to assume you want to be anonymous. Okay? So if you want to have a call out, which I would assume somebody for $100 would, make sure that you actually put something in the notes field. So you want to redonate that $100 again, and this time around, make sure you fill out that notes field and put in who you want to get called out. See, that's how you fix that.
Yeah. If not, we're definitely probably going to have a problem figuring out who to call out. Yeah. I'm looking at my email.
I mean, we're going to call out anonymous for the time being. So.
Yeah, but thank you to both of those anonymous individuals. And then also, we know that Christina in the chat also donated through Cash App a few days ago as well. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much for supporting our grift into
Yeah.
our because we're trying to get into being the best grifters on the internet, and we
Hey,
already
we want to
have
win
the
that
best
Grifter of the Year
technology.
award.
Yeah, we're gonna win that fucking award. There ain't no
Mhm,
doubt about it.
mhm.
We're gonna grift that award. We're going to win. It's gonna be at least we're gonna get runner up, for like person that
Mhm.
tried the hardest. At least. But yeah, I looked at it through. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure out where to send me these messages. I gotta figure that out. I think it was the link tree, actually. The link tree thing seems to be actually pretty good. I was using that shit in the past.
I've never used it. Is it worth checking into?
Yeah, I think it is actually. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just good for getting all your links out and having
Hmm.
people be able to check it out. Like I can show you what ours looks like right now.
Yeah, well, show
Just
everybody that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll show everybody right now, but you can
Mhm.
see here that's actually what it looks like right there.
Nice.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Although I need to make this bigger. There you go. So yeah, it's got links to our Cash App. You can go to PayPal. You can donate
Yeah.
directly through this thing from the
Yep,
PayPal,
yep.
or if you go to Cash
Nice.
App, it'll just pop out to the Cash,
Mhm.
app tag thing for you. You also got our link for Coffee Brand Coffee that links you straight to it with our GriftCast
Mhm.
URL. Very nice. And you got links to YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, DLive,
Are we on
Twitter.
Rumble?
Yeah, we are. We're on Rumble.
Oh, sweet.
We
I
are
didn't
on
even know
Rumble.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're on GriftCast IRL. We have 79 followers. That's right.
Awesome.
Actually, we're streaming live on Rumble right now, and
Well, that's why I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah, we got 5 people watching on Rumble right now. 5.
Cute.
The only problem is that their chats don't really come through.
Oh, they're not linked. Huh?
Yeah, they're not linked yet because what's it called? Restream hasn't fixed that up. And then we have TikTok as well and Instagram. There's a link to the Discord server, and you can even send us an email directly from it. So that's why I just link it to everybody, because it's basically got all the stuff that you need. And I mean, it's pretty dope. You can even click on it, and it shows you when we're live. So like,
It's pretty dope.
You can even click on it.
Yeah,
you can go
it's
see
very
that.
live.
Very, very live, like within seconds of it. We stream with 0 delay.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
And that's like the way I like to do it. But when I do like those music streams, I don't save those ones. I have the DVR turned off for that. So it just disappears. And that way we don't have to worry about copyright strikes.
Sure.
Because they already
makes sense.
if you do it low latency or normal, they're scanning the content. If you do it ultra low latency, they don't have time to. So yeah, we're grifting on all platforms, and we're grifting hard, and we're grifting well. So make sure you come check out our link tree and GriftCast CV posted in the chat. I'll go post it out there too. And also, we do get analytics on that, so we can see exactly when and where and who and what you're posting on or you're clicking on. So keep that in mind, because I'm watching you. Sorry.
That was loud.
Just a little bit. Was it? My bad. Look at
A
what
little
you
bit
got
in my ear. Yeah.
Is it in your? My bad.
A little bit.
Not really. I don't really care, actually. I mean, dude, what is this? You got a fucking window with nothing up on it. Here you go.
No. Yeah.
I actually want to look at we can look at the Linktree analytics. Should we show them that? Well, I mean, it might as well. It's not like fucking matters. Does it?
What, the link tree? What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's analytics associated with it.
Oh, no, that's boring for people, especially when it's not hasn't been around long enough.
Well, the whole point is to show what it looks like now, and then in like a week or two, we'll go back
all right.
to it
Well,
and look at it.
Go for it. Let's do it.
Because it's weird, you can kind of go through, and if we're gonna be top grifters, we want to show people how the grift works. See, like we've already had 43 people view it, 23 people have clicked on links.
Nice.
53% click-through rate, which is pretty fucking awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
We got 10 seconds average time to click, and we've already generated $116 in revenue.
Grifting. That's right. Grifting.
So since we started it just on the 30th, in this couple of days, we've basically, seen it. So that's why we're utilizing
more data than I would have imagined that they would even show us.
Yeah, and this is just for having it. You can see which links are at the top performing. you know, everything.
That's very cool,
You can
man.
even see if you've gotten subscribers, but we don't have the subscriber thing set up through that just
Plugged
yet. But
in,
then we
yeah.
can see.
That's
Yeah,
right.
but the next thing is getting stream elements on there so people can buy the merch through that too. And
That's
then,
right.
you know, we'll be able to
Yeah,
add
yeah.
that to the commerce. And then it does even give us information on where people are watching the United States, some places in the UK, and then is that India?
Yeah, that's India. The green thing, yeah.
Yeah. And then it tells us what the top refers are as well from people
Mm.
clicking the link. So, you know, I thought that was pretty good. We can really see where people are looking, you know. I like showing people this sort of stuff because, you know, it gives them a better
I
idea
kind
of
of
how.
I like the idea of doing the nightly donation streams. That's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, we're gonna keep doing that as she
Yeah.
keeps on hemorrhaging followers. Actually,
Yeah, but even after, I mean, like when that whole story blows away, when there's nothing else going on, instead of just
yeah, I'm
shutting
just gonna
down to
just
nothing, why not? Why don't we could be grifters and we can get a humanitarian award out of it as well. So we can grift for a humanitarian award.
look at that. We as we're sitting here grifting, bro, we
Oh,
get
look
another
at that.
super chat. Another super chat. Dan Halen coming in with the 605 in the super chat
Very
saying
good.
MSM is finally covering the Eliza grip. The Hill premiering a video about her in about a half an hour. Oh my god,
Wow.
dude.
Well, although
Please
the
get
Hill
us the
isn't
link for that
exactly
shit.
MSM, but yeah.
Yeah, I would still say get us a link for that shit. Give me a link.
Yeah, for sure.
Get us a link.
Yeah,
because I want to be
we'll
lazy.
watch it if it's
watch it
if we're still on.
You
know,
I'm gonna replay that super chat too. Gotta replay that shit because we love our super chats. 605 and then the graphics, dude. That's just the other way of fucking with the other people.
Interesting. So it
your
converts.
super chat graphics are gay.
So that was That was
gay.
£5, and it converted it to $6.05 automatically. Look at that.
Yes. Yeah, it did.
It's awesome.
So you know, it's awesome. Stream Elements has a little bit better features for the alerts, I guess. And then their alerts, it lets you stack them together. But the thing is I could not figure out how to. It would only let me choose individual pieces of something for the alert.
Really?
It would not let me stack them together. It would only let me choose one of them. So I have to like figure out how they do their CSS or whatever for that shit. So, because like right now I can only get like one of the images that I want. If I set it up myself, I had to use like an import link to get it to work. And then the problem is that you have to have a Stream Elements account for YouTube, a Stream Elements account for Twitch, and a Stream Elements account for whatever other channel that you're going to be streaming on. That's why I think still we're maybe sticking to Streamlabs for a little bit while longer because it's all in one, and then I can just send you like access to the account so that you can have the little like desktop thing. Although for me, you know, I just keep it on the window or whatever. I can show you my desk, whatever. You know, here's my desk.
Wow, that's a lot of data all in one monitor.
So like, you know, here's the stream thing. And then I got Discord over here that I'm constantly paying attention to. And, you know, I keep the Stream Elements up, but usually I have this right here. And oh, wow, there was somebody actually on the Rumble saying what's up. So like I usually keep the Rumble
up. There you go. That's good to and then,
you know, I have the
YouTube in the know.
Yeah, I have the YouTube thing so I can just pop up here and ban people because I can ban them through here too. But sometimes it gives me a little red pop-up that says I have to reload. And I'd rather just ban them. If I ban them up here faster than I get down here, then usually I can make their messages not even pop up if I'm like paying attention or whatever. So it works pretty good.
You're showing all the how the sausage is made here.
This isn't how the sausage is made. This is just how somebody else who think. And this is just one 4K monitor with all the screens broken up. And we have the other monitor too. And that's where I actually have like that's why I look this way because the screen is for the articles is over here. And then usually when I'm looking this way, I got this part of the 4K screen for, you know, looking at the chat. And then when I'm looking up that way, it's because I'm checking on Rumble. Or, you know, check it on the Discord. You know, so it's like, you know, I want people to know that, you know, we have some amazing setups here. We're even still using OBS, but we're using OBS via virtual camera. So that's why it shows up as like another camera in here. So like there's things about like this setup that we would like to change or whatever.
So
but as
Dan's
far as
asking, how can he send a link? What's the easiest
you
way
can
to send
post
a
it
link?
in Discord. You can post it in Discord.
So if you join Discord,
Which
you
you
can see
just
the link
did.
to that. Yep. Then you can post it.
You just post it. There you go. Oh yeah, look at that. He's not lying, bro. Dude, no cap, bro. No cap, dude. Fucking Dan Halen ain't fucking around, dog. Look at that shit. He was right there. I love people like Dan.
Well,
They're
what
quick
did he
as fuck.
post? Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Who is Eliza
Premieres
Blue?
81 minutes. Yeah.
Ooh, that's the hill.
Yeah.
That's fucking that's more subscribers than Jeremy from the corner in, dog.
It is, but I mean, a little bit more, I guess. I think Jeremy's
53
right around the same. Let's see if they mention some Fandango guy or anything. I can't hear what you're saying.
I just said, yee, my thread made it to the hill.
Oh. Yeah, it may be Jeremy's thread made it to the hill.
Yeah, maybe probably did, actually. Not my thread, but whatever.
Just saying. It's
everyone else can try to take credit for this, but everybody knows who it fucking was.
Well, some people know for sure. I don't know if the hill knows.
Who it was. The hill definitely knows.
You think? Yeah. They're gonna have you on there?
Eliza blew it.
She blew it. She probably did.
Yeah, if it wasn't for me and my personal experience with her putting out a thread, nobody would have fucking cared because everybody else just had, oh, well, I read this on the internet. I have, no, I met this girl. I seen it. I seen it in 4K with my eyes when 4K didn't exist, but my eyes have 4K resolution because I am a robot.
Let's hope they're better than that.
No, they're like 16K, 16 million K or whatever.
It's usually most eyeballs are between 12 and 16K.
Yeah, 16K, but like I have like eagle eyes, so I can zoom in. Most people can't do that.
I see. Okay.
Can you zoom in your eyes?
No wonder you like robots. No, my eyes are just fixed. They don't even turn.
Yeah, like my eyes are pretty, most people's eyes are pretty fixed, but when you're focusing on something in the distance, can you zoom in on it?
No. Totally not.
Well, then you need to fucking work on that, G.
No, dude, who can afford zoom eyes? I can't. We got to make some money coming out.
I was born with them. But they got high upkeep. Like there's not as good as they used to be, but still I got like old people. Like I'm standing like 10 feet away from a rack of like stuff. They're looking for something like right up close to it. I'm like, oh, hey, it's right over there on this aisle. And they're like, what?
Nice.
And they look back at me. They're like, can you see that? And then I have to walk up and like, it's this one right here. They're like, you saw that from all the way over there? And I'm all like, yeah, man. Because I got these eagle eyes, bro. That's awful, dude. That's awful. That's almost worse than the fucking other guy that's probably going to show up on Saturday night.
Other guy?
Yeah, dude. We used to have this guy that came onto the show that we used to do. We called it LARP Line, and I'm thinking about bringing it back. I don't remember if we did it on Fridays or Saturdays. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell it to me because I wanted to do a show where we invite people to come on and they have to be entertaining or they get booted off, like that's basically what it's going to be. So, I'm thinking about bringing it back, but we had this one guy named Lepo that would come on and, it was awful. He had like a fucking fork or something and he would bang it on like the bottom of a table and it would be like clang, clang, clang. But he'd be like, yeah, it needs more cowbell. And it'd be like he was hitting the cowbell. It was just fucking awful. Like
I'm just reminding you that
hundreds of time a night. And I'm just like, no, we're not doing it. Is it grift time? So wait, you're up for this grift segment. I did the last one.
Yeah. No, that's good. Well, we already did the coffee. I think you need to pull up the store real quick and just kind of don't scroll up and down so fast. Let's just take a look at all the products real quick.
You want to take a look at some products?
Some products. Because, some people are fine just giving us some money, and other people like to get a little membership action going. But for
they
some
got like
folks,
some out of it.
They got to ask, hey, what's in it for me? What do I get? And you got to remember, all the products on here are way overpriced, right? They do not cost anywhere near what they're selling for. But
yeah,
don't think
but
of
we're
it as buying a
overcharging.
$20 hat. Yeah. Don't think of it as buying like a $28 beanie. Think of it as buying like a $12 beanie and then donating $20. Because that's really what you're
giving
doing.
The rest of us. Because you really just donate to us, and you can get them in all kinds of great colors.
It's the
that are
NPR
dark.
model.
We also have a
you give
light
us
colored
$60, you get a free umbrella. Free
and red.
umbrella. So you donate $28, you get a free hat. That's the way to look at it.
But I mean,
who doesn't
it's
want a free hat? Who doesn't want a free hat for just a $28 donation?
Yeah, nobody. Nobody wants one. Everyone wants one.
Yeah, don't say nobody, dude.
No, I screwed up. My bad. Shut up. Look at that.
Hey, lucky burrito.
Just say GRIFTCAST on it. Nice and embroidered.
It's
in
embroidered.
Our signature.
It's a nice hat.
In our signature fucking road rage font that we were the first person that was on YouTube using
everybody's using it now. Everybody's using it.
Everybody's buying our shit now, but guess what? We were the fucking first. Don't give two fucks about what you say. Oh, you might have more subscribers than us, but we on the pulse. Yeah, you can even get a crew neck, dude. And it says GRIFTCAST on it, and you can really represent and show like, you're a badass and shit. And trust me, I'm gonna make a shirt with it on the back and like do a cool one or whatever. I couldn't figure out how to do it on the damn thing in the first place.
Well, the hoodie and the beanie, I think, are the primary products that I would say people that should look at. So it's a $45 donation, and you get a free hoodie for it. I mean, I don't see how that's a bad deal.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal at all. And honestly, we get supported off of you. That means that you're supporting us and paying our rent. And then when you're walking around and people ask you, what are you talking about? And you're like, dude, I'm him in the GRIFTCAST, man. I'm all in. I'm all in on getting internet grifted by the best internet grifters
ever.
Yeah. If you want a purple hoodie, you might be able to do one. Right now, we don't have an option for purple because they didn't have it any in stock. If there was an option for purple, I would have put it on there.
Yeah,
and we even have the signature GRIFTCAST background on a mouse pad. I mean, you can literally feel like you're there.
But who the hell uses a mouse pad? So raise your hands, guys. Yeah, I think you need to do a poll. Who uses a fucking mouse pad these days?
I do. I have a big ass one.
Do you have a mouse from 1994? Is that why you're using?
No, I have a laser mouse. I just have a big one so that it slides better.
One.
Yeah, it
slides better on a hard surface.
It slides perfectly fine on this.
Dude.
And then we also have mugs, dog. We also have mugs.
1994 called. Once it's mouse pad back.
Dude, my mouse pad is like literally massive. It's like
we're gonna come up with some bigger mugs for you guys. This is like the mini mug.
Yeah, so this is like
this is a mini mug.
1.0 mug. It's like 11 ounces, but we're definitely looking for a giganticer size for sure. Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't even fit a full can of soda.
Yeah, so like this is just 1.0 over here. We're straight grifted. We want you guys to buy our products. You can go to our store.
Very high quality.
Anytime you want.
Yeah, I've got one. They're very high quality, very good product. I haven't tested the hoodie yet, but I'm sure it'll be great as well.
Yeah, it's funny. People are actually, why don't you have more colorful merch? And be like, because we're not a colorful show. We're black and white.
I mean, yeah, we're kind of a black and white show. You're
black. We're pretty
I'm
black and white.
Kind of like that.
Like, yeah, you're white. I'm black, brown-ish, or whatever. But we're not here. I'm not fucking Phil Lewis art over here. Like this is the kind of hoodie that I want to have. I want to be selling. But like, you know how much it fucking costs to sublimate a hoodie? It costs a lot, actually.
Yeah. Well, I will show you the hoodie you're wearing right now. That's not cheap, man.
I will show you the one that I love. Like, this is the kind of hoodie that I wish we could get.
Oh yeah.
This is my favorite one right here. Sunside Daydream. Like, I wish we could have something like that.
We just need enough people to buy hoodies.
Something like that. I actually do have designs like this or whatever.
Yeah.
But I figured for the first, run, we were going to keep it simple. Keep it simple.
If we had this up for donation,
full summation done.
This would be like a $400 donation gets one of these.
Yeah, like this is a pretty big donation, and the thing is like I'm actually gonna get trying to collaborate with him because like I actually have that hoodie. I mean,
he's looking for it. Oh damn, he's wearing pajamas. I thought he was just wearing boxers. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you could totally hire somebody on Fiverr. That's absolutely a good point. Fiverr's great for.
We could hire somebody on Fiverr, but like this used to be the hoodie that I wore all the time. People are like, "Why do you always just wear black now?" And I'm all like, "I
Black's
don't know,
cool color, man. Nothing wrong with black.
I had to retire this hoodie because the zipper's broken, and like it's
look at that. The broken zippers and everything. Definitely need some more money coming in. No,
dude, I wore this thing like every day for like fucking 4 years. Get the fuck out of here.
Jesus.
That's why the zipper broke. But he has a bunch of different kinds like that. But yeah, if we're definitely going to eventually we'll be doing some collaborations with some pretty big artists that we really, really like. And if you're not into him, what's it called? The other guy that I have to pull from is Senor Chris Dyer, who does Positive Creations. He's got some of the most amazing stuff that I've ever seen. That's definitely fucking crazy. And if you know it, he actually did do an NFT project not that long ago with the guys that I used to work with at Firesight. And it's more or less like I actually got that shit set up, did all the groundwork. And then they actually put it together with him or whatever, because I obviously didn't work with the company anymore. But for a long time, we actually did help them with their entire online web presence and then help them set up NFTs and shit like that. So it's like, I'm all up in the NFT game, guys. It's just...
It's all scam.
I wasn't a grifter back then, but don't you worry, dude. The fucking GriftCast NFTs be coming, baby, because we're going to be expanding into Web3. You best believe. Yo, we might even have a fucking crypto asset coming forward. But you know what? We're in for grifting. And then obviously Phil Lewis is a homie of mine or whatever. I actually received the first ever version of this hoodie that was pretty much ever created. The first one. Like,
I think he just gave that to you because they had a broken zipper.
No. It was the first one. That's why it had a broken zipper. It was the first one. It was like, beta. He was like, this is, beta. I don't even have.
That's what I meant. That's literally what I meant.
It's the beta. And then like they changed the zipper on it after that. But like I was the first person. I was walking around the festival wearing it, and people were like, well, how come he doesn't have any of those? And I was like, it's the only one that he has.
Or
it's the only one he had. And I bought it. And he was, they're just like, how did you get it? And I was like, I walked up to his booth before the show started and fucking was like, here's $200. Give me that hoodie. And he was like, but it's the only one I got. And I'm like, I know. And I'm going to sell every other one that you have. Watch. And he was like, all right.
So Rob, we don't have a code. We're not, we don't have a code for Phil Lewis's products.
Yeah, not yet.
That'd be something happening
he doesn't
in the
do
future.
Codes for his products, actually.
He'd do a code if you talk to him, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. It's going to be full price probably. If anything, he might actually, if he did anything, it would have to probably maybe be a code. I could probably get a 5% code off of it, but I have to talk to him, dude.
Everybody
has to talk to him. Yeah, I have to talk to him. Yeah, the GriftCast
crypto all right, let's do some news, huh?
Dude, GriftCast crypto token? That would be sweet.
We'll see about that.
Oh, I didn't even realize that I wasn't even showing the screen for that, so nobody even saw half of that shit.
No, you were. We saw it.
Oh, okay, cool.
No, it was very cool stuff.
Cool
commenting about it, dude.
Oh, if he has a spot in the checkout, I just didn't see anything on his website for like an affiliate link or whatever. And then I remember from talking to him,
some people
you didn't have anything like that. Yeah, it's like I tried to get on established titles, but they didn't have an affiliate program. But you have to get contacts by them. Yeah, most people are gonna buy. Most people buy the Owl one. That's my favorite hoodie because that's the one that I have. Got an owl on the back.
Nice. You know what I was thinking of doing? Maybe we'll do this, but I've been thinking of doing it myself for a while. Is doing a custom printed hoodie that has a beard drawn on the front of it.
That would be a good idea.
You know, for people that are lacking in actual hair, you can still have a nice long beard. Just, you know, it's drawn on your hoodie.
Not me. It doesn't get any longer. Like, it just stays the same size.
Well, if you didn't cut it off, it probably would get longer.
Yeah, probably, but then it gets annoying. It's annoying, and I can't look like a fucking hobo when I go into some of these jobs. They're gonna be like,
really?
what are you? They're gonna be like, what do you fucking want, Santa Claus? I'm here to fix your computer. Are you sure you're not here to fucking do some other weird shit? You weirdo.
Don't be dissing Santa Claus. I got about 2, maybe 3 more years before I can start playing that part and making some buku bucks during Christmas.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's good for you, but you're gonna have to, like, you know, lose some of the black that you got going on.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years, you'll be like completely there. I'm already getting gray. Like, I have to keep
it'll get pretty gray. I mean, like 3 years ago, it was kind of like the black that you see amongst the gray was the other way around. There was a little bit of gray amongst the black. It goes quick. So this is on the last 3 years or so.
I'm all gray on the sides over here now too, so that's why I'm pulling it out, dude. I'm looking old, dude. I got to stay looking young for the ladies.
Gotta do it.
How am I gonna get them thirst traps, dog? You know, we gotta make sure that we got good thirst traps.
Somebody made a very good correction. Not just men that are lacking in beards, but also women that are lacking in beards.
Yeah, there are women that would love to have a great beard and just simply cannot. I've met a few. I met some girls. I met one girl. She was drunk as fuck. She was a bartender at a bar I used to work at. And we were like drinking one time, and she was just like, I want a fucking beard. And I was like, you want a beard? She's like, no, I want a beard. She was like, I think it'd just be like really great having. I was just like, that was a weird conversation. She wasn't even on drugs. She was just really drunk. Like, I want a beard.
You know who likes beards, I found, and I'm going to be very demographically bold here. Black chicks generally really want to touch my beard.
Really?
I've had a very disproportionate number. No, they don't. I don't think most black guys can grow a good beard. Some can. I mean, you look at Ripa. What's his face? God, what is his podcast called, or his channel called? The Ripaverse, that guy. You know who I'm talking about, right? Do you know who I'm talking about? No? Ripaverse? No. He's got a good beard, but most black dudes don't. And so I probably had like 6-1 of black chicks versus white chicks who come up and say, can I touch your beard? Like, yeah, I got something you can touch.
Yeah, I got something you could touch, my beard. Your top beard, or do you ask your top beard or bottom beard?
You know, my beard goes all the way down.
Gross. Is it ever? Never mind. I'm not going to ask that question. That's way too
Wouldn't you
far.
like to know?
Wouldn't you like to know? I like this right here. You were saying that was a big deal, but there's Jeremy from the Quartering with the eyeballs 36 minutes ago on that. Look at this. I get it. Eliza seems shady as fuck, but don't you? But look at who you all are lining up with. The Daily Beast of the Hill. Not a good look.
Wait, who said that?
Some jackass named Mr. 47. Like he's
some
fucking
jackass
hitman.
with like
some internet
followers.
cool guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
91, dude. He's got 91.
Some basement dwelling internet gamer. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, we're not even getting any followers on Twitter, but that's probably because our account's locked.
Well, yours is. Mine isn't. Oh, yeah. I should give my Twitter account for people to follow, shouldn't I?
You should.
I post all kinds of shit on there.
Type it in the chat. Yeah, just type it in the chat or whatever. Actually, you should be in control of the GriftCast IRL Twitter just to be safe.
Ooh, interesting. It's an idea. Yeah, so you've got the GriftCast. That's the new one. And then I've got my still relatively new, because they never gave me back my old account. Thanks, Musk. But so I started a new one. So I'll probably be permabanned at some point, right? for creating
Yeah,
a brand
probably.
new account.
Yeah, probably.
Evasion.
Yeah, that's what
Hey,
they did
it's
to
not
me,
my
dog.
fault, dude. I got banned 2.5 years ago, and I got the account in. I got it when Twitter was first released at South by. I was at that South by. I signed up day 1, maybe day 2, when Twitter came online, and all it was people basically sending messages like, "Oh, dude, check out this pavilion at South by. It's so cool."
It's super, bro. It's so cool, bro.
I'm
Like
standing
that.
at the Starbucks line, everybody. I mean, it was literally people just like saying what they're doing and if they're getting food and what exhibit they're next to. That's what Twitter was when it started. It wasn't all this political bullshit.
Yeah, now it's just all political. I feel like personally involved with that because like back in 2008 or whatever, I had just got on Twitter and I was like, guys, we should be using fucking, like, why didn't you just type the whole fucking link, you dick? Fucking type this shit in. Your tweets are protected, though. Wait, what happened? I lost my audio. I don't hear anything.
Feature of Twitter, all the links are protected now and stuff.
Yeah, no, I definitely did that shit.
Okay, so here we go. Bam, bam.
Damn.
So
yeah, you can present shit. You don't need to.
It's Sir Gene TX.
Sir
And
Gene
I'm
TX.
a professional troll. It says right there for no confusion.
Professional.
He's
a pro, folks. He's a fucking pro.
I am a pro in a lot of ways. So, yeah, I guess technically this is grifting. Give me a sub. Let's get those numbers up.
Yeah, you definitely need to get the numbers up, dog.
I'm
Those
mostly
are fucking rookie numbers.
Well, it's a rookie account, dude. I just started it after, coming back like a month ago.
I got that the first day I got back, dog. I got more than that in one space.
Well, you were probably doing something to try and get those numbers. I don't even remember.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I went into one space. One.
Well, all right. Well, you're all fancy.
Uno. So that's fine, I guess you just need to like get them troll numbers up. Don't worry, we'll get your numbers up, dog.
Oh, that's somebody else's account. Okay.
Tommy Robertson, one of the Nazis, they asked me that earlier today. Hey, how do you feel about that? I'm like, well, like Elon Musk let actual Nazis back on the platform, but they wouldn't let me back on the platform, and then permanently banned me when they found out that I was back on the platform. Nazis, totally okay.
I know. Like Ukraine still has an official Twitter account.
And I'm just like, I can't even get a buck, dog.
Okay,
I can't even get shit.
What the hell is this? Why do I have people? I have to approve people that are a follower? What is this?
Yeah, if your account's locked, anybody. You locked your account.
Well, that's stupid. I need to unlock it then because I don't want to have to do this.
Well, then unlock it and then close your messages because everybody could see your message with fair and balance because we know you're trying to get at her, dog. Dude, watch out, bro. How you gonna step on me like that? I thought me and her had something together, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, well, I'm supposed to be interviewing her, so I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, you're gonna interview her? Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. No, she said but she's not sure exactly when.
I see you biting on my shit, you motherfucker. She might not be. She's working on that documentary.
She should be working, but mostly she's appearing on other people's shows, is what I've noticed.
Yeah, for the most part, she's been on everybody else's show. She usually goes on Chrissy's show a lot. I've seen her on that Star Wars girl show.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I've seen her on
like the girl shows.
Simcast. Yeah, she does a lot of those shows.
But
like a little
there's a for sure. There's definitely a I think like a sort of girls club thing going on right now of women a lot more aggressively going after Eliza than men. I think a lot of men are, they don't like that she lied, but they were mostly looking at like, this is bullshit that she can get people kicked off of Twitter.
Mhm.
I think that I think we're going to see some scratching of the of gouging of the nails and things happening here, because I'm trying to say cat fight, goddammit, but there's a lot of women right now really going after her right now.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of chicks there.
Yeah.
They're like,
Yeah.
and that's like beneficial because all those chicks got in because they're all connected to Britney. So this is like Britney's gaggle. This is mastermind
Yeah.
Britney's gaggle. Like, I can't take credit for anything that happened after Britney
This is
got
clearly
involved.
Britney like showing her grift in being able to leverage this to get her numbers up from 180,000 up to like 300,000 followers.
She might be able to.
Oh, I think she will. Totally. I think so.
Think so?
I mean, I told you, I've watched her for a while, but I'm mostly for like the video game shit. Because I don't really care what her opinions on most things are. She's like a 20-something-year-old, not horribly consequential, but she does have a great sense of humor. Yeah, I do. I do like the way she looks. That's true. Although yeah, definitely. But she has a great sense of humor, and
like
she uses that to make videos. What?
I said you like the chi-chi. You like the chi-chis, I bet.
Well, everybody likes them. Who doesn't? Come on.
Jealous people?
On. I think so.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well.
Just
I don't know.
Saying.
I have been watching her for a while, is all I'm saying. So, okay, I got to unlock my stupid account.
So you say you're an old man creeping on a young woman for a while now.
Totally. That's exactly what I'm saying.
He's a creep. Yeah, just creeping all around and watching all the chi-chi girls and stuff. Is that pretty good?
Is that original?
That was original me, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That was my original brand. That was me being Weird Yankovic. I think that's where I should have done is become a parody song guy, actually, because I could parody literally any song anywhere at any time. The only thing is that I have musical ability to read and write music. I just have no ability to play any other instruments besides woodwinds and then like guitar like a child. And so, I just need some multi-platinum artist or whatever that, wants to just like put down some fucking crazy tracks. And, he could probably just pick like a whole 20 different random songs for over the years. And within like a few days, I could probably rewrite every single one of those songs to be a hilarious parody. Cat.
Okay. I just unprotected my tweets so I don't have to look at anything. Cool. All right. Cool. What were we saying though?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for this like Eliza cast thing to come on this
news.
When
is that starting? Is that like 10 more minutes or?
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to start in 10 more minutes. It says 30 minutes. 53 minutes. 53 minutes.
Some more news related.
You look at some more porn? Yeah. You guys want to watch it? You always want to watch porn? That's what the internet's for. I saw a video on it at one time in my life. You remember that shit? Well, we could go back to my I still have work to do. I had work to do. I still need to watch
work
42 minutes, 39 minutes, 2 hours and 25 minutes plus 13 minutes. So a grand total of about 3 hours worth of videos for research purposes. You gotta watch. You gotta watch it the IR per reason. I mean, we could watch it at 2x, but like I actually want to like. I'm used to listening to stuff at regular time because that's how my brain's set up to get it. And whenever I watch 2x and shit, it's too fast and my brain misses stuff because it's not programmed to take it in that level of speed.
I see. Yeah, I usually watch everything.
I definitely get it way better if I listen to it at normal speed. Because then, like I can actually take screenshots and I usually rewind it anyway. So usually it's going to take me like 5 hours because I pause. and then I'll rewind, go look up something that they're talking about, stop, go forward, so it's like a long time. What's up, P-Dog? Nice to see you here, bro. We're expecting the grifting to happen at any single point. You just never know when grifting is going to happen. So,
I'm Eric.
That's what this show's about. What the fuck was that?
I was going to show you.
You're not going to start playing fucking weird ass videos again, are you? Stop. No Kamala Harris video. No Kamala Harris videos.
No, this is Eric July, the guy I couldn't remember. Look at his beard.
Founder, owner, and writer.
He's got a fucking sick beard. I could get a beard like that. Imagine me with a beard like that, dude.
Yeah, exactly. This is like
so
a
maybe
really
it's
dark
time
video,
for
though.
some.
I don't know why the hell he's standing in an area without.
No matter our main character in our first book, Isam, or you're into Yaira, or you're interested in all of them will certainly have you as a customer.
Why is it? Why are the palms of his hands so white?
That's normal. There we go. That's a better.
What's up, everyone? We are in the final week of the ISOM #1 campaign phase. Now we're going to announce that fulfillment date very, very soon.
So if you haven't seen him, check him out. He's a cool dude. He just did a $4 million Kickstarter for a new comic book that he released. So he's creating a comic book from scratch, or a whole series, a whole universe of comic books, I guess, and it was super successful. So then his thing is called Ripaverse, which is I don't know. He also does political shit on this thing, not just the comics. I mostly watch the political stuff, but you know,
have to check it out.
Same dude. Channels. Oh, he didn't even put his other channel in here. What a dork. All right. Anyway,
so I thought I'd mention that. How you do that? So it's like fuck. Like some guy was watching my show the other day, and he was like, "You can change the name of your channel still," and I was like, "Yeah, you got to go here to do it." And he's just like,
"Oh yeah, where do you go? Because I need to do that on one of my channels too."
You have to go to your channel. So you go to your channel. And then you click on customize channel. And then under basic info.
Channel. Customize channel. Under
basic info.
Where's customize? Under settings, probably, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. What?
No, I just told you. You go
your
to
channel,
your
channel status, advanced features.
No, that's not what I fucking said.
Oh.
You didn't do what I fucking said.
I went to your channel. I'm there.
So if you go to your channel, you see your channel's thing. You should have
there's a button called customize. Okay.
Yeah, there's a button.
Got it.
And it brings you into the studio, which is under customize, and then you just click basic info.
And it's basic info. Okay.
And that's where you change it.
Where's basic? Oh, the basic info right there. So channel name, change. Oh, cool. All right. Doing it right now. Let's see if it'll let me.
It'll let you. Oh, it'll
let you.
Well,
I mean, if it's taken or not. Of course it's taken.
Yeah, dude. Well, we're grifting good. We're grifting hard over here. We're grifted so hard, in fact, that people are trying to take us down.
We're doing work. I know, right?
Yeah, we're doing real work over here. And, honestly, we love and appreciate all of the money everybody's sending in to us. And we totally hope that you send us more money, because that's what the show's about. 100%. We're the most honest show that exists on YouTube. We're not playing around with it. We barely have any user facts for you. This is just a complete grift in every sense of the word. We are
totally
a GRIFTCAST. We are here to grift every single day.
Channel name updated. Sweet.
All day.
Good.
Did you finally updated your channel?
I did. I finally did. I mean, I'm sure I saw this at some point, but I've never had to fuck around with it. So, yeah.
Well, now you fucked around and find out. This is what Twitter looks like right now.
Sure. Twitter that's a great picture. I love that. That's awesome. That's awesome.
This is exactly what it looks like right now, dude. For grand old memes.
Elon's got to be like
memes.
loving this shit, man.
No, he doesn't love this shit. He thought that this was going to be easy, and then he let his dick get him into trouble again. I told him that. I told him that I would see him again, even if he didn't want me to. You can't just ask the genie for wishes and expect for him not to come check.
But I lost my personalized URL as a part of that crap. Okay.
No, it's a part. Your personalized URL isn't lost. It's connected to your handle now, and then whatever personalized URLs was there, it's still going to be there. It'll still work.
All right. We'll see. We'll see.
Like if I had a custom URL set up for an old channel, and if I go to it, it still redirects to my channel, which is Pirate Citizen. So if you go to youtube.com/Pirate Citizen, it takes you to GriftCast IRL. But now it's just if you go to youtube.com/GriftCast IRL, it takes you to our channel as well.
I got it.
They both work. It's just that you can't change it anymore. I think you can though, but you have to go into the Google page manager. Then you have to go delete the link from your the Google side of things, and then after you delete it, then I think you could delete it, but I don't know if it'll let you reset it. I haven't actually tried, but I'm guessing it's probably not going to, because the button is grayed out completely. Yeah, it's okay though. Worse things have happened in the world today. I think there was there hasn't really been that much news going on though. That's the thing that I've been noticing. I go watch Google News and shit, and it's been pretty milquetoast, my friends. Yeah.
Let me take a look.
Actually, no, this isn't milquetoast. This isn't milquetoast right here. This seems kind of big, actually. Elon Omar gets the boot from the Foreign Affairs Committee. When did that happen? When did that already happen? It says February today. That happened yesterday? I didn't even know that happened.
What do you make of this revenge tactic by Kevin?
Yeah, well, no, that was obviously going to happen. There was no two ways about it.
What do you make of this revenge tactic by Kevin McCarthy?
Yeah, I mean, they've been on a vengeance tour. And, they've been very clear last night when the rules debate was happening in the Rules Committee. You did this, and we're going to do it without context. It's
without context,
very
whatever.
Clear. When we removed those two from their committees in the last cycle, it was because they threatened violence against members of Congress. And it had nothing to do about their work on committees. It had nothing to do about opinions that they might have on policy. And what they have done now is deny Eric Swalwell and Adam Schiff their committees because they disagreed in the way in which they led the impeachment against Trump. So this is extracting revenge for Trump, their master. And certainly, I mean, I've been a target for.
Yeah, okay. I hate listening to her. Well, I'm glad that she got booted. I guess, let's see, the resolution was approved 218 to 211 after a heated debate.
Revenge.
So they pretty soundly got her the fuck out of there. That's actually pretty crazy. Are you talking right now? Because I can't hear you. You're muted. Why are you muted?
I think you clicked on mute at the same time I did, and so I ended up getting muted. Did you see the clip of AOC reacting to it?
No, I want to see that.
Yeah, let me show you that.
Either you can drop me a link, or you can.
No, it's already queued up here. There we go. Share.
There we go. Share, and he froze. His internet just went down, dude. He's got zero network connection right now. We lost him, folks. He's dead. He died. They got him. Yeah. Uh-oh. Now, here is AOC's response, because I just pulled it up since I think he got grifted, dude. He got grifted, dog. The grift is real.
Thank you. Now, as As a fellow New Yorker, I think one of the things that we should talk about here is also one of the disgusting legacies after 9/11 has been the targeting and racism against Muslim Americans throughout the United States of America. And this is an extension of that legacy. Consistency, there is nothing consistent with the Republican Party's continued attack except for the racism and incitement of violence against women of color in this body. I had a member of the Republican caucus threaten my life, and you all and the Republican caucus rewarded him with one of the most prestigious committee assignments in this Congress. Don't tell me this is about consistency. Don't tell me that this is about a condemnation of anti-Semitic remarks when you have a member of the Republican caucus who has talked about Jewish space lasers and an entire amount of tropes, and also elevated
space
her to one of the
lasers.
highest committee assignments in this body. This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me because I didn't get a single apology.
Look at her bounce, man. Look at her bounce.
Them titties were bouncing for show.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much I like them titty bouncings.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. She definitely got heated, and that's her posting herself, by the way.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
No,
So obviously,
like she had a professional
she's really gonna
cameraman
get
for this.
Dude, what's this? Look at this right here. There's like a little silver. What's this silver check mark?
That means she's
Scout is
super
verified
duper user.
because she's a government or multilateral organization account.
She's multilateral, all right.
And then she's got a regular account too with the blue check mark that I think she paid
That's her
for.
personal one. The other one's her government one.
Now that's interesting. I didn't notice that was a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're adding some interesting stuff, but yeah, definitely seems like some sad
They're making a rainbow of check marks.
A rainbow of check marks.
Yeah.
Yeah. She seems like very, very hard to listen to and shriek and shrill. That's just from today from her fucking getting taken down. So do you agree with her? Are they targeting women of color, or is it because of some other reason?
Well, they lost. The Republicans won. There's nothing magic here.
Yeah. And they're just going to keep getting all these wins.
Elon Lamar wouldn't have been on the committee had the Democrats not won. So, yeah, Democrats lose. She's off the committee.
Well, according to Google News, that's the top story of the day. And then apparently we got Biden's first meeting with McCarthy.
We are learning more about President Biden's first one-on-one meeting with new House Speaker, Republican Kevin McCarthy. The debt ceiling was the big topic of conversation. They're meeting just hours after the FBI conducted another search for classified documents. Wake up, Charles B. Jackson now in Washington with more.
Then President Biden.
Wait, was listening to AOC worse than listening? Or is listening to AOC worse or not as worse than listening to Eliza Blue and Black Set?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Met with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy for more than an hour, but there were no signs of a breakthrough agreement on the debt ceiling. Negotiations over avoiding a potentially catastrophic default on
they're going to
raise
debt it. You know they're going to raise it.
What's being
they can only raise
as
it.
a good first meeting between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
We both laid out
our
vision of where we want to get to.
Republicans demanding spending cuts in exchange for raising the debt ceiling, but are not providing specifics.
Do the Republicans have a plan? And what is that plan?
Speaker McCarthy expressing optimism an agreement can be reached before June 5th. That's when the Treasury Department says its efforts to keep paying the federal government's bills exhaust. But the top House Republican faces opposition within his own party.
Kevin McCarthy doesn't have 218 votes.
Is that Psaki?
Actual deal.
Is that circle back Psaki?
Oh, it is. It's Jen Psaki.
She's looking hot.
And proposal forward for spending cuts.
One thing GOP.
I guess ever since she got out the White House, she was able to get back on the slopes. You know what I mean?
GOP members are uniting around launching investigations into President
I'm sure
Biden
the stress is lower.
and the classified documents found at his former D.C. office and Delaware home.
Someone leaked this out. We would never have heard it from this White House. They would have covered it up forever.
They would have covered it up forever. So I guess that's big. Biden's meeting with McCarthy, and obviously we're not going to see any type of movement in that particular situation. Of course. But yeah, the debt ceiling is looming. What are we going to do about that?
I don't think it's a story, dude. It's always the same thing.
It's
There's
the same
never
thing that
been
they were saying fucking yesterday. Same thing they said yesterday.
Yeah.
Dude, look at that. Historic deep freeze hits U.S. Northeast as ice storm subsides in the south. So you got caught in that ice storm. Any
I've been
thoughts?
telling you about it for the last 3 days, and you just realizing
It's
this
nothing.
now?
You haven't said shit. You haven't said
I said
shit
it's been
about
30 degrees here, dude. It's not. It's fucking cold.
That's
I've been saying
normal
that
as
every day.
fuck, bro. That's normal. So normal.
So,
That's normal as fuck for me. There's fucking snow on the ground outside. So, did you lose anything? Did your power ever go out?
Yeah, it went out for 3 minutes.
And then what? You're like Tesla Powerwall kicked it or whatever because you're rich?
So what? That doesn't matter.
Was that a yes?
I'm not saying anything.
I'm not saying anything. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, see, there's really no news going on. Although I keep seeing all these YouTubers like fucking grifting hard on these news cases, and I'm thinking that we should start getting into those.
Is suing, what's his face? You know what I'm talking about?
Hunter Biden? Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, didn't we? Hunter Biden suing Rudy Giuliani, or trying to.
No, not Giuliani.
Over his laptop. No, then who's he suing? Pull up a link, dog. You got a link? You got a link, boy? You got a link? This is a live show, bro. We gotta if we're gonna grift, we have to put out the news, bro. That's half of the grift is talking about other people's stories.
That's right. Let's show other people talking about stories that we can then monetize. Right? Is that how that works? Yeah.
That is how that works.
Lawsuit against Tucker Carlson.
What? I'm not hearing anything.
You're not?
No.
You're kidding. You didn't hear that. What the hell, man?
I'm not hearing it.
Okay, but you saw it. So let me
share the link to me.
Change that.
Or I can
give you the link. No problem. There you go. Lay the link. I don't know why that wasn't playing in audio though.
Yeah, I don't know. You probably didn't have your thing on. I don't know. I've been having trouble with shit.
Well, there you go. No.
What the fuck?
Criminal probes and I learned something. Brianna, what's going on?
All right, what do we got here?
Attorneys for Hunter Biden are calling for criminal probes into allies of former President Trump, who they claim illegally trafficked content from his stolen laptop, marking a major shift in legal strategy toward
Wow, they're doing exactly what we do now.
And letters obtained
Trump
by
is a trafficker.
The president's son petitioned
trafficker of information
and Delaware
yes,
Attorney General's
trafficker. They like that word now.
Quote, individuals for whom there is considerable reason to believe violated various federal laws in accessing, copying, manipulating, and or disseminating Mr. Biden's personal computer data, according to Rudy Giuliani and Mac Isaac, the owner of the infamous computer repair shop.
Biden's lawyers also sent a letter to Fox News' Tucker Carlson demanding the retraction of false and defamatory statements and putting the network, quote, on notice of possible legal action. So this is going on the offensive, but there's going to be a couple issues here. One being, so even if it's true that the computer repair shop owner and perhaps Rudy Giuliani...
Yeah, you don't have to keep watching. I just brought it up because it was a story that was new.
Wow, that is actually interesting. So, wait a minute. Hunter Biden is going to sue Tucker Carlson? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? On what world is that lawsuit going to work?
Well, you could sue anybody. It's not going to go anywhere, but it might take some time. And the main thing they're, I think, trying to do is just pivot the story, right? So the story goes from being, holy shit, look at all this stuff on Biden's kid's laptop, to look at these bad, evil Trump supporters that were out trafficking. They're traffickers.
Yeah, they're out here trafficking everything. They're trafficking information. They're trafficking Hunter Biden. I guess all that work that Eliza Blue did to redefine trafficking.
Eliza Blue. Exactly.
Yeah,
this is
the
same show.
Same group. How crazy. Oh, this is going to be interesting how they pivot the story. I can't wait, dude. I can't fucking wait. I can't wait at all. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff on the news about Tyree Nichols.
How long
too,
is that
like
until it pops up? What's the timer at now? Do you know?
What timer?
with the timer when they start their story about Eliza that was shared earlier?
32 minutes.
That was like half an hour ago. You said 32 minutes.
No, I said it was 53 minutes. But anyways, it's now 32 minutes away. It starts at 3.
Okay. All right.
30 minutes till we get the goods. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool. Oh, dude, Punxsutawney Phil, it's fucking Groundhog Day? Are you serious?
It is today.
I did not really realize that. Let's
Time
go
to rewatch Groundhog Day movie.
Spoken. He emerged from his burrow earlier this morning, saw his shadow, meaning, unfortunately, 6 more weeks of this cold weather.
Son of a bitch! That motherfucker!
Damn.
Happy Groundhog Day, Pittsburgh. I'm hoping for spring. Whatever Phil says goes.
Groundhog Day. It's just not acceptable to not believe Phil. A tradition that dates back to 1887. The legend states if Punxsutawney
Dude, look at that
He's
fucking
an
beaver,
old
dude.
critter, man. If he was alive
Dude,
back
look
in
how big he
1887.
is. Dude, that dude is old as fuck, man. The magical fucking beaver.
Come listen to a groundhog tell me the next 6 weeks of my life. Doesn't get more American than that.
This morning, Furry Phil came out and spotted a shadow, meaning he predicts we'll have wintry weather for the next 6 weeks.
Oh, he's cute though.
Yeah,
he's a cute fucker. He's a cute fucker.
What do you think about the prediction? 6 more weeks of winter.
Come on, if that guy was hanging out with you, you would love him.
Always true.
So you're excited.
Yeah, he was a good meal for my pet.
What about you, Mom? Super excited for.
Wow. So 6 more weeks of winter, dog. So that means that you're in for 6 more weeks of cold weather down where you're living at too.
Damn it.
Can you survive that shit, dude? Are you going to be able to survive that? You got enough rations and shit?
It might not be good.
You got a 4x4? You got your monster track?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely exploiting that groundhog though for everything that they possibly can.
But he's an
That's
old
okay.
groundhog, dude. 1887, they said? Is that how old he is?
Now
Something like that.
This February 2nd, Punxsutawney Phil, the seer of seers, was awakened from his wintry nap at dawn on Gobbler's Knob.
Gobbler's
Phil looked
Knob.
to the skies and then, speaking in groundhogese, directed this President Dunkel to the proper scroll, which reads,
He's just so chill.
I see the morning has brought the finest
He's chewing.
people. I see their bravery and spirit.
Just blinked.
The time has come.
He's just
I
like,
can feel it.
he's just
Chilling.
hanging out.
He's so chill, man. He's so chill.
I see the folks with gray.
He's looking out at the huge ass crowd like, man, these fucking people.
But he doesn't care.
Their eyes and
Yeah, he
cheeks
doesn't give a
aglow
shit.
from the cold, clean air of sweet.
Uh-huh.
I see that everyone knows their
He's
part.
like, I got one job.
I am
I
merely
work for
the
one
sick.
day a year.
And,
But
he's got the
above
best
all
job.
else, I see a shadow on my stage. And so, no matter how you measure, it's 6 more weeks of winter weather.
Damn.
Look at that handsome motherfucker.
Wow.
Look at that handsome motherfucker, dude. That's a handsome ass fucking beaver. Dude, what's it called? Winona will be proud. It's not a beaver. Was he a groundhog? Sorry. It's a handsome ass groundhog.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck he is. He's handsome. He's a cute motherfucker. I know he bit his boss one time.
Did he?
Will we see 6?
That there are some other wins.
I just want to see some more pictures of this
Some
fool.
other people that might be
Look at that cute
hoping
fucker.
to not see his shadow. That's what I'm hoping for in early spring. So I am team no shadow, but I know that there are some other people
Oh,
that
Virginia's saying he's a clone of a previous one.
He's a clone of a previous one, or he's like his son or something like that. I don't know.
Phil, stop
I wonder that-
trafficking of groundhogs.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Like how the fuck did they even come up with this in the first place? You know, Free Phil, stop trafficking groundhogs. Send more super chats. This is GriftCast.
Yeah, it's definitely time for super chats.
Yeah, it's definitely time for
This is the
GriftCast.
time we
Make sure you
read
follow our
super
shit.
chats.
Yep. Make sure you follow our shit right there because this is GriftCast. So we got our link tree or whatever out there. So if you want to find our links, you want to follow us, all that good shit, you can. I mean, we obviously recommend that you do that because if not, we'll find you.
Yeah, Linktree is very handy. It
We have a
gives us all
special-
kinds of stats about you.
Yeah, we have a special. We have special skills, and then you can click on that link tree, and you can find all of the links. You can even find the merch link on there now. Actually, I need to refresh it. I just added.
Oh,
it.
nice.
There you go. There's the merch link. There's the merch link. So now you can just click on that. Went back. Wait, what?
Uh-oh. Closed. Store's closed.
The store's closed. Wait, maybe I put the wrong link in. Actually,
deplatformed.
Maybe, I don't know. How have we gotten deplatformed already?
I don't know, man. You know,
it says that it's still open. Merch store. Maybe I just put the wrong link in.
Hopefully.
Oh yeah, I must have just put the wrong link in. Okay, my bad. Jesus Christ. It's a live show. Can't be perfect. Let me look in here real quick. See what happened here. Oh, I see. See that? There's a little QS at the end of it.
Ah.
Okay, so then we can go back over here. Refresh it one more time. Ah, there we go. That works. Now it works. And then, yeah, you could go buy all of our delicious merch that you definitely want to purchase 100% because you support everything that we do. And you're going to tell all your friends about us because you want them to be here enjoying the greatest, best, worst show ever that ever existed. I mean, seriously, no one has ever grifted as hard as we're grifting, and we still appreciate you more than they ever did. So think about that. And buy yourself a hoodie, get yourself a beanie, buy something. Or not,
Hoodies,
do whatever you want to do.
Are dope.
Just get whatever you want. Follow our link tree. Send us money. That's exactly what we want for you and for me and for everybody else that's out there. And if not, you can definitely go check out.
Makes the GRIFTCAST go around.
That's right. And you can always go check out Surge Jeans podcast. That's podcasting 2.0 certified, which I didn't even know that was a thing.
It's a thing.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing at all. While we've been sitting here, some yak ass has been posting links and videos in here into our Discord, so we might have to pull some of those up too.
Oh, really?
What is this? Yeah. Suspected Chinese spy balloon.
Out here.
Oh, interesting.
Slightly overcast. Well, what the heck is that? That's not the sun. And according to my little planet guide, it's not a planet. What the heck is that?
Well, no shit, dude. Yeah,
Any
it looks
help
like a
would be
balloon.
appreciated.
It's China, bro.
Okay. That's the moon.
Where is this
fuzzy out here.
taking place?
I don't know. In Montana?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure
Billings,
that's a Chinese
Montana?
balloon. Yes, that's the first guess. The first thing the guy thinks of is a Chinese spy balloon. Really?
Qualcomm looks to develop direct-to-satellite smartphone broadband links.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that exactly the same thing that, what do you call it?
T-Mobile?
SpaceX is, or not SpaceX. That's what,
Apple?
No, I guess what an Elon Musk company, Starlink. That's what they're trying to do by setting up their constellation.
No.
But look, it says Kratos Defense.
Yeah.
These are the guys that are making the fucking drones and shit that like fly next to planes and stuff and then have ordnance. And then when they run out of ordnance, they can just fly into stuff and blow them up.
Yep.
Because it's a missile too. Yeah. Well, that's really weird when you see something from like a business like that talking about it. Wow.
Is that on their blog? That's probably on their blog.
Yeah, it's on their blog.
Yeah.
Of them talking about how they need to put together new technologies
are you aware
for
that right now
defense.
the Apple iPhone 14 already can talk to satellites?
Yeah.
Okay.
But why do I care about that?
Because you brought up a story about satellites and phones.
And balloons. Well,
And
look
then
right here. Suspected Chinese spy balloon found over the northern U.S.,
It's
dude.
not a suspected Chinese spy balloon. That's stupid.
Says fucking right here.
I could say that, but it's clearly not what it is.
Applied to armed attacks on either of our armed forces, public vessels, or aircraft
This guy is such a tool.
anywhere in the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea. We discussed
He looks like he
concrete
likes them
actions
young.
to address destabilizing activities in the waters surrounding the Philippines, including
Did you ever
the
see
West.
Mars Attacks?
And we remain committed to strengthening our mutual
You did see
capacity.
it. Good. Do you remember the general in Mars Attacks?
This is part of our efforts to modernize our alliance. And these efforts are especially important as the People's Republic of China continues to advance.
Yes, I remember. That's what I said.
Claims in the West Philippine Sea. You know, the ability of nations
Looks like this dude.
sail the seas,
Definitely.
operate in international waters, and operate in
This
the
dude's
international
boring.
sky.
High altitude balloon was spotted over Billings, Montana on Wednesday. It flew over the Tulian Islands to Canada into Montana. A senior defense official said the balloon is still over the U.S., but declined to say where it is now. On Wednesday, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin convened a meeting of the senior military defense leaders, including Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, Northcom NORAD Commander Glenn Verhoek, and other commented commanders. So, yeah, I guess it really was a Chinese balloon, dude. Are the Chinese spying us? Are we about to go into World War IV? Because we're already in World War III. Or is it just going to be still World War III?
We have to just, I don't know. Do we package it up or do we just separate it out?
I mean, we can't shoot down a spy balloon. We don't got a fucking fighter jet that can fly over there and go, pew, 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 pew.
It's a big plastic bag that got caught in the wind. Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I think it might be a big plastic bag, but I think it's actually a Chinese spy balloon. I'm going with Chinese spy balloon because J.R. Riggs posted it, and it's currently over Montana. And J.R. Riggs is definitely way more credible than me or you combined.
I'm pretty credible, man.
He's like 5 times more credible than you.
I don't know about that.
Well, you'll find out.
That's not one. Yeah. Because that is a little concerning. It actually shouldn't be in a fridge.
Oh, no, we can't watch this. Nope. Can't fucking watch that.
No, not on any of these channels.
Nope. Boop. Get rid of that shit. Sorry.
Spy balloons. Sure, we're gonna go with that. I guess.
We'll talk to spy balloons. We'll talk about spy balloons, but we ain't talking about anything else.
Well, hold up. 1726 called and they want their balloon back.
Dude, if there's no way that there's a balloon still hanging out from 1726. Yeah.
There's no way.
Oh, but you know what we need though?
From China over the United States either.
Well, you know what we need though? We need a quick break.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we should talk about the podcast. So.
No, we should talk about a podcast. No, we're gonna play some music. Dog. We're gonna take a quick break.
Podcast. Well, I'll talk about it. You can take a break. How's that?
Be right back.
Well, you could leave that on the screen. I was going to talk about it.
I didn't mean to take it down. I pushed the wrong button.
All right.
My bad.
There you go. Perfect.
My bad.
Breakaway. Unrelenting. It's a podcast you all should subscribe to. So Unrelenting is a podcast that I do every Friday, and we do a live. It's played live while we're recording on noagendastream.com. But it is a podcast I do with a buddy of mine from Chicago, Greater Chicago. And we just talk about, stuff. Talk a little bit about politics, a little bit about current events, a little bit about tech, and just in general, how the country is going to hell in the handbasket. But Darren's a good guy. Darren's my co-host on that podcast. He does 6 podcasts a week. And he has a real radio voice, which I don't. You could probably tell. So he definitely makes it sound a lot more professional than I do. I'm just there for the fun conversation. But it's one of the podcasts, and it's that I do in a growing list of podcasts. But as I said before, the beauty of podcasts versus live streams is that the podcast you can start and stop. And you can listen to anytime that is convenient. So I tend to probably listen to more podcasts than anything that's happening live. Although there is a benefit to the interactivity that happens live. So, yeah, it's good times. Well, we'll see how long it takes to empty the old bladder, as it were. What else is going on? Let's see. Let me look at some messages in chat. Unfortunately, I can only see the ones on YouTube and Twitch. I guess if people are watching on Facebook or on Rumble, I don't see those messages. But Twitch messages, yeah, U.S. uses a balloon to monitor the southern border. They don't have to refuel them. Balloons are an effective surveillance platform. They are. They're just not very good at controlling altitude, and they're not very good at staying afloat for long enough to circumvent the planet, or at least even just go halfway around the planet from China to the United States. They are a temporary platform at best. Oops. All right, there we go. There we go. But to some extent, Manuel's right. There's just not all that much news today. I'm just looking myself here, and I don't see anything that's jumping out at me.
Everything's about Eliza Blue, but apparently we're losing a lot of pop on all of the news that's coming out. I don't know. Seems strange.
Well, if there was a lot of news,
basically wait for that story. That's the next thing. What's it called? Was going to probably watch myself. I don't know. We've been on for what, like 3.5 hours?
It's then still 30 minutes away. Is it?
Yeah, at least 16.
16 minutes.
16 minutes away for us to wait to see what they're actually going to say about it. So I guess we could go look at.
I'm just more curious to see if they mention you or not. Or if it's just purely
going
to be like
mention me, dude. What?
Small YouTubers like Jeremy on the quartering.
Small YouTubers like Jeremy from the quartering did all the investigations by themselves and totally knocked this one out of the park.
So Brittany just finished a video entitled "Eliza Blue shows you why you don't believe all victims."
Escort thing now. So basically, me and Farron last night, I got a background check on Eliza. And it had a lot of information in it. We were going through it, sifting through all the links, a lot of broken links, a lot of checking the archive. And I noticed something when I was clicking through the links. So Farron was like, did she have a Model Mayhem account? And I was like, yes, well, actually she did. Here it is. Yeah. There's something I didn't notice the first time.
Helen
so
Troy.
What I did notice was
her
saying willing to travel. And I was like, that's suspect. Compensation, any was suspect. But what really caught our attention here is her email.
Helen Troy.
Now, it says helentroybookings@gmail.com. And Farron laughed at the reference because it's like the Trojan horse, how the war was started. It was over a woman. We went ahead and did a little bit of digging. We were like, well, what is Helen Troy Bookings? And I know now that back in the day in the 2010s, escorting was done via these intricate ways as opposed to just calling an agency. So now it's more like in the 2010s era, well, I'm going to have this weird email and I'm going to email and I'm going to get an auto reply about the girls. They would encrypt it. They would put like certain like watermarks or like of an email or a number, and you do it that way. If you're in the know, So that's how they would kind of do escorting, or at least one way of it in the 2010s. I was tipped off about this in an email about that being the case, and that's how it had worked in that era. Well, Helen Troy Bookings, that sounds a lot like these emails that they put for escorting where it will be like so-and-so management. That's how they would do it. So I was like, okay, let's look into this. So Farron pulls up this website. We're trying to find where
She's
this
doing actual investigative reporting here.
We find a Tumblr page, and this Tumblr page is called Helen Troy Modeling. And yes, it is the same one. HelenTroyBookings@gmail.com.
Hey, isn't that what I just pulled up? It was like the first link on Google. Is that really investigative reporting?
You can see that. Shut up, dude. She's investigating. You're just pulling stuff up. Can't you tell? Just look at the boobies.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, this is what we've been trying to say for a long time. Like, look. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, that's not horribly escorty.
Yeah, but you can go to the helentroymodeling.tumblr.com. You can see that it's still got them girls.
So she's I'll let her finish.
So
and then I'll
what do we
give my
notice first
opinion.
about this? Well, what would an escorting site look like, guys? Would it be like an Amazon page, or would it be more discreet and it's kind of like you look at it and you're like, what's this for? And that's what I'm kind of finding as a common thread is like when it comes to these sex work practices, it's like, what is that? That's kind of weird. You know those stores? Maybe some of you don't know this, but in New York, occasionally you would see a store. And you're like, I'm not exactly sure what they sell or like why they're there. And they'll be like, oh, we're an electronics store. But then they have like no chargers, right? It'll be one of those like very weird type of things that usually end up being some sort of way to wash money, right? So that's the same kind of sketchy vibe I get from this website. It's like, okay, well, what do
That's the sketchy vibe that you're getting from this website that doesn't load from the Wayback Machine?
It's been cleansed.
What do they mean book a model? An agency would have models to book for clothing, but this doesn't look like a clothing booking agency. Now, does it, guys? So we're going to scroll down and take a look. Does this look like a clothing booking agency? Like maybe her, okay. But like the rest of them? Does that look like a clothing booking agency to book a model? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it to me. Not only is the layout sketchy and not professional, but also there's some explicit photos here. It's very strange. So it says book a Helen Troy model today on helentroymodeling.com. So when we go to that, it doesn't load. I would show you the page, but it has my ISP on it.
You know, if they're going to keep going down this one, they need to probably get into the GG Girls account. Because the GG Girls account was another place where Eliza Blue was being promoted, and it's most obviously a type trafficking type situation. But
yeah, when you
not
try to
safe for
load the
work
website,
shit.
it is no longer active. So there's no website there anymore, but there is this page here left over from the Tumblr days. And we can see that you can book these explicitly posed models. And I say explicit, like, yeah, it's not that explicit, but it is sexually implied, right? Like this sort of thing, that this one especially, like they're posing the girls in a specific way to sell something. And it's to sell the girls. That's how I feel looking at this. It looks very sketchy. So why is it that Eliza Blue has the same email for bookings as Helen Troy Modeling? Why are they handling her bookings?
You see that?
If we combine that with this clip over here that Chrissy Mayer kindly uploaded.
You stood out and said, I'm a survivor of trafficking before it was a pop culture topic. So I appreciate you laying that groundwork for me and all the folks that worked in the movement to lay that groundwork so to be there when survivors like myself reach out.
I wanted to say something first that you said that I'm a survivor of human trafficking. I did say that, but not till later. What I first said was...
She's replaying that video.
Very important moment.
And I had a pimp, and everyone's like, and it's your fault.
So she had a pimp. She's an ex-prostitute. Right?
But we didn't have But Annie, we didn't have the language to put to it. We didn't have the language to put to it back.
We didn't have no language to put to it. Clearly still not. But yeah, she's saying we as in them both. So she essentially is admitting here that she has sold sex for money. That's what we know. So if we combine that we know, based on what she's saying here, that she has sold sex for money, that's what a prostitute is, right? There's different categories of it, but generally it means a transactional thing revolving around you selling sex. The point being that the other person gets off to it. That is the intention. It's transactional. She's saying we 3 different times. It wasn't just a one-time slip. It was 3 times. She meant it. So if we're combining what we saw on the Helen Troy modeling website, modeling website, and it's a sketchy website, and they're handling her bookings, and she's saying she has been similar to a prostitute with a pimp in the past. She's admitting that she's had sex for money, essentially. It's a very strong implication. What else would you do? What conclusion can we come to that
So I wonder if she got this far as actually pulling up the chat star for Eliza. Do you know, like, to get to her chat star, it was just chatstar.com/Eliza.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And there was
Okay.
only a few Elizas on the show, on the site. She was one of the ones on the site. It was connected to her Instagram feed, which if we click through to it,
Mhm.
it'll just go with the pop-up or whatever. But these are all
Mhm.
the same Instagram photos that we have that we were seeing from the GG Girls promotional videos, which is what
Mhm.
I was showing you guys there, that there are still posts from 2015, 2016 talk about Lisa knows, and yeah, Instagram. But the thing is Instagram doesn't get copied onto the archive because you have to log in. So
Mm.
it's just the login page. So it won't even
Hmm.
archive it. But there's still evidence of people actually going out and promoting voting for her. And all I had to do is just go GG Girls Eliza into the chat to get it. And the same thing here is that I didn't find it by looking for Eliza Knows. I just put in chatstar.com and then I searched the archive, like snapshot names of Eliza, and then I started clicking through that way in order to find it, because she wasn't using the full name Eliza Knows until probably so she went basically like from Eliza Seep to just Eliza and then added the nose later. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty
Well,
interesting to
yeah, makes sense.
see them digging into all this stuff. And that's the thread that they're basically pulling, that comes from another thing that we pretty much put it up there in the first place, which I guess I can just leave that one up and then just add another one, which is this website right here where she's got her interview. And if you look right here, it says GG Girls. Eliza at GG Girls.
Yep.
Want to chat, talk, text me. Fucking chat star. So how do you get an email address at gggirls.com? Anybody?
Go on.
Anybody knows how you get that? Well, it means that you would probably either have to own the website or be involved with the people that are creating the emails for the website. Maybe it's some type of package that you're getting from that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You pick it up when I put it down over here? I hope.
Holy shit, I found my Model Mayhem site. God, I haven't been on there in ages.
Yeah, and she's on Model Mayhem too, which is another spot where they were actually pointing out, look, there's the World Star video that got nuked off, and then basically this is all of her damn pictures and stuff. And if you go inspect the page source, I bet you, let's see, creator and artist, date. Wow, there's not even a date on the page. That's how, there's not even a date. It's just, it's all hand done HTML. That's hilarious. I was looking to see if there was actually going to be one. But like, that's how people were kind of getting through all of this stuff to figure it out, right? Like, it's kind of crazy though. Like, nobody's really gone down the GG Girls thread, which is, I guess I understand why, because you can't really, there's a lot of, it's under construction right now.
First? What the hell is that?
X God First, which is, I guess her thing. And if you go look at GG Girls, like, look, this is what it looks like. We're under construction.
Yeah.
And they have a Twitter and a Facebook.
Huh.
So, you know, like, what did it look like when it was not under construction? I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know. I'm that's why I'm keeping that off of the screen, because I don't remember, you know,
well,
how safe it is.
Show you, I'll show you some of my stuff on there later too.
Mm-hmm. And if you think about this, people have been pulling it up. Like, as soon as you put this into Gmail, that's how they got to the Helen Troy modeling Tumblr, and that thing's been rolling since 2010. Since 2010, and there's really nothing else. But interestingly enough, 2 pages on Model Mayhem pop up. Melissa Carmona from North Berger, New Jersey. Same booking number as Eliza. So, which one was? Who was the actual person behind it? Her or the other one? Because there's literally nothing fucking else on the internet to anybody, basically. And then, oh wait, one more person, Sydney Slays. Don't know if that's safe though. Okay, probably safe. Yeah, there you go. Signed with Helen Troy Modeling Agency. And then it says HelenTroyModeling.com. Think about that. So, like, they're just using a straight up Gmail address. But if we go back here, I got the GG Girls page finally up. You can see that, it's a porn site, dude.
It's
The
not
Fly Girl
necessarily a porn site.
I mean, yeah, it is. I can't even scroll down.
Oh, you're looking at the rest of it? Okay.
Yeah, like you can't scroll down on that part. It's literally like that's probably as far as you can get. So, like, if you're thinking about it, it seems like there's definitely some weird shit that's happening with that particular one. And Helen Troy Modeling was hosted on Wix. And it was parked for basically almost the entire time that it existed. So, like, right now, you can see right here, https.com. Anything associated on the Wayback Machine for HelenTroyModeling.com is just pulling up the parking redirect for Wix.com. So, essentially, they probably purchased the domain through Wix and then just were using the email, because I'm pretty sure that you might have actually had the ability to do that. Wix email. Let's see. Yeah, right here. If you Google it, you can see right there. Custom email address with business in your domain. Does Wix give you an email with premium plans? Do not include a business or email account. Business emails must be purchased separately.
Yeah.
So think about that. They bought a Wix website, created the website, but then they were using their Gmail account to basically do all of their modeling gigs. So was it actually a real modeling website? There's no evidence to suggest that, because we literally don't have anything online that shows that it was ever even available. It's literally for all the captures that they have available of the 8. It's been parked for the entire time that it's been online. And it only really existed since 2019. They don't even have anything for it back then. So it's like they could have bought it back here and then just had an email created, but there was literally
you can check that.
Well, how do you check that?
In Whois?
Oh, but I hate going to the Whois websites. They leak your IP address.
Well, do it off screen.
That's what I'm doing.
All right. No, that's actually pretty wild. I just found all the shit that I had in my Model Mayhem stuff.
Why were you on Model Mayhem?
I was a professional photographer.
Doesn't say there's anybody associated with it.
No, look at the. You should be able to track down from that the original date the domain was registered.
There's not even anything on the registration. It's empty.
Let me look. What was the name of the site?
HelenTroyModeling.com. Yeah, dude, just says DNS fucking record not found, bro.
How do you? Is it a different spelling? Here, pull something up that shows the actual spelling.
So there was Helen Troy bookings, and what was one of these girls?
Okay, that's a Gmail. Where's the actual at Helen
here.
Troy? Okay. So
there.
Helen Troy modeling.
Copied and pasted it, bro. I'm telling you. 0 records.
Huh.
It's like it never even got registered, which it automatically makes me think fucking what do you call that place? Wix, because they keep all the registrations in house. And they're notorious for like getting rid of that information. But I've literally never seen. I don't see any DNS records on Google, on Cloudflare.
Crazy.
Nothing.
Should we get HelenTroyModeling.com and then put Eliza's photos up in there?
Yeah, we should buy it. You should buy it. It's up for sale right now. It's free.
I know it's for sale.
Yeah. If you buy it too, we can register it. $10. I could get it for like $7.99, I think.
Where are you getting it for $7.99?
Dream Host.
Where?
I can show Dream Host too right now.
Dream Host. Really? I should buy through there then, because that's $10 where I'm looking.
But their DNS management is kind of lackluster at times. Like getting stuff and hosting it offsite sometimes is a pain in the ass. Let's see.
So it was previously registered, though.
It was previously registered. Yeah, it's available $7.99. Look at that.
Yeah, it is
available. Should I buy it? Buy
it. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you're not sharing the screen with the price there.
Yeah, of course not. Why would I do that?
Because I was going to look to see what it was.
Somebody should donate $10 so that they can cover my purchase.
Okay, we'll buy it if we get a $10 donation. How's that? That makes total sense. But I think that would be a great place for you to put all the Eliza compendium into.
Yeah,
and say, well, I don't know what the hell Jeremy put together, but we've got the real deal, because you can track back Eliza to Helen Troy, and oh, look at that! Look what's on Helen Troy.
All right. Mischief managed.
That is definitely mischief. I like it.
Do you think it's you think I'm fucking around over here, dude? I just bought that shit. This is the first time I've bought something for a troll, and it's definitely not the last time. But this time I have a channel called GRIFTCAST, so whenever I do it, no bullshit. You see that says right there? HelenTroyModeling.com.
Successful.
In 15 minutes. There you go.
Let's see if Brittany keeps digging and eventually finds her way to Helen Troy Modeling.
God, that would be really
set it up. That would be funny.
Set up. All right, yeah, we'll get that done. Actually, so
yeah. No, I think that's a great little project.
That's a real registration.
Looking for that $10 donation to come in because he didn't wait, but
yeah, we didn't wait.
Should be,
now
this is a participation sport. It's a participation sport.
I pre-estimated that you guys were going to already donate or whatever, so like I did this one on me or whatever because I knew that somebody was going to come through in like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
2, 3,
you sons
4,
of bitches.
5, 6.
Oh, fuck you. All right, let's see. Manage websites.
So I can tell you where Helen Troy Modeling is located.
Where's it located? Oh, I also bought another website, bro.
Yeah.
It's called GriftCast.com.
Uh-huh.
GriftCast.
Oh, you did buy?
Yeah, it's already got
a website
it wasn't
available.
Because I bought it.
Oh, but you were saying that wasn't available. Okay, so it is. So you did.
It wasn't available for a name on some other thing.
Oh, okay.
You're just misremembering what I'm telling you. That's okay though.
I think you might have been telling me something.
I think no. I think you're misremembering, bro. I think you're fucking misremembering that shit.
Well, you know.
You think you know, but you ain't know nothing. You don't know nothing. Oh shit, we got our first super chat right here for the domain. Right here, dude.
There's 420 Australian.
420 Australian for Mike to find a thank you, but it's really only $2.89.
Yeah,
you see,
that's kind of exactly
so
right.
Mike,
Yeah,
now we're gonna be able to figure out your little mini grift. Now your grift has been exposed. We thought you were giving 420 American, but now we know the truth. Now you're gonna have to bump that up. We have to bump that up to get that 420 no.
Well, pair up with somebody else that can. But oh wow, that was loud. Pump up with somebody else that can make up the difference.
That's right. Well, we're halfway there. That's halfway there. Why do you have to turn your ears down? I thought I had my limiter on.
Do you? I don't know. It sounds like when you do the high pitch stuff, it's way louder than your normal conversation.
It's because I'm doing it. You know, I have a huge.
You sound like you're a
voice.
Wolfman Jack or something here.
Yeah.
Is that something that was around when you were a kid or not? Is that before your time?
Wolfman Jack. Yeah, the limiter's on, so it shouldn't be going anywhere. I have it at 15 dB.
15 dog biscuits right there.
Yeah, 15 dog biscuits. Oh, but yes, thank you to Mike Definder for paying us for that amazing
Mike
domain.
Down. He's a good guy. But then look, somebody else just chimed in for another 420. Hey, you're
there you go.
There
you go. They were almost
up to about 560.
Yep, we're there. No, that's actually 420. That's actual 420.
Oh, that's not Australian money. Okay, all right.
No, that's real. That's good old fine American money for P Dog 9. Thank you, P Dog 9, for the real 420.
That's $7 now. We need $3 more and we'll get there.
Yeah, we're just about there, dude. We're just about there. We just need one more to roll in. We need the grifts to keep rolling in. We're doing good trolling here. This is the kind of stuff that you would never get from merch.
Honestly, you're seeing in real time money being spent by the grift case. We're not just taking money, we're spending money too.
Yeah, like this is not what you think it is. This is so much more, okay? So now we have to figure out, we're going to set up a site. I'm not even going to make a WordPress site. So let's see. Select a theme to start. Oh, what should we have to start? Should we have something like photo-y? The traveler, professional, small business, event, capture.
I mean, you could post a whole bunch of photos of one person on there, I guess. That would be interesting.
Documentation.
What's here? Blow it up full screen.
Wait, we can preview it.
Yeah. What are you using? WordPress or something else?
Pull it up. No, it's just the built-in thing that's on.
DreamHost.
DreamHost or whatever.
Oh.
This is documentation.
That cheap? Really? DreamHost is $7 domain.
Yeah, $7 at $7.99 every .com domain, and you get a free one if you pay for like a year.
And
or
free privacy. I pay like $3 per year for privacy.
Yeah, you get free privacy. You can apply it to every single account. It's a really great deal. I've been using them for untold years, and I do have a referral link too. So I am going.
Well, you need to change the referral link to GriftCast, and then we can start using it.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Right now, it's just a regular referral link, so I'm just going to put it in there anyway. So yeah, if you'd like to use dreamcast.com, you could really just create a website out of nowhere. So I'm just going to select documentation because I like it. It seems pretty quick and to the point, and I'm just going to publish the page. Wait, stop. Wait, I forgot to put it on I forgot to put it on a fucking page. Let's see. Here we go.
But you're saying they have some issues with their DNS?
What was it? No, they don't. Well, I have had issues trying to point DNS in certain places sometimes. Like if I use their name servers, things is usually pretty easy. But if I start going and putting other people's name servers in, it takes a little bit longer for the refresh to happen. But if I'm using their name servers, it's usually pretty fucking quick. All right. I'm just going to transfer it to that domain and then go back to the previous site and then check out my sites again and then publish the changes. But I set up the other website right there really quick. So the DNS hasn't picked up yet.
Yeah,
So,
it'll
but we
take a
just bought
while.
the domain. It's going to take about another 15-20 minutes, but I've
Mhm.
already set up a site to be on there and ready to go, and then we need to go Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Oh, it's almost starting. Okay, cool.
It's almost
All right.
starting, so we're ready to go.
We go watch
Wow.
and critique
Wow,
that.
we pulled that troll off in record
That was
time,
a
guys.
fast troll. We're still looking for $3 to make that a zero cost troll for us, but the hill sucks. Yes, it does.
We
But
would
we're
like to
gonna see
make
if-
that a zero cost troll.
See if
And this is
see if they name Fandango on there as any of the lead
I
sources.
don't think they're going to name me. Yeah, but let's just go ahead and replay the super chats that came in because we
Yeah.
love our grifties.
Totally.
Thanks again to Mike. Thanks again to Mike the Finder for the $2.89 on super chat, and then we got some $4.20 for our good man, Mr. P Dog Knight, who's also a YouTuber. You should check him out, right? Like you can go check out his YouTube channel and like check him out. I think it's P Dog Knight, right? You can just click on his picture on it. But let me see if I can do that. Wait. Yeah, that's actually an easier way.
That's is that your actual
to
face there,
channel.
P-Dog?
Go to channel. So let's pull him up real quick. Yeah, that's his actual face. Look, he's got 1.7K, and he's got me on there now too. I swear to God, I followed him already, but I just got fucking exposed live in 4K right there. Well, actually, it was really small though, so nobody saw it. I would have probably gotten away with it if I didn't say anything. But yeah, he's got his own YouTube channel out there where he does a show.
That's
Look at that
wild.
shit.
It's a live
sure you go follow
stream
him.
show. P-Dog, now
No,
what city are we looking at here? Who's
I don't
downtown is
know.
that?
Minneapolis?
No.
Minnesota? No, I don't know. Wait, let's flip back to the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
It's time.
Trafficking activist Eliza Bleu from her interviews with popular right-wing figures, including Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Dr. Drew Pinsky, Michael
Holy shit.
Malice. You also might know Bleu through her interactions with Elon
St.
Musk
Paul.
and their apparent collaboration in the Twitter CEO's push to remove child pornography and other illicit content from the platform. However, both Bleu and Musk have recently found themselves in the middle of a censorship controversy involving embarrassing photos of Blue's past, which some people say discredit her alleged history as a sex abuse survivor. Multiple accounts who posted these photographs have been temporarily suspended from the site, calling into question about Musk's claims to favor free speech on the platform.
Dude, they're fucking loud.
That she is exaggerating her experiences for attention.
Oh shit, the
Telling
Daily Beast.
Quote, "It's making a lot of her old friends around here really angry," said Carly Wenzel, who claims to have known Blue for 2
Elon
decades.
Musk's name's right there.
Lying.
Yep, Elon
Robbie,
Musk.
you've been keeping up with this a lot more than I have. Help me understand what's going on here.
So there's a lot going on. And I would not just kind of, without any pushback, except reporting from the Daily Beast. I've had a lot of issues with their reporting in the past, but here they're talking about things I have observed as well in the Twitter sphere. There's a lot of frustration with this person right now, Eliza Bleu, including from what I would describe as sympathetic or former allies. So she portrays herself as an activist against sex trafficking and pedophilia, and she has claimed that she has had her own mysterious past of being sex trafficked, being forced to perform.
Oh, I just want to pause the video. We are currently just in the middle of the premiere, and I would just like to update you that HelenTroyModeling.com is now
It's live.
online.
Sweet. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to load that up.
Oh yeah, I told you. When we pull the trolls,
sexual abuse, that kind
we
of
go
thing.
all the way.
And she somehow did get Elon Musk's attention. She's been interviewed on a number of
We go all
right of
the
center
way.
places, and she tweets a lot, and she drew Elon's attention and was, I think, very informally, like where you can see it on Twitter, advising him on what accounts are bad, confront sex trafficking on the platform, confront pedophilia on the platform. I think she was very instrumental in calling his attention to Yoel Roth, that former Twitter content moderator who had written something that was kind of provocative.
Real quick though, who are these two people?
I mean, they're just regular hosts. They're on there.
Look at their laptops. I think that they both have MacBooks, and they got the Hill stickers over their fucking things.
Yep.
That's so funny. And then they have this like rising, and look at how this shot is set up, right? Like she's got the white computer, he's got a dark computer. They're perfectly opposed diametrically in the color balance. I mean, they even have all their papers and shit strewn about almost in the same way, except for this guy's got his coffee mug. If that could even be considered a coffee mug, I don't know. But then look at this
coffee mug.
It's like connecting their brains through the logo.
Nice. I like
It's
it.
like such a crazy
Well, it's a
framing.
professional production, dude. It's
The past
this is not green
about-
screen.
About hookup apps or gay hookup apps and the ages of the people on it. And
Gay hookup apps?
Yeah,
I think
that's the
drew
stuff he
attention to
knows.
that. A lot of people might have had issues
What
with
the
that. I
fuck?
don't like
He
how
looks
that was
like he's got
characterized. I think
experience
it's
in that.
unfair to him, but she was involved in all that. Fast forward to now, a lot of some independent accounts have drawn attention to her, including Michael Tracy, who's an independent journalist who I think
Check
whose
this
work
out.
I think is often quite good,
that
as well as
didn't do what
Katie
I wanted to do.
Herzog, co-host of this Blocked and Reported podcast with Jesse Singal. I cite them all the time. They're really good, objective reporters. They're very thorough. Look, there are a lot of questions about whether she was actually a victim of sexual trafficking.
Why is it? I'm struggling to understand why this is relevant and why, like, obviously anybody misrepresenting their past, okay, but her being an advocate against, child pornography, pedophilia, whatever, sex trafficking, seems.
I think she's done a lot of like clout chasing on the basis of I'm a victim.
Clout chasing.
That people were finding and circulating videos of her that were very like softcore, inappropriate kind of skimpy outfits
and which
type
way
thing.
are those? How's that supposed to cut?
That she was, I believe, I'm being very careful.
I think this girl might have been in
the
a
accusation is.
I think this girl might have been in a music video once in her life or something, because she's taking offense right now, dude. Whoa,
She is a little offended.
Whoa, Mr. White Man, take a step back. You're about to get fucking shit on. I can feel it coming, dude. I can feel the SJW.
Sex trafficked. She was involved in kind of cam type stuff, performing type stuff. It was not. She was not abducted, and she was not imprisoned or held against her will. Or
Are those mutually exclusive? I mean, isn't the whole conversation around Andrew Tate is that he's being accused of inducing women to perform on camera so that he can profit off of their products?
So she has friends of hers from that time period that she claims she was a sex trafficking victim are interviewed in that Daily Beast piece, saying she was never a victim of sex trafficking.
And
she was involved in some sketchy things.
And we credit what those friends say. We're not worried at all about their. I mean, I guess you are saying that you're worried. You're not taking this at face value. There could be some conflict of interest there, an interest in them being less famous.
She's shook, dude.
Yeah,
she's
such an odd thing.
She's also, she's also trying to suppress. So she has gotten, and this is the censorship aspect. So people asking
say
questions
Defango,
about this,
bitch. Say
sharing
Defango.
some of those photos, which. So she's saying those photos were taken of her non-consensually, but there's no evidence of that. It seems pretty clear, like that was just her thing previously. And
It just seems that that's her fucking thing clear previously.
That's her thing.
These girl's face is trying to gaslight everyone. Yeah, she is really trying to gaslight some people. Like, girl, were you in a fucking music video back in the day? We're not making fun of her for being in music videos. That's not the problem here.
And she has gotten Elon to ban.
And she's done good work in the trafficking space.
Has
she though?
Accounts calling attention to that, saying, "Well, wait a minute, you said this is not consensual, but this was posted on YouTube for a long time under a
Watch
clear,
out,
like, it
white
couldn't have
man."
been posted if it was not consensual," and she's getting those people banned.
What do we know about her claims of sex trafficking? What has she specifically said happened
Nothing.
to her?
She didn't say specifically what happened to her.
Okay, so because I'm reading an article, I was just trying to Google it real quick, and this one article says, Eliza was sex trafficked for 9 years total before gaining the courage to attempt to escape one night.
9 years.
But it doesn't
9
go into
years?
any detail. So has she in fact said,
What the
"I
hell
was sex
article is she looking at?
I was, held
I don't know.
hostage in this building for this number of time by these people, and has she described it anyway, or has she alluded to it being kind of?
Let me Google that real quick.
Exploitation.
Yeah, Google it real quick.
And maybe like not corrected the public when they read more into it.
I think it's more the latter. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, the whole thing is so.
Yeah, but this is someone. And the reason we're talking about it, this is someone who has Elon Musk's ear and who has been able to get, at her personal discretion, accounts banned, including for scrutinizing her. She's had a lot of input on how Twitter has handled various issues. She has his attention.
So this is
honestly, I don't know.
think she's used her power and influence for good.
I don't know where she Googled that.
Honest about what happened in her background.
Right. So this is kind of being framed as a critique of Eliza Blue, but it's irrelevant. It's really a critique of this pattern of behavior from Elon Musk of following random
there we go.
It's his fault.
There we go.
And using their
Elon's
advice
fault.
to design Twitter policy as opposed to something that's more objective and substantive.
Yeah. So right now, a lot of people who like Elon Musk, who are on board with new Twitter, are calling her out and trying to get him to realize that this was not a good faith person. This is in fact a grifter, which I think is very likely to be the case.
Yeah.
She's not acquitted herself well in this entire debate.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can make moral judgments about
she's a grifter
on Twitter misrepresenting themselves.
The queen of the grift.
It does seem to me to be the onus is on the person who would design a platform policy based on somebody's representation on an app.
All right, look at that. She's shifting it to Elon Musk and trying to minimize all of the evidence that was presented. He's trying to be direct and forward about it and be like, come on, give me something here. And she's just keeping that line, that social justice warrior line. And then, I mean, it's almost like they set it up like that perfectly because, I mean, you know, like, would you really want this smarmy looking white guy, like, you know, digging into your shit? And then somebody tells me it gets worse. So people have already watched the rest of it. Let's go.
Do we know like her real name? Is she kind of a persona? Is she like a real?
It's a persona.
A real person.
She a real person.
This is so thorny. I mean,
she's a real person. That's her. That's her persona.
I don't even know. I mean, it's not that I'm trying to let her off the hook for her misrepresentation, but it's like we wouldn't even care about any of this if it weren't for the fact that one of the most powerful, richest men in the world is using her as a sounding board.
Well, I mean, I would care, as I've said, and I've brought my colleague at Reason, Elizabeth Nolan Brown, on to talk about sex trafficking and how that term has really been weaponized by law enforcement in all sorts of very bad ways. And people who scaremonger about the prevalence of sex trafficking, especially in the U.S. context, are often using junk statistics and are really just marshaling more law enforcement against consensual prostitution or things of that nature.
It's like having them on as a guest, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're never actually arresting sex traffickers.
It's like he's like,
this idea that
we're on with this guy right now. If this guy was on, what question would you ask him?
Which guy? Oh, this guy?
This dude.
I don't know that I want to have him on.
But look at it. Look, would you at least ask him about what's going on right here?
What, with his hair?
Yeah, like what is this?
No, I'm not gay. I probably wouldn't.
That, you know, white vans drive around abducting people and chaining them and making them perform sex for money, and that in all of these things that law enforcement does, always inevitably they end up arresting.
I mean, I just don't look at guys' hair. I'm sorry.
No, I just whenever I notice somebody's balding, I'm all like, oh, yep, I see it right there.
Women,
okay,
not dudes,
case,
but
right?
the women.
I don't have to look at your head and see that you're balding. You're already bald.
Yeah, I'm bald forever.
Yeah, but she's giving voice to that kind of mindset.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, do you have a sense of why? Is it just that the fans of Elon Musk are worried about how her reputational damage is going to negatively affect Elon Musk's reputational damage? Or but she was a popular person before this, right? She wouldn't have access to.
Where's this angle coming from?
What the
I think people just caught on to her grift.
And it's conservatives that have been interested in her.
He said grift. Oh,
he's my boy. That's my boy.
Described Tim Pool, Michael Malice. She may or may not have been on Rogan. I can't quite remember. I think so. I don't know for sure.
It's fascinating.
Dude, I think this fucking guy might be like a groiper or something. This dude's got a fucking profile with the frog on it somewhere. I can tell you that.
All right.
I can tell you that right now. This dude's fucking lurking in all of the alt-right chat rooms because he knows all of the shit. He does.
He's all
liberal.
Let me
Yeah, but those guys fucking, got alt accounts where they're like, lurking. You know that shit.
Find that out while I have my
this ideological.
He's literally Googling shit right now. He's pulling up
shit,
This guy is pulling up HN right now. He's got fucking the Kiwi. He's like kiwifarms.net pulling up the fucking thread. You know that. Look at him.
Commitment to
He definitely does.
Investment in this idea of hunting out pedophiles and groomers, and how this has become.
This chick's never been on 8chan in her life.
On the right.
No. She was not on Joe Rogan. It's not.
She was not on Joe Rogan.
Again, I think there is a reason to talk about her, because it's not just to call out some. She's not some random person. She's someone who had Elon Musk's ear on this issue, and there are very legitimate questions about her background.
Very legitimate.
But I think it's good that people in this orbit of conservative, or whatever you want to describe them, online people, are calling out a bad actor in their midst. I think that's to be commended, actually. Someone who's having
say Defango, son of a bitch.
And has Musk responded yet? Because he's very responsive on Twitter.
I don't know.
I saw him.
He has not said shit.
Jump on and respond to this.
Well, he did on the
unfollowed her.
Unfollowed her. Yeah.
Will favor you again. He's noted.
Yeah, he did.
Responsive.
So the black chick definitely knows nothing about any of this.
I would buy her
seeing this whole thing purely as a. Why are men chasing this poor girl who's trying to prevent trafficking?
Yeah, I don't know. We got.
Did you learn a lot in that segment? Was that an amazing segment that you learned a lot from?
No, I learned absolutely fucking nothing on it. But it's good to see.
That was a nothing burger.
That was a nothing burger, but I like to see it in the hill anyways, because then we can.
Yeah, I was watching this channel GRIFTCAST IRL while I was flying back to Austin. I have no idea what those guys are doing.
No, nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
No, that proves it right there. That proves it.
Told you, we got the eerie Elon Musk. We had our boy at Tesla. We had our one guy that knows a boy at Tesla that got us out up to the top, and then we got him to unfollow her. And then now it's apparently the Hill's going to use it to attack him, which is not great. But
it's clearly Elon Musk's followers' fault that some poor girl that's against trafficking is getting deplatformed now. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the story. That's the real story, apparently.
Is that the real story? I don't know if that's
well.
The real
apparently,
story.
That's what I got from this interview. If I didn't see anything else and I just saw this interview, that's what I get.
Yeah, it's just they're trying to minimize it. You say
the hot air balloon? Yeah,
that's the Chinese spy balloon right there, dude.
Is that the Chinese spy balloon?
They were able to take a picture of it. Why didn't somebody shoot it?
That's amazing.
Where's the Chinese flag? I don't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
So are we sure that's a Chinese one? Or are we sure it's not ours?
Chinese. That's totally not a Chinese.
Then who owns it? Whose is it?
You can buy the damn things, put it up yourself. Nobody owns it. I mean, somebody owns it, but it's not a.
Look at that thing.
Yeah.
What are these?
That's drawn on top of it. It's not real.
Oh, this is just a balloon. That's drawn on top of there, dude.
It's
There's fucking all kinds of fuzz all over the top of this. This is like
I know it's a filter.
Somebody with their Galaxy phone with 100x zoom, thinking that they can take that shit on.
That is not real.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Look it's lined up exactly perfectly vertically.
Picture.
No.
Saving picture. I'm gonna call it. What are we gonna call it?
Fake news. Balls. Fake news. Fake news.
Balls. Your mom's fake news. Photo for it.
Now, why you go and disrespect my dead mom? Why you do that?
I didn't mean to disrespect your dead mom, but your mom.
Don't do it, man.
That's not disrespect. Not cool. I just said your mom.
Yeah.
You're okay. According to photo forensics, you're a fucking liar.
According to
you saying that Shope? You saying that Shope, dude? You telling me there's Shope? Show me where it's Shope.
Absolutely.
Show me where that's shopped, bro. Show me the pixels. Show me the show.
Right here. Right here.
Where?
Right here.
Look at that.
Well,
look at that. You see the I don't see any. Where?
You don't see what? You see that whole line down the middle. You don't see that? How do you not see that?
There's no line down the middle. What the fuck?
I see a line down the middle.
And then it's still there in the other version of it. Come
What's
on,
the
bro.
other
Are
version?
you trying to tell me that's fucking fake, dude?
That's totally fake.
You're trying to tell me fake? It has hidden
That is fake.
padding on it. Look.
It is fake.
Look at that. You look at that. There's a hidden padding on this side right here.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Because it's fake.
Hidden padding.
I'm telling you, it's
Like
fake.
somebody composted the image.
Composted? Composited.
Well, yeah, it's something on top. Composited. How they can appear. No profile on a mobile device. And then on Adobe. Wow. Look at the Adobe profile. Oh, look at that. You see it right here? On the Adobe profile?
Yeah, there's a person sitting there. I see it.
Maybe they're aliens, bro.
Yeah. Well, they're not Chinese aliens.
Chinese fucking aliens, bro. Let's check the file text. Huffman coding 2.8 bit. I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. Let's check the strings. It doesn't say anything about what it was shot on. Just says
that means it's fake.
It says it's a JFIF, whatever was posted to the website. Let's check the strings. See if there's anything in here. There's no Photoshop.
Nothing
in here.
There's nothing.
We got. But look. We got. There's the opening stream for the first image, and then look at that. There's some more stuff.
Yep.
More stuff. Interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, we didn't really get that much metadata out of it. There was really nothing.
No, there's no metadata there because it's all
no
fake.
metadata. But then again, that's because it's going through Facebook. So we need to say Chinese spy balloon.
Oh, yeah. Facebook. Yeah.
Well, no, Facebook, Twitter.
I got I got Carrie Lake on War Room queued up whenever you want to chat about that.
All right, pull that up. Pull that bitch up.
We don't want to do a little grifting before that?
You want to do a little grifting?
We still got to get another $3.
Wait, hold up. Did we not just not pull off the most epic troll of trolls? Like we now own HellenCoinModeling.com, and we did it in less than 15 minutes. So like, how is that not worth your super chats right now? Have you ever seen anybody on any show ever pull something that fucking epic so quickly in your life?
And it'll be totally up and running
Beast
tomorrow.
Can't even do that shit. Mr. Beast can't even do that shit.
Well, he'd probably pay somebody to do it.
I would just do it myself. And then still pay people. So like, I have a whole documentation website that we're gonna go fill out right here. That's got all of the details. And I mean, you think I'm playing? This is my fucking dream host panel right here.
That's
and
right.
I just put that up. We also have griftcast.com. Although I need to redirect.
I'm digging that. Yeah, that's stuff. Well, maybe, but you definitely need to set up a couple of emails on there.
I already have my email set up on there. I can set up more.
Then you need to set up one more.
For who? Who would I set it up for?
Who? For Sir Gene.
Yeah.
For who?
Oh yeah. Was that better when I went loud that time?
It started crackling. I think you are cutting into the red zone.
Yeah,
are you sure
I know.
Your limiter is working. Are you sure about that?
No, it's not working. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's probably what it is then. So it shouldn't be going into red
at all. Well, it's going into the red always, but I just got to put it down lower. I'm gonna put it at like 12. Yeah. 12. Still going into the
dog
red,
biscuits. But, okay.
Yeah. You said you wanted an email or whatever. Manage email.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be handy
you want it to be
do.
a full-blown email?
We'll talk about it later. Let's should we watch this thing here?
Talk about it later. Yeah, you can put that up.
Boring shit for people.
Put it on there.
Here's your host, Stephen
I didn't even see it. But I can
what do you
see
mean? It's playing right now. Do you not hear it?
I was looking at the wrong tab. Get off the back. What do you want it, Sir Gene?
Let me skip forward to this. Yep.
Timcast, which I thought was funny.
What he said?
I don't know.
What is this? Oh, Timcast.
It's Thursday, 2 February, the year of our Lord 2023. Yes, it's Groundhog's Day, and that
That was a shot from this morning's prayer breakfast here in Washington, D.C. That was Carrie. I'm just kidding. Carrie Lake joins us in. Carrie Lake joins us in the war room.
Oh my gosh!
By the way, I think
we're going to.
I think we're going to have Gates there tomorrow. We've had a lot of good people here this week. Now we're back in D.C.
I got to give him a hard time.
Gates?
Yeah, I love him. He doesn't think I attract mama bears.
When he
last time he was on your show, or was it on Timcast, which I thought was funny?
What he said?
I don't know. Somebody told me. I didn't get a chance to see it. I hope he's not offended. I love Timcast and I love Gates. Something about he was talking about VP, which I'm not running for. Interested in.
To say that
but he was saying that Trump needs to pick someone who can attract mama bears. My whole campaign was mama bear.
Whoa,
Matt
Gates. I'm gonna have to.
Mama she just announced she's running.
I gotta tell you, Mama Bear stories. We'll have to go into
sounds
that
like she's
I'm going to
running
be
for
sitting
VP.
with you for a while. We're doing coffee talk with Steve Bannon and Carrie Lake.
Coffee Clash. It's a totally different take today in the war room. We got Carrie a one of our famous espressos. The Cortez only comes by now for the war room.
Oh, he's selling coffee too now. Dude, everybody's stealing these
all
ideas.
the way back to be at the prayer breakfast. Why?
Yeah, well, coffee was the oldest thing to sell on the internet.
If you Google Carrie Lake's name today, you Google prayer breakfast, your photo comes up first.
If prayer and Carrie Lake are trending together, then I'm thrilled because, we all need to pray a little bit more. Last weekend when we were at the AZ GOP leadership election, and I got a chance to vote or to speak, and we're so happy because our candidates won. I ran into the greatest.
Yeah, this is boring.
Well, let's make that happen, and we kind of shifted a few things around. This is kind of a famous visit with some real great patriots on Capitol Hill. So we went to the prayer breakfast
pause
this morning.
that shit. Pause that shit.
You walk around with
pausing this shit.
Pause that shit. We got the important stuff happening
Shit's
right now.
paused.
Wally Sow finally getting that 539 through the super chat.
Nice.
More switch to reach them goals. Yeah, we love reaching them goals. And we finally just made
switch
goal right there. And we made a little bit extra.
I think Swiss francs is the only currency. Well, that and the British pound. Only two currencies that are worth more than $1 right now.
Which is not bad, exactly. But you know what? Y'all need to get on the same train that Wally Sow is on right here. Keep throwing your money at us. We will definitely accept it. We will definitely keep showing your super chats.
Yeah, we're not
going to
refuse the money, no matter what currency.
Definitely not refuse the money. We don't give a shit, dog. We take it all. Equal opportunity grift all day long and into the evening.
Coffee and cocaine show. That sounds like a live cast of some type.
The pound took a dive. That's funny.
Yeah, all right, for sure.
Continue.
It's so obvious, the fake news. Anybody they're attacking, they truly are the rock stars for American freedom, for the Constitution, for our rights and liberties. Because you walk around the halls of Congress with Paul Gosar.
I was hoping she would talk about what she's doing in the state, not just generic statements.
I know. I'm. It's like me, little old me, and we got some really big congressional heroes who were stopping to take pictures.
They're not happy you're here. You do understand that, right? You're like the worst news.
They were so nice to me. You mean they're not happy? That was fake?
Far from these people being fake, you are. When they open
do you want me to
change
the
problem,
have Squids change over? Wait, hold on, pause that.
It's a combination.
Change what now?
Of the
pause that shit.
What?
Do you want me to have Squids change over hallsofamenti.io Fediverse platform to a GriftCast one?
GriftCast? I don't know.
Maybe not GriftCast, but maybe another URL.
Fedi. Whatever. I mean, I'm gonna obviously stay on the one I've got the most audience on. So.
No, I figured as much, but it's a plan. Yeah. It's there.
No, it's a cool name if you can get it. Newsmax got booted from the cable companies. Yeah, I heard about that.
Hey, I just sent you your info for your inbox too. See, we don't fuck
perfect.
around.
Yeah, awesome.
Just
okay.
Read the extraneous details at the bottom. Use the full and then security stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll never forget when I was working with Glenn.
Yeah.
And he was I was setting up the email and he was just kind of shh. He was just having so much trouble getting that to work correctly. And then I just was like, here, let me do this real quick. And then it was 2 seconds. It's all good. Continue.
All right. Do you want to keep watching her? I mean,
Ridiculous,
she's
but also
actually
means
kind of
very
not really
good.
saying
Their
much. I was
number one
hoping
thing is
for a
they
little
don't want to
better.
have anybody represent the people. It's very much like ancient Rome and the Roman Republic. They don't want any tribunes of the people. That's the thing that upsets the Senate, right there, and the House too, the people that run this town. But that's why you coming back to the prayer breakfast is the worst thing. So what was your? Joe Biden was there today, and Joe Biden said he and McCarthy had a good meeting yesterday in the debt ceiling.
It's interesting.
And remember, they wanted to work together and treat everybody. But now that the investigation is going to start next week, right? All of a sudden, he wants to pray everybody and be everybody's friend. How did that
I kept hearing reconciliation.
Reconciliation, right?
No, I mean I am. And God is we have a forgiving God, but we also have a God who enacts justice, right? You know, God's not all forgiving. Sometimes you have to learn a little bit. And God may be forgiving, Jesus may be forgiving, but when it comes to Joe Biden and the crimes he's done against this country,
Carrie Lake is not.
I'm not forgiving.
No, let's talk. Tell us about your faith. Tell us about in
You
Iowa
want to keep
as a
watching?
young kid. You were raised Catholic, is that correct?
Well, my parents came together from the wrong side of the...
This is not the conversation I was hoping for.
Steve
I mean,
Bannon is boring.
Yeah. No,
He's
he is.
so
Well, you got to
boring.
get him drunk a little bit. If he gets a little drunk, he's not as boring.
Then he gets like racist or whatever.
No, he just gets happy.
Hmm.
You know, he turns into a happy critter.
He's a happy drunk. How come I can't put in? Where is my encryption? Add certificate. Sorry, I'm just building up that.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Just so that the website actually isn't just on a HTTP.
Yeah, like you're doing it in real time.
Yeah,
for
literally.
sure.
I'm like just barely I'm like doing it really slow, and I'm still doing it faster than they could ever do it. HTTPS. Oh
We already
yeah,
have the
certificate for free. Certificate is now applied. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, I need to do one for GriftCast.
We already
too.
showed the clip of Whoopi Goldberg, I think, right? Mm-hmm.
Did you? Whoopi Goldberg? What'd she say? No, play that shit. I don't think I saw that.
Oh, didn't you see that one? All right, let me
play it.
do
Play
that
it.
one.
Play it.
Okay,
Play the
I'm
clip.
getting there. Hold on, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's nice having you actually over there doing something for
Being able to. Oh, for a change. Okay, I gotta.
Oh, you caught that. Sorry, fucking with you. Oh, the quartering is live too. What's the quartering live on?
Oh, is he?
Trying to pull into my grift time. Grift daddy pulling on my grift time, son of a bitch. Yeah, he's got 4.4. Oh, it's him and Sydney Watson.
Oh yeah, that's their live
Very
show.
nice.
Will the brutality finally lead to some police reform from the ground up? Because clearly, it doesn't matter if it's a white policeman or a black policeman. It is a problem in the police and the policing itself.
All right, fair point. Go on.
But how many times do we have to? Do we need to see white people also get beaten before anybody will do anything?
Wait, you just said it had nothing to do with race.
It is a problem in the police.
No, it's got everything to do with race.
Do we need to see white people also get beaten?
White people in America are getting beaten by the police all the time. Guess
Just sent a super chat.
No one cares.
Super
It's
chat.
never a national news.
I don't. I mean, I'm sure that like you and I know I've interacted with people that I personally abhor. Like I do not like them as people. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to interact with you in like a sense of.
You do it every Thursday.
Yeah, and I can't get rid of him. But I know that I've done it, and I know you've probably been sat with people too that you're
We
like,
dropped somebody
I
on
don't like you.
Grifted Daddy.
Just it's kind of like I guess I would
Nice.
extend this to if a content creator has on
See what he
say,
says.
like a
See if he
Rabbit
notices
that
it.
believes that I don't know that everybody should cuddle their toes off and
This
wear
is one of
them in
those
the house
times where we can watch the big grifters and see
I'm
how
sure
they're
there's-
fucking up.
That came to mind first, but
I'm
go on.
Can we see the chat scroll,
that's
or
really
why'd you hide the
hard
chat
to
for?
be like, that's screwed up, bro.
By
Like,
default,
I don't
there
know
you
why.
go. Yeah,
I don't
there
know
you
why
go.
you would do that. But let's say that there's somebody who just has just really icky, corrosive, like crazy left wing.
Wait, I need to take a screenshot of that.
Most people watching like a
Mhm.
right wing content creators show would be like, I don't like you, and I know that this person probably doesn't like you either and doesn't agree with the things that you're saying. I don't think
Mhm.
people would hold them to the same standard as when somebody has right leaning
Griftcast.
opinions. So again, like in the
all right, guys, we need a super chat to cover that super chat.
I was the one that invited her. I was the one that.
Now we need a super chat to cover that super chat. Bring it on in.
And it's one of these
Wait,
things
did he
where-
say
did I
GriftCast or
know
did you
all
say
this stuff about
GriftCast?
her before I invited her?
I didn't say it.
Absolutely
Scroll
not.
back. Go
What I
back. Go
knew
back.
was what I had
Let's see it.
seen, and like before I would invite, I invited her, and I was the one that invited her. I was the one that we were organizing and whatnot, and it's one of these things where. Did I know all this stuff about her before I invited her on? Absolutely not. What I knew was what I had seen, and I like before I would invite guests on, I would do like you check them out, you make sure that you know who you're bringing on to an extent, like same with Jack Murphy. Did I know about
it
the
was
Tuck
you that
article?
said it.
Absolutely not. Did I
Yeah.
know that this guy had like a long line of doing really messed up stuff that actually he
I
had
don't think
hidden
so.
reasonably well until Mr. Jeremy came along? Absolute stuff that actually happened, and I love about her organizing and whatnot. You are here.
Yeah,
lightly
she just
making
does
it.
not shut up, does she?
So again, like
She
in
does
the
not,
Eliza
dude.
case,
She
and I
just
can say this
fucking
'cause she
goes,
came on, you
bro.
are here.
She'd be like the perfect wife because you would just she could just sit there and talk to you for like fucking
No, I
straight.
had one of those.
And
No, that's
and
not
you
perfect.
just like background audience. Yeah, I don't know. I just see it.
I was one that invited.
All right,
Yeah,
somebody.
It's up to like 6 now.
Whoa!
I know. There's a huge influx of ladies. It's up to like
Very handsome.
IQ and figuring it out.
Speak.
Right.
Trying to
I
get
think
that clip.
Your
They platform the show or whatever to find out every single thing there is to know
Was it
about
before or after
Like-
that $5?
them.
I
Platform,
don't know.
so to speak.
right. I think that your point of
Person hosting. Again, I wonder like
He
what's
said
the
it. He said it
responsibility
was
of the
him,
individual.
but we missed
with
it.
Eliza
Fuck! I
is
wanted
that
to
Tim
clip that.
should say something.
God damn it.
I wanted to
Because
clip
He's
that.
also like a news guy. He's not like I have a
Well, that's-
podcast show.
yeah,
This
that's the
is
other thing.
clearly news, and you
Mhm.
can't go on your show and start it off and say,
Mm.
"Well, there's nothing going on in the news." Like he literally did that to to enrage the chat and get
Yeah,
super
to
Oh,
chats
look
out
at
of
that.
them.
Chrissy Myers watching the live watching of The Hill. Shocker.
Oh, really? Shocker. We did that too,
Yeah,
Chrissy.
I know. We've done
She's
it before
definitely
her.
more popular. We were grifting on that before grifted was grifted.
Oh,
I'm
totally.
looking in the chat right now to see like who's over there, see if we know anybody. I see CV's in the quartering chat. There's GriftCast IRL. See if there's anybody else we know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anybody else you know.
Who's live?
The quartering. Damn, look at all these super chats that just fucking rolled in.
Yeah. Wait, did that say free Defango? Wait, you gotta go back. There you go.
That's from
Pretty
CV
cool.
right there.
Oh, that's from
Yeah, that's
CV.
from
Okay,
CV.
okay. I was like,
Yeah,
that'd be
she's in
cool
there.
if that was random.
She's in there. Yeah, it wasn't random.
He's smart.
but-
Whatever, but let's move on or whatever. And there would have been you over it, and get them to super chat and be angry about it.
Yep. I mean,
Yeah, get them to super chat and be angry about it.
can you get mad?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can. But can you understand why somebody would let all the rage play out because they can profit from it? Because you're still going to watch a show. It's not like anybody's going to.
He's never lost. He doesn't lose viewers. Yeah.
Nope. So
yeah.
Not a
That's-
single
yeah,
one.
I mean, it's obviously a winning business model in a sense because if it's not hurting his
Rage.
bottom line and it's not losing him viewers, then I don't really understand why he wouldn't keep doing it. And I mean, the other thing that people I think maybe forget is that behind the scenes, there's a lot of like, not infighting, but factions. Like
But
people are
yeah,
friends with
faction. But I
Fediverse.
think
They're definitely factions.
Yeah, that's right.
Very big
So I
factions.
feel like
This is a faction I'm not a
Smart.
part
I'm
of.
just- I think you're right. It may be like
Trying to
he's just gonna
break
let
it
people
to
stew
it.
over it,
kind of always
and
having weird social things. So if you're going to publicly shit on somebody or publicly address something, and you're kind of in a position where you have to say something.
Are you listening to that too? What the
Yeah.
fuck just happened there?
And I don't know. And I've always
Oh, that was probably me. Yeah, sorry about that.
wrap up that topic. I think that
That's still pretty crazy. I got free Defango and people popping through on all this stuff. Now
I
he's
don't
wrapping
know
up that
if
topic.
he knows something I don't. He may know
Hmm.
something I don't know.
Well, that's dude. You know,
and he's not entitled to. He doesn't have to tell me.
Yeah,
Especially what if it
100%.
was told to him in confidence?
yeah,
You know, and
100%.
I don't know.
Dude, even Brandon, Mr. Hamster from You Are Here, the producer.
Yeah.
He and I still message and whatnot.
still like
and he
Vampire Lord
texted me
Sydney.
the other day, and he was like, "What if she's in like witness protection or something?"
You know, maybe she's like, I think maybe she is like a vampire because she seems like she's really young looking and she doesn't get any older. You know, maybe she's like
Who?
one of those vampire people
What
that
are you
like
looking
doesn't
at?
age. Sydney Watson.
Is that them looking at it or him? No, that is them looking at it. What are they looking at? What the hell? Oh, you muted it. I was like, we lost audio. What happened?
Yeah, I muted it because they're no longer talking about the Eliza Blue situation, so I don't give two fucks.
Oh, okay.
Oh, apparently Coffee and Cocaine Show is just in the anti-Sydney camp. You don't like Sydney Watson? I think she's hilarious.
Everybody seems to be.
I think she is funny, but I do think that
unironically funny.
She would be horrible as a wife or girlfriend.
You think so? Because she just always been talking.
Absolutely. It's not just the talking; it's the fact that she's like she's got an answer for everything. She doesn't, like she just takes herself a little too serious, I think.
I mean, how can you say that when she can read a comment from Mr. Dick and Balls without making any inflections or any laugh or anything? She's like, Mr. Dick and Balls says something about the cuck person.
That's literally why. Because a normal person reading that wouldn't be able to say that whole line without laughing.
But she can because she's a different breed. Yeah. That's why people like her.
Yeah. That's why she got fired, right?
She got fired? Where'd she get fired from?
Yeah. From the show she was doing.
What show?
The one that the whole incident of Jack Murphy came up on.
What show was that? On The Blaze?
I don't remember what it was called. Yeah, on The Blaze.
She got fired because she embarrassed Jack Murphy publicly, like hilariously.
She didn't get fired because she embarrassed Jack Murphy, but that show was not making money.
Why did she get fired? Well,
they weren't making money.
They weren't grifting hard. That's why.
They weren't grifting hard. That's why you get it. So if we don't want to get fired, we got to grift harder.
Yeah, we definitely got to grift harder. And speaking about grifting harder, we definitely got to bring in some merch. So it's time for another grift break. And our grift segment today is going to bring you to our brand new merch store where you can buy beanies and all kinds of other amazing little goodies so that you can show your GriftCast support and give us sweet, sweet cheddar that we need, that we love, because this show's about making money. And we're not even going to be, we're going to be so upfront about it that you're going to hate us for it. But you're still going to wear a shit.
This is a hella deal. And I know what you're thinking. You're looking at like $28 for a beanie. What the hell? It's not a $28 beanie. You don't understand this. This is okay. You're not showing the beanie. Show the beanie.
I know.
It's not a $28 beanie.
Just to piss you off.
I can tell. It's a $28 donation. Okay. It's a $28 donation to GriftCast that gets you a free hat. All right. The hat isn't $28. It's a $28 donation. The hat is free. And how do you beat a free hat?
You can't beat a free hat. You're just giving us a donation and getting a free hat.
Why would you not want the free hat? Just get your free hat.
And then when people ask you about it,
all it takes is a $20 donation.
Yeah, and then when people ask you about it, you say, "Yeah, it's this show I watch. It's hosted by Tim Pool," and then people will immediately laugh.
Exactly.
Like it will be immediate laughs for you everywhere you go. You will be in style. And it's one of those
that have never seen this show.
Like wear it turd status or whatever, like a sock hat. I mean, it's just great. It's the famous GriftCast beanie. It's a famous beanie.
It's the original GriftCast beanie.
Yeah, it's the famous original GriftCast beanie. And there's going to be more GriftCast beanies, but this is the first, and it's always going to be the best.
Yeah.
It's a $28 donation. Or if you're into hoodies because you think you're Mr. Robot or whatever, we can get you one of them too. For a small $45 donation, you can get yourself a free GriftCast hoodie. I mean,
exactly.
Think about the deals. Just look at me, look at him, know that he probably doesn't need to eat more, and neither do I, but we still want to eat.
That's true. Yeah, more importantly, we got to be buying our tracksuits and their own beanies.
Yeah, dude, seriously, like you guys need to invest into me so I can have a closet full of tracksuits just like Sir Gene. And then we'll be the tracksuit mafia up in this bitch. Although we're not going to be TM like taking over the real tracksuit mafia stuff. That was just a joke. Please don't kill us.
Yeah, you be careful with what you say, man.
Yeah, I know. I made sure to put the addendum on there. I don't know if you're involved in the tracksuit mafia or whatever, but I just wanted to say that just to be clear for everybody else out there, okay? Because this is GriftCast. We're here to
with
grift.
The tracksuit mafia, man.
We're here to grift. This is a pure grift show. Grifting is number one. And we have all kinds of other things if you want to follow us along on all of our social media platforms, which we definitely recommend because that's just going to get you more involved into the GriftCast lifestyle. And I mean, you should check that link out because you can go to our that little guy right there and you can check out all of our great Cash Apps and PayPals and merch stores, our coffee brand coffee link with code GriftCast so you can save on your order. You can find the YouTube page, the Twitch, the Rumble, the D-Live, the Twitter, the TikTok, the Instagram. You can even find our freaking Discord server. And you could also email us if you really feel like it as well. And more links will always be added whenever we decide to add more links to anything that we're trying to grift you on because we're GriftCast and we're just taking the grift to just a bit more high class. Just a bit more high class. Oh my god. We just got a freaking super chat. Did you see that shit, dude?
Did you see that? That
Sewer
is awesome.
Guy Rob. What the fuck? I'm gonna replay that shit.
Super
Sewer Guy
chat.
Rob. 10 simoleons. See, $10.
Right.
He just doubled our payment on getting that, what's it called, website right there.
The
Easily.
domain, yeah. That's
yeah,
awesome.
we got the domain, and now we're going to be trolling Brittany Venti and all those people when they find it. It's going to be a fantastic experience. They're going to be like, wow, I'm getting all this information. All this information.
Yeah. So, no, he thought the free hat comment was hilarious, which is great. Now, buy the hat and take a picture of yourself wearing it.
And then you'll be entered into a transaction that you might be able. Wait, no, the Apple Watch is something else.
Transaction.
This is going to be for an iPhone.
iPhone. Yeah. Good luck with that one.
The iPhone. I'm sorry. Just kidding. That's not true. Actually, that's not true. So we do thank you for your grifting patronage, Mr. Sewer Guy Rob. As you can see, like this show is all about the super chats and highlighting the individuals that are sending us money.
It's
so
all in the super
graciously.
chats.
It's all about it. See, like we're not like the other shows where we're gonna, talk over that shit for 5 minutes until we decide we're gonna go look at it. Nah, we're gonna dive neck deep into that shit from the get-go, and there ain't gonna be anybody stopping us on that shit.
The grift's working.
The grift is real. The grift is real. What is this shit? Is this the Tracksuit Mafia right here?
Tracksuit Mafia. Hell yeah.
Dude, you're like almost wearing exactly what they're wearing, dude. Are you sure you're not a part of these guys right here?
Yeah, no comment.
No comment. Like they look pretty fucking scary with the bats and shit. Looks like metal. They kind of remind me of Metal Bat from One Punch Man. You ever seen that shit?
No, never seen that.
You never seen One Punch Man? It's an interesting anime about overpowered character.
I've heard the term. I've never watched one. One Punch Man. Nice. Okay.
That's how it goes.
So that was on what channel was that on? I don't even want to know.
This is One Punch Man right here, dude. It's so dip.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get a copyright on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know why you're playing that 3 seconds of music just to get complete copyright strike on for that.
Well, we're making super chats, so we don't give no fucks.
Oh yeah, no, we want the whole money, the super chat money, the ad
holy
money,
shit, we just got a new member. We just got a new member. Garden Lizard just became a member. We have now finally gotten Garden Lizard on, but that shit says times 47. That says times 47 on the thing. That says times 47, so that's the 47th time they've become a member. That's a new record right there.
That's insane.
Sewer Guy Rob. We thought Sewer Guy Rob was around for a long time, but it says it's a new member, so he must have remembered himself. Or something.
Remember, dismember.
Dismember. I don't know. This guy seems
could be. I don't know.
Be a good guy. He seems to be a good guy. I'm going to be good with him. He's a good guy. Yeah, I think he's a pretty good guy actually. But yeah, I always recommend One Punch Man to people. So let's just go ahead. I'm gonna go check that actually on Stream Labs. See what it says. Oh, it didn't even seem to pick that one up. Yeah, that's weird. Jump to top. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Well, thanks anyways, Garden Lizard. We appreciate you coming through here. So yeah, I recommend it. You can watch it on Netflix or pirate it or whatever the hell you watch that shit nowadays. I mean, I heard Netflix sucks now because of the password thing that they're doing, but it's on Hulu too, I guess. And I'm pretty sure you can watch it on that Crunchyroll website. Crunchyroll. But it's basically the story about an overpowered character who could take out pretty much anybody in one punch. So it's more or less you just watching him like going through stupid situations and then showing up in the fight at the very end and then just like
that makes sense.
Obliterating the person. But like there's always like a big fight between the baddie and like a bunch of other characters, and it's like a knockdown, drag out shit, and then Saitama just shows up and like, and he's like, "Oh man, I thought this was gonna be different." So it wouldn't seem like it would be hilarious, but if you ever watch like Dragon Ball Z or anything like that, shit, fucking hysterical.
Well, you got to be in the right mood. I think that's a key thing.
Yeah, the right mood. You got to be in
the right mood.
Yeah, the right mood. Like
so let me ask you a question. I know we're grifting strong here, but we're going to do a little break between the morning grifting session and the evening grifting session.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do like an hour ago, but you wanted to stay on and watch that video.
I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, God damn, I'm going to have to be back on here in like an hour. Shit.
I know exactly, but that's the way we got to do it. So I guess it's time for us to shut down the grifting sessions.
All right, guys. Yeah, that's right. Grifting session pause.
Yeah, grift session pause. Make sure you follow us on all of our freaking things. And then I guess we're going to play out tonight with some, just love to all of the people that made this possible today by donating all of their sweet, sweet money. So we'll just go ahead and flip that off. We had guys like Garden Lizard becoming a member. We had freaking sewer guy Rob giving $10 and saying free hat. We got Wiley Sow throwing some super chats. We had P Dong Knight throwing some super chats. We got Mike the Finder throwing a super chat. Dan Halen, brand new subscriber, finally going in and throwing a super chat. There was even CV buying a unisex crew neck sweatshirt, which was damn straight. Nice. That's pretty great. Our boy Russell Dufresne even threw down some super chats at the very beginning of the grift session.
Now remember, guys, anytime that you send money in outside of the videos, put something in the notes field, because if there's nothing in notes, we're going to assume you want to be anonymous. So don't assume we're going to just call out your real name, because a lot of people don't like that. They don't want to have their real names called out. So if there's nothing in the notes field, it'll just be an anonymous thing. So if you want to be called out, put something in there.
Yeah, put something in the field, and then we will definitely tell you what the hell is up, basically. And, we had subscribers, too, that came through. There was still more that came up. We had a lot going on. Besides the sweatshirt, we had Ronnie Corbett subscribing. We had Christina throwing up a super chat. Wiley Sal throwing up another super chat. I hear that Sir Gene bought a beanie, and then Patrick Bowser and somebody named Muckles Lonvols basically all joined in on the cast. So I mean that's a lot of work that we were doing in here today. We had to highlight them. I got 8 pinned super chats over here. 8. That's a new record for the channel, I think, in one sitting since we started this griftacular celebration.
Oh, so I guess I got somebody promoting my podcast in Dutch.
Oh wow, you got somebody promoting your podcast?
Somebody promoting the GriftCast in Dutch.
That's pretty dope, actually.
Yeah, we're gonna get some Dutch viewers out of this. Sweet.
We're gonna get some of the Dutch, man. Maybe we get some of them hot ass Dutch chicks. Are Dutch chicks hot?
They're totally hot.
Okay, sweet.
They're also like 6'2".
Okay, sweet.
You like that? You like the tall ladies?
Who doesn't like? All of the ladies are tall to me, so if I can't like them, I'm really limiting myself.
Well, you go for the Vietnamese ladies.
Yeah, I could, but then again, I would be limiting myself. What if some 7 foot tall like Amazon wants to get at your boy?
Yeah. Well, what if that?
What of it?
Then what? What are you gonna do?
Well, I'm gonna have to figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, you gonna have your A game out there?
Yeah, I'm gonna have my A and B game out there, and maybe dropping some C game, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, wrong order, but okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Anyways, well, I guess that's pretty much it for today. So we're gonna end the GriftCast here today. Thank you to all of our grifties today that made the show possible.
Thank you.
Without your support, this show wouldn't make any goddamn sense.
They do say that.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us for the best worst show on the internet. But it's now time to play us out. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the intro outro music and say goodbye. Well, that was a little weird glitch. Later, y'all.
Yeah, what was that?
GriftCast out. I'm gone. We out. Go away. Go home.
Coming with the implosion of our Imperium, and then coming with the rapid degradation of the ecosystem itself. And there's nothing we can do to stop.
Let me replay that shit.
Imperium.
There we go.
Coming with the rapid degradation of the ecosystem itself. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. How we cope with this game. Will we respond rapidly? Will we learn to speak to the world with humility and recreate structures within our own communities for sustainability? Or will we continue to live in illusion? And in a way, it's a matter of awakening ourselves to our new reality and responding to it.